Well, hello everyone. Okay, so this is your May 2025 horoscope. And what I have on the screen is the planetary alignments, aspects, and degrees. So if you'd like to take a screenshot of this and then match it to your natal chart, so we have May 2nd through May 6th. Sorry, it's on my video editor screen and I'm trying to pull up my own notes. Okay, and then May 10th through the May 17th, May 18th through the 25th, and then finally the 26th through the 30th. All right, so those are the degrees, and you can match it to your natal chart and see if anything is hitting in your natal chart, um, or just follow along with me as I jump straight into this. We're going to jump straight away into Aries because it's kind of long. Okay. Hi, Aries. Okay, so this is May 2025 horoscope. And, oops, sorry, I don't have yours open. There we go, Aries. All right. Okay, Aries. So, again, what I'll be discussing are the major aspects. And as I always say, do not get fixated on the day, time, minute these are happening. These are major energies, so you'll be feeling them before, during, and after. So, first, let's discuss what happened on May 2nd, Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries. Um, uh, and this is your first house of your image, persona, your profile, and definitely your fiery essence. And Neptune is also in your sign. It has been since last month. So the combination of Venus and Neptune being in your sign could be very romantic indeed. It can make you mysterious, alluring, sensual, and all that good stuff. But it is taking it to another level, so that you're like it's portraying you as like how can I say it? Well, you are the me first sign, and you are ruled by Mars, the god of war. So, and as far as the ladies are concerned, you will still have um, that bossy nature, I guess, but confident, but more like soft and alluring. Um, if you're the man, you will resemble like the compassionate hero, the fighter of the underdog. But for both a girl or a guy, it's elusive and intellectual person in the group event or among your family and friends. There as you excuse me, you will be attracting the kinds of people who are looking for that, or situations who are looking for that. Now it could be that you will end up being on either side of the equation, where you will find yourself in a situation that you fight for a certain person or group that is let's say, I'm doing air quotes, weak, um, or maybe non-combative, or you know there can be the victim types out there, and you see others maybe exploiting that, or the victim, I'm saying, or the weak person, and you may step in as the like the savior, or you may find yourself on the opposite side, and may seem like not like the victim, but I don't want to say like the damsel in distress either, but yeah, you can find yourself on the other side of that. um, and that's what Venus will be trying to show you as, like more alluring, um, more not passive, just it'll just give you this beauty, um, of, yes, like a confident, fiery person, um, so that like I said, like people will seek you out because of that, because they may have a problem, or what have you. Um, and I have this memory when I was in college. My sociology professor, he's from Afghanistan, so he had like, uh, I mean, I'm not from Afghanistan. This was here in Chicago, and he has this like accent, and he's like old school, as in, men are to come to the aid of a damsel in distress and so forth. So he was walking down the hall and saw another professor wheeling like a TV on a cart for her class. She was African American, but she was having a little difficult time with the cart and balancing some material in her hands, where the wire from the TV fell and got caught in front of the wheel, and her papers fell from her hand. In any case, This my professor ran to her. Um, and she was like bent down and mumbling. You could hear her frustration, and he's picking up the papers and started helping her. And she took the papers from him, composed herself, and wanted to proceed to push the cart. And he then tried to take over pushing the cart for her and asked, which classroom do you want this in? And she just snapped at him. She got offended and told him that she is not a weak little woman and could do it by herself, and for him to get out of the way. Well, I mean, you can imagine that my professor was like, "What the hell did I do wrong?" It was so hilarious because he looked at me, and I'm like, it's probably just she's having a bad day, and he's like, "Yeah, but why did she say I'm a weak little woman?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh." In any case, so you may find yourself in that kind of a position. I mean, it's just an example, but you can either be the Afghani professor or that woman professor who like snapped. And that's what I mean about the victim non-victim mentality, that Venus will sort of have a hard time smoothing it over, even though Neptune is there to help a little too. But Venus has a little difficult of a time being in Aries, so those mix-ups can happen. Um, um, Otherwise, it could be that you attract unwanted desire from maybe like a friend, maybe and like intimate attention that you wouldn't expect, let's say. Or you may stand up for a friend or a person, and then something clicks with that person that you're helping out, and they just become enthralled with your powerful personality and confidence. Sorry, that's my pug. Um, yeah, where was I? Uh, Yeah, and then it could turn into something like a secret admirer, where you won't know it like at first, but you'll just see them like sneaking up on you, or not like a stalker kind of deal, but they'll be like admiring you from. But you'll notice like there's something going on, um, or it could turn into something like for lack of a better word, like a scandal sort of a deal, where maybe. Someone like someone's boyfriend or a girlfriend comes on to you, and you're like, oh my god, or it could be your child or adult child is in sort of a quandary, and you take on their battles, and it makes you attractive in that sense, in the hero sense kind of way. And of course, it could be as just as mundane as your partner becomes more attracted to you, because remember, this is your first house of image, so you may also be changing your hairstyle, your wardrobe, trinkets, things like that. All right, so I wanted to get that out of the way. And then May 4th, we do have a first quarter moon in Leo, and also Pluto is stationing retrograde. So again, well, not again, I haven't mentioned this. Aquarius is your 11th house, Aries, of groups, friends, a friend, associations, camaraderies, memberships of any type. It is also the house of your hopes, visions, and dreams of the future, and how you want to be seen amongst these people. And try to think where or how you felt, um, like during the pandemic and the riots, which side you were on in the period of early 2024, last November. That's when Pluto had entered Aquarius. Excuse me. But during the pandemic, Saturn was there. Um, so think of those times. Of course, since this last November, your groups and friends have been very uplifting for you. Even if they have been maybe intense or are intense, they have empowered you in some way. The Saturn in Aquarius during the 2020 up to 2023 was a prelude of your Pluto and Aquarius transformation, but on a much smaller scale. And of course, that was a vision of it being temporary until like we found a solution to something. Now, with Pluto, it is those restrictions on a larger scale, where society, or in your case, groups and friends and society, because the 11th house would cover that, are going to be completely like how you've known this house to operate or work, or how you operate and work in this house will be completely transformed, and sometimes through destruction, destroying some things. And you will be planted amongst new powerful friends and groups. And you may have, like I said, already seen that since November. In any case, Pluto stationing retrograde here will either give you a reprieve from an intense situation, or it will give you an upper hand in going deeper to understand and accept maybe an upcoming complete transformation during the retrograde, or the transformation between like November and April. Because retrograde planets, yes, sort of mute down and die down, the intensity that is. Uh, but sometimes, at some instances, it can be more intense since they're going underground and deeper under. All right, so then on the 5th, we have Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. And this has to do with explaining yourself or your beliefs, because Mercury is in your first house of self. And you might be explaining yourself maybe to a sibling, cousin, extended family, neighbors, a close community, uh, um, or maybe online, like maybe social media or a class setting. Maybe you have speech class, or maybe you're essaying like your thoughts on yourself. It can also be how you are setting up maybe an online a store, um, if you're into that. Of course, this can have to do with the way you appear, like I mentioned, or are heard through Zoom, like FaceTime, too, or other forms of communication where your image is forward. You may be adopting an avatar of some kind. It can also have to do with the modes of commuting and what that says about you. And because Mercury rules Gemini, so these issues may be in the background, or these ideas may be in the background. And again, if you are overwhelmed or someone is asking for your help on any one of these things, because it's Mercury, it's also about learning, sorry, or explaining things, teaching things. So going back to basics or learning something at the basic level is what will earn you a reward. Also, since Jupiter rules Sagittarius, because we have Jupiter in Gemini, this also may have to do with higher education, or a foreigner or publishing or school setting, like I mentioned with the essays and things like that. But yeah, there's some mutual reception as Mercury does rule Gemini. All right, then we have on May 6th, Venus in Aries sextiles Pluto in Aquarius, and Mercury will conjunct Chiron in Aries. And so, whatever hiccups or problems that have arisen in the past, and in this instance, in the recent past, like maybe February, March, April, um, among your friends, groups, associations, um, and all that, and about how you are seen or have been portrayed, you get a do over here with less of the restriction and power coming against you, or even being less maybe intimidated with the power you had at your disposal. Um, Remember, Pluto and Aquarius might have been also an authority figure or someone in position of power singling you out among others, maybe because they believed in you or they were maybe testing you. And some of you may have not liked that, or maybe hesitated or been suspicious uh, to maybe own that power. Remember, what Pluto tries to do is empower you through power controls and some kind of um, struggle with that. Now, take advantage of the wardrobe or color change that you have maybe most recently been trying on or thinking of. If it is a power suit, or taking like a thematic approach to maybe packing others other kinds of clothes for a conference, vacation, event, or gathering. This is easy for you as it is your physical image and how you portray through your wardrobe, through trinkets, and things that like that. Uh, Here it is first impression, makes it or breaks it. And that opens doors or gets a double take, like with heads turning. It will prove that you are also self-aware and you care enough about how you present yourself or how others think of you. Um, and that will get you noticed. So just hang on to your fire about determination of pushing through with a different look, and not be discouraged or maybe defined in keeping the old way of appearing. Uh, do experiment. I mean, it's Mercury, and Mercury, yeah, likes to change things up, and this will get you far in that. But like I said, you'll be experiencing these things without like the restrictions or obstacles, because one is we have now Pluto retrograde, and now Venus is direct. Okay. So on the 10th, we do have Mercury entering Taurus. And I also listed a couple of moon aspects. I usually don't, but I'm doing that because the 10th is building up to the full moon the next day. So, but getting back to the 10th, when Mercury enters Taurus, the moon in Libra also opposes Chiron in your sign. The moon in Libra also opposes Mercury in Taurus. And then the moon goes on to enter Scorpio and square Pluto in Aquarius. First, Mercury entering Taurus, that is your second house of job, income, and your value system. While the moon in Libra opposing Chiron in your sign and opposing Mercury in Taurus translates to either a personal, platonic, or business partners' feelings regarding what you are communicating, maybe about values or money. Um, they may be thinking that you might be too strict or unwavering, or because it's Taurus, it's, a fixed sign, or their feelings may trigger like a past wound or hurt about your image, because it is Chiron in Aries. And these talks or feelings may extend to later on in the day, bringing up maybe more intimate feelings or jealousy to or from friends or groups. An intimate partner may have conflicting feelings about your friends, or you may have feelings of possessiveness about a friend or friends, or vice versa, or what have you. So the next day we have Mercury in Taurus, semi-sextile Neptune in Aries. Not really going to be talking about that. The most important is the moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo. Oh yeah, the full moon is on the 12th. So, but I'm mentioning, like I said, I'm mentioning these aspects because the full moon is this is all gearing things up to the full moon. Uh, so Scorpio is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, um, how others value you, taxes, credits, government benefits, the past, and all that. And it's squaring Mars in Leo. So Leo is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, and gambling. Um, so this might be, you might have a creative project, and there's an issue maybe about how you're funding this creative project, or if it's a lover or romance, you may be worried about intimacy. If it's a child, maybe you're having to spend more out of pocket, uh, or you have some kind of reservations. Um, because then on May 12th, we have a full moon in Scorpio, and these events, like I said, is triggering this full moon, and uh, you know it is a hard full moon. It's not an easy one. I'll probably do a standalone video for this full moon as well. But for Scorpio is a very intense sign. They are the best and most loyal of friends and partners, um, and they have this certain test that they test people. And the more serious of a relationship, the more intense the test. Also, Scorpio. Let me get that, and I'll be back. Okay, sorry. So yes, so also Scorpions are are quite mysterious, and um, um, oh, there I am. As they have the patience of none other. Like if you watch a scorpion, they will stand still for the longest time, but when they move really fast, and that is exactly how they conduct their affairs too. Scorpios are um, also very powerful, as they are co-ruled by both Mars, your ruler, and Pluto. Pluto is the modern ruler of Scorpio. And they rule the very mysterious and powerful eighth house of intimacy, joint finances, inheritances, taxes, credits, and government benefits, loans. They rule death and rebirth, so transformation. OG, Mama, stop. He's barking at the squirrel. The taboo, ultimatums, possessiveness, jealousy, and the past. Now, many investigators, auditors, medical practitioners, and other and counterintelligence specialists are some mostly most often Scorpions, or have prominent Scorpio factors in their natal chart. They're usually the older or middle child too, with some aspect of their childhood having been some sort of test, struggle, or in adversity. There, Thereas they are by nature suspicious and rely on investigating by testing. So when we have a full moon in Scorpio, an ending or culmination has been in the works for some time, but it may be sudden as Scorpios move suddenly. Also, there is a tendency that people other than Scorpio, and during this full moon, they can get a little, let's say, nosy about someone else's business. Of course, someone they care about, and while they mean well or not, it is well, it's Scorpio energy, so it would behoove people not to get too close or be too intrusive unless it is welcome. In any case, I will be doing a standalone video on the Scorpio full moon. All right, and the next most important aspect is on May 16th, Ceres will enter your sign, Aries. The planet, or very important asteroid of compromise and reason on this day enters your sign. So anything that has had a roadblock or challenge now starts negotiations towards a compromise or some sort of compromise. Um, and this is about your image, again, your personal style and physical self. On the 18th, Mercury in Taurus will square Leo in Mars in Leo. So again, your ruler is involved here, and Leo is your fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity. And Taurus is your second house of job, income, and your value system. So there's talk here, discussions, thinking about a job, income, but probably more so about your values, because it is squaring Mars, your ruler in Leo. So this is internal. This is something that you're trying to resolve internally, unless it is a conflict of some sort with a lover, romance, or child, or maybe it is a creative project in work that you're having challenges here. Now, on the 22nd, Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo, and then the Sun in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries in your sign. So nice, Venus and Mars. Venus is the ruler of Libra, so that's your partnership. And Mars, again, your ruler, and Leo, your fifth house. Um, so this is, like I said, Venus is trying to give you this allure, this beauty, or attracting money or something. And it is trining here your fifth house of love, romance, and creativity. So whatever discussion or talk that may have been tense, or maybe a conflict on the 18th, a few days later on Thursday, here, just your presence, just Venus being in your sign, is smoothing something out in your fifth house of romance and children and creativity. This can be very, very not dreamy, but well, we do have the same day, Sun and Gemini, sextile and Neptune in your sign. So again, you are in the best spot here, Aries, because you are looking good, you're looking dreamy, and your fifth house, a lover, romance, or a child, creative project is just is working really well, benefiting you in some way. Um, and the aspect of Gemini, sextile Neptune and Aries, Gemini is your third house of communication. So this is a very nice opportunistic avenue to win people over, and almost have them like putty in your hand. So you've got a lot going for you, Aries, this month. You can use to your advantage. Now, on the 24th, Saturn will enter your sign. Dum, da, da, dum. And Saturn is is the party pooper, sort of, um, and but Saturn is very, very beneficial here. Neptune being in your sign for the past month, there's an idealism, there's something dreamy and ethereal about your image, about how you look, and you might have been thinking about making physical changes or what have you. So Saturn entering here will start bringing up some warning signs uh, if it's if this idealism is getting, just, it's like running like a runaway train, and it's your physical appearance. So again, if you're thinking about anything intrusive, plastic surgery, those diet pens, diet pills, things like that. I mean, it may not even be that, but I'm just saying, Saturn will just give you, slow things down, or restrict things that are not good for you. So pay attention to these warning signs that will come up with Saturn being in your sign. So, whatever warning signs or obstacles or restrictions about your physical appearance, that's what Saturn will be giving you, so that you may crystallize whatever this idealistic physical self you want to portray. Okay, now um, on the 26th, we do have Mercury in Gemini sextiling and Neptune in Aries. Well, before that, on the 25th, Mercury will enter Gemini. And now the talking begins. The ideas come in. The mercurial activity will happen. Gemini is your third house of communications, commuting, siblings, cousins, extended family, social network, social media. Vision also is here, and language. It's your need to be heard. So yes, and Gemini's talk really fast. So you'll have the gift of gab going forward, and then we can get to May 26th, when Mercury in Gemini sextiles Neptune in your sign, and we have a new moon in Gemini. So Mercury is very strong in its home sign of Gemini, and Mercury rules the elemental education or basic concepts, and explaining that or relaying that again in an easy to understand sort of language, or and or the pragmatic and the daily um, organization of duties and errands. So this and this is sextiling Neptune in your sign. So again, conversation, um, commuting, or maybe social media is going to give you an opportunity in regards to this idealism about your physical self. So look to that on that day. Um, what did we have? Let me just check one thing before because that will be the end. Um, we have on the 27th, Mercury in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. Pluto now is retrograde, but it hardly budges an inch. So I would still consider it almost stationary retrograde. But yeah, it's about your groups, friends, associations, memberships, and there is talk within the community or your neighborhood or on social media, and it is a very lovely aspect. You get some kind of encouragement uh, from neighbors, maybe, or social media, or siblings, right? Maybe even neighbors, regarding this membership that you have recently acquired, these friends. And then on May 30th, we do have Mercury Kazimi in Gemini, which simply means Mercury will conjunct the Sun in Gemini. So on the 30th, something might be revealed. And again, it's regarding your third house of communication, commuting, siblings, and social media. So that is it for the month of May, Aries. If you have any questions, you can throw them in the comments. I answer all questions. And I will probably talk to you next in the full moon in Scorpio video that I will upload. All right, take care. Hi, Taurus. Taurus, this is your May 2025 horoscope. And I'm just going to be explaining the most significant aspects in relation to your sign. So each sign will be different. So for you, let's start off with May 4th. We do have a first quarter moon in Leo. First quarter moon in Leo is important here because Mars has been direct, and then retrograde, and now direct again in Leo. And because of the three Mars Pluto oppositions that we've had, uh, so for the most part, your Leo related house has been muted since January, February, March, and most of April. Um, so the things that you wanted here has been almost in hand, but like sort of far away, and maybe with conflict or having to bide your time for your turn to come about. And this has been frustrating. Where now, when the opportunity is back up again, your first back up again with this first quarter moon on the 4th. Your first instinct is to like jump the gun, or feel like it's now or never, never. Um, but the recommendation is to be a little bit more patient and strategic, which will be extremely hard to do, as Leo is a fire sign. So, and also because of Pluto. Pluto the powerful is in Aquarius, and the opposition that we had between Mars and Pluto just at the end of April is still at its zenith. Really, I mean, it's disengaging now, but we're still feeling it. And you were caught smack in the middle. There was a T square where you were in the middle of that opposition, and I've put up a video regarding that opposition. You can listen to it. It's on the channel in the April um, list. Um, so yeah, so you were sort of mediating or being maybe in a tug of war between two warring factions. And Leo is your third house of communication, commuting, siblings, cousins, um, extended family, very close community, social media, language and vision are in the third house. It is also the house of neighbors and neighborhood, running around, and all that. And this goes back to November and December. And I've explained much of this in the Mars Pluto opposition. Like I mentioned, I'll put the link, the video link in the comments so you can easily access it. And you can review that video to get a better understanding. But for the most part, it is about you wanting now with this first quarter moon to bulldoze through. No pun intended about the bull. Sorry. But yeah, it has to do with jumping into action, heat, maybe conflict, confrontation about something in regards to your third house matter, as the new quarter moon is giving you that opportunity. But try to tread a little bit carefully and be a little bit more strategic. This is not ending anytime soon. So try to be as strategic as Pluto is more powerful than Mars, and allow Pluto to just simmer down a little bit. Okay, so that's what the first quarter moon in Leo um, I'm advising on. Now, on May 10th, Mercury will enter your sign. And we do have, I don't usually mention moons, but I'm going to mention them here because it is going to build up to a full moon in Scorpio. So, in any case, on May 10th, we have Mercury entering your sign. So, you're going to be very talkative. And you are a fixed sign. And you rule the second house of job, income, and value systems. Um, so, you're going to be talking. And this is about the way you appear, your image, your profile, your essence, but it has something to do with values or money in the background. Uh, we also have the moon in Libra opposing Chiron in Aries, um, and the moon in Libra also opposing Mercury in your sign, and moon in Scorpio squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So, Aries for you is your 12th house of secrets and behind the scenes, and Libra is your 6th house of busyness and scheduling and taking care of someone. And Scorpio, of course, is your 7th house of partners, business, platonic, or personal. So, like I mentioned, there's going to be talk regarding how you appear, but there's also um, feelings. Feelings are quite high here, and it might be, well, this house of busyness of yours or taking care of someone is triggering some kind of a past hurt or maybe betrayal or wound, um, and then it is opposing Mercury in your sign. So yeah, there's something here that is from the past, that is being brought up, or whatever talk there is about how you appear is triggering these feelings of the past. um, and the moon in Scorpio, so your partners, it's squaring Pluto in Aquarius. Aquarius for you is your 10th house of career, reputation, and status. So there's, for many of you, you may feel that, and I've mentioned this before, you may feel that it is, you don't know if it is you and a partner against, like, let's say the world or others, or if it's your partner and them against you. That's what you've been struggling with for some of you. Um, Otherwise, this may be about getting engaged or getting married, and and changing your status. Um, Let me see. And then because we have that opposition between your home and family and career and status, It may be that there's, I don't want to say resentment, but maybe some peculiar feelings between your parents and your partner, or maybe your partner's parents and you. There's that type of a deal going on. Um, there might be those kind of discussions or feelings, because it's really mainly the moon, but it can be verbalized. Um, and it might be a business partner, though, personal or business partner, and how your relationship is affecting your career and status. Probably, maybe. Now, on the 11th, Mercury in your sign will semi-sextile Neptune in Aries, and then we have the Moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo. Mm. Uh, so the semi-sextile is really, it's not really that significant, but there is, again, talk in regards to your image, your profile, or the way you physically appear, and then something of an idealism regarding the past or your past, or something about secrets. Semi-sextile is an opportunity, and it's a semi-sextile, so it's not really that significant. But the moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo is somewhat significant, even though it's the moon. So, it's a fleeting aspect. But your partners, again, this is between your partners and your family. It can be a business partner and your own, family partner, or it could be your significant other and your parents, or vice versa. Yeah, that is playing out somehow in the background. And this is what's triggering this full moon in Scorpio. Um, and we also have Mercury in your sign squaring Pluto in Aquarius this time. So yeah, this is going to be a tough little full moon. Um, well, a full moon is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts here. And Scorpio is your seventh house of partners, business, platonic, or intimate. Um, and Scorpio is a very intense sign. Um, It's secretive. It rules the eighth house of, we call it sex, death, and taxes. And It's about intimacy, joint finances, the mortgage. Death is really, nobody knows death. Only God knows death. This is about rebirth, about transformation. Taxes, it's taxes, government benefits, credits, loans, inheritance. Scorpio also rules the eighth house of, the past, secrets, the taboo, possessiveness, jealousy, and and all that. And Taurians can be quite possessive and quite jealous. But in regards to this full moon, again, it's about your partnerships. But the thing is there might be like some sort of um, examination, um, investigation. But I'm not talking like a professional investigation. I'm saying that maybe your partner is trying to find out something, or you're trying to find out something about that. And like I said, Taurians can be a little possessive or jealous. But with this full moon, I would just not recommend you being intrusive that way, um, because Scorpios don't like that. Um, and it would not work to your benefit. Now, if it is someone related to you, again, the same advice, like mind your own business kind of deal. But if you're welcomed or asked for help, do so. Yeah, and I will be putting out a video for the full moon in Scorpio. But in a nutshell, that's what this is. There is some kind of a ending or culmination or fruition regarding a partnership, and it is an ending only if you already know, you're well aware that something is has been uh, breaking apart. I mean, this will not come as a surprise. That's one thing I want to make very, very clear to everyone. um, and again, it might be a coming together, an ending of uh, being boyfriend girlfriend. Maybe it's culminating to an engagement or a marriage. It can also be that. In any case, the rule goes for full moons is it's never really a great idea to make life-changing decisions on a full moon. One, because it's the moon, it rules the feelings, and no permanent decision should be made on a full moon when emotions are high. And second, it's the moon, it's hidden, it's at night. No matter how full and bright it is, there is still something hidden from you. So if you want to give yourself um, a few days before making any decisions or at least when the moon moves on to Sagittarius. So that would be my advice for that full moon. And again, I'll be putting out a dedicated video for that. Now, let's see. Let's go on to the next. I just want to make sure I didn't skip something for you. Uh, Now the square, yeah, see how I am. Now the square from Mercury being in your sign to Pluto in Aquarius. Uh, this can be a tense aspect where you may feel that people are not listening to you, or hearing you, or valuing your input, or that you have been maybe left alone to your own devices. Um, because this is about your image again, because Mercury is in your sign. So discussion about how you appear, and Tauruses sometimes appear, um, not all, I'm not saying all, but because they're innocent, they're very innocent, forgiving, and what they appear sometimes maybe naive. Okay, and maybe this is why this square, you feel that um, people around you are not valuing um what you're saying because you appear like naive, or something like that. However, and remembering squares can actually be good. I've mentioned that before, and because they jumpstart things. So this can actually be constructive criticism, and you may have not been, listening, like I've said before, talking over people maybe, or not seeing their point. So again, this is about listening and critically thinking as much as it is about talking. So that's the one thing that I wanted to mention that I forgot. Sorry, I was looking over my notes. Okay, the next thing is on the 17th. Yes, there we go. Sorry, my computer's doing weird things. So the sun will conjunct Uranus in your sign, Taurus. This can be a big deal. The sun conjunct Uranus in Taurus first happened back in April of 2019, I think. Yes, April 19th, 2019. I knew there was 1919 in there. And this will be the last time we will experience this conjunction for almost another 80 years. So, more or less, this is the one in our lifetimes. Now, Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, and electricity, and rules quirky Aquarius. Aquarius rules the natal 11th house of society. Excuse me. And it rules your 10th house of career, reputation, and authority figures. Um, and like I mentioned earlier, you rule the second house of job, income, and value system. But this is about the way, again, you appear, the way you look, your physical appearance, your profile. Um, the sun conjuncting. The one thing is, we never know what Uranus is going to do, but there is going to be some kind of a surprise. And if you remember back on April 19th, 2019, and look up maybe your emails or what have you, the same kind of a theme is playing out. Now, some of you may have gotten pregnant then, and you might be getting that news again. Or some of you might have gotten engaged or married and then separated, and now you're going to do the same thing again. Or it can be something physical about you changing, that may have people be like, "Oh my God, is that you?" So yeah, so this is something about you, the way you appear, um, and your profile. Okay, the next thing is on April 18th. We will have Mercury in your sign square Mars, this time in Leo. This will be a battle of the words, Taurus, and it's between you and your home and family and your parents. Or it might be about the way you appear, um, and your home and family is not liking these words. Them are fighting words, but most likely it's probably going to be between you and your parents. And again, it's about the way you appear, or the way you look, or your profile, your online profile, and so on. Now, on the 20th, we do have a last quarter moon in Aquarius. Um, Again, Aquarius is your 10th house of reputation and authority figures. And we also have the Sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn in Pisces at the very critical 29 degrees of Pisces. So this sextile is actually very, very rewarding, as you have put in the hard work, and especially for you. because this is about your image and the way you appear. And Pisces is your 11th house of groups, friends, and associations for you. Yes, but it is mostly, it is also about your hopes and visions of your future, of the future of how you are seen amongst these groups. And Pisces rules the past as well. So that's playing out in the background. So you've put in a lot of hard work here, and this sextile is just shining a light as far as the way you appear. And it's giving a very supportive aspect in regards to friends and associations. You might be here um, getting back to a friend, or a friend is looking you up again that you might have lost touch. And it's very, very helpful and very nice. It is a very nice aspect. The last quarter moon in Aquarius, I'm mentioning it here is because um, we had a last quarter moon at the end of January. I think it was 1 or 3 degrees. I think it was one. And now we have another last quarter moon at 29 degrees in Aquarius. So it's unusual to have um, two last quarter moons in the same sign in a span of you know so close together. So it's significant, and it caught my eye. And so what this is you may have gone back to something that you knew, maybe out of obligation, maybe out of compassion, maybe out of necessity, or maybe because you just felt like it. And again, this is about your status, your reputation, and authority figures. And what you're realizing here on this last quarter moon is that it just this did, going back to whatever it was, it just is not fitting. These shoes are not fitting anymore because of all the changes that have occurred. So it's a confirmation that the past is the past. It's gone. It's done. Um, so that's what that last quarter moon represents. Oh, that was on the 20th. Okay. I don't know why yours cut off, but let me see where. Okay. Now on the 22nd, Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo. This is very, very romantic. This is the age-old Venus-Mars love story, and you are co-ruled by Venus. And Aries again is your 12th house of the past and secrets, um, and Leo is your home and family and your parents. So it might be that your own family is resembling like maybe your parents, and your parents had a beautiful love story. It might be that, um, or whatever that what happened in the past, um, maybe in regards to home and family or your parents. Here it is being smoothed out very nicely, like it's your psyche, and you might have interpreted it wrong, and maybe gotten dismayed. But because remember, the fourth house is a very deeply emotionally rooted house, and that affects everything that you do in life. It's your conditioning. And if you've had problems here, this is where Venus and Mars are hugging, and you might be hugging a parent here, or if you're parents, like I said, you two might be on a very, very good level here. The other major aspect is on the 24th. Saturn will enter Aries. Dum, 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 dum. So we've had Neptune in Aries for a full month already. And again, Aries is your 12th house of behind the scenes. Secrets are taking care of someone. So you have been very much enjoying what's been going on behind the scenes, or maybe taking care of someone, or being alone, or your dreams have might have been uh, very nice. Um, and there's something of an idealistic vision that you have in regards to maybe a secret, the past, taking care of someone, or just being alone. But Saturn entering here, of course, Saturn is the taskmaster. He constricts and restricts its rules. Um, so, uh, Saturn gets a bad rap. Saturn is actually really beneficial. So, if there are any problems in regards to your time alone, Saturn will start throwing up the red flags, so you can be aware. Let me get that, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, so any red flags um, that come up, pay attention to them going forward. Saturn will only be in Aries for 2.5 years. Neptune is a 14-year journey in Aries. So Saturn is actually helping us out a lot here by putting up boundaries so that we don't get lost in the ocean of Neptune or get, confused by the fog of Neptune. I mean, Neptune has um, its own benefits, uh, but Neptune is the god of the ocean, rules the music industry, entertainment industry, illusions, um, idealism, and all that. So yeah, pay attention to the red flags that come up, so that you don't go too far away, get lost in your world of alone time. Um, okay, now on the same day, we do have the Sun in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. And for you, Gemini is your second house of income, job, and your value system. And you've had Jupiter in Gemini since last summer. So something about your job, your income has expanded or is expanding. And you have a full month to take advantage of any opportunities that come up here because Jupiter is kind of, use it or lose it kind of deal. And here the Sun in Gemini is trining Pluto in Aquarius. So something is going to be illuminated regarding your job, income, or income potential. Um, and sorry, that is actually giving a really nice aspect to your career status and reputation. So look for an opportunity here to for a new job, maybe, or maybe your business, expanding your business, getting a pay raise, because that's going to put you in a very nice career position. Gemini also natally rules siblings, cousins, extended family, neighbors, commuting, social media. So that may be playing out in the background too. Okay, and then also on the 25th, we do have Mercury entering Gemini, and Mercury in Gemini will sextile Saturn in Aries. So the talking is going to start, discussing negotiation, texting ideas regarding your job or income. And those talks will also be beneficial in regards to something you're doing behind the scenes. Yeah, you're holding something close to the chest or working on something behind the scenes that these discussions about a job and income will come will be valuable to something that you're doing behind the scenes. And we do have a new moon in Gemini on the 26th of May. So either a new opportunity regarding job income or you're seeding the hopes of some kind of opportunity. Maybe what you've been working on behind the scenes. And when Uranus exits your sign in June, late June, and enters Gemini, yeah, you're something is going to take off, like shockingly or surprisingly, or it's going to be explosive, like not bad explosive, like good recognition. There might be like two opportunities here, maybe two business partners. Maybe you'll be working and you'll have this creative business on the side, or it can be social media. um, Maybe you're in the news industry, um, or flying, maybe it's an airline. You're a pilot. I know they're short like 3,000 airline pilots, so they're looking to train airline pilots. Maybe you're interested in that. In any case, that's the new moon on the 22nd, in 26th in Gemini, and that is your job and income house. And then the day after, Mercury in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. Another beautiful, beautiful aspect. Yeah, your job sector is going to take off big time. Or it can be your value system. But again, there's something about siblings, cousins, neighbors, community, commuting, or social media in the background. Uh, so that is it. Taurus, I hope I did your May scope justice. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments. I answer all questions. And dreams, I interpret dreams. So if you have any dreams, because you have a lot of things going on in your 12th house, you can put that, and we'll have fun with that. Otherwise, the next video I'm going to upload is going to be on the full moon in Scorpio. So take care of yourselves. I'll talk to you soon. Hi, Gemini. Gemini, this is your May 2025 horoscope. Okay, so I did put up a chart in the beginning of the video with the aspects and the degrees if you wanted to take a note of that or take a screenshot and compare it to anything that may come up in your natal chart, if any of those degrees match. Um, but yeah, there was no intro. I'm getting straight into the signs, and each the signs will be different because some aspects will not pertain, and I'm just discussing the major aspects that will pertain to you. Excuse me. So right off the bat on May 4th, and remember, please do not fixate on the date, the minute, the time. These aspects are huge aspects that reverberate, or you may have even felt them before May. So right here we have Pluto stationing retrograde on May 4th, and Pluto is in Aquarius, and Aquarius is your ninth house of higher education, foreigners, long distance travel, publication, the World Wide Web, and philosophy. Um, and you have been very busy since November regarding one of these matters or a combination of them. And something about also about groups is playing out in the background with this ninth house endeavor of yours. But today, Pluto stations a retrograde. Uh, so, first, pay attention to these few days, as whenever a planet stations, especially a powerhouse like Pluto, we sort of get epiphanies or secrets revealed here of what this has been about, what these the last quarter of Pluto going into Aquarius was about for you. The other thing is you'll start getting a reprieve if there was any intensity or blockage here, because Pluto is going retrograde. Otherwise, for some, it can be even more intense when a planet goes retrograde. So, uh, so either or. But for the most part, you'll start getting a reprieve and reviewing what you've achieved here. Um, the other thing is we have a first quarter moon in Leo. Leo is your third house of communication devices, commuting or modes of commuting. It's about siblings, cousins, extended family, neighbors, or the neighborhood, um, social media, vision, and language. It's your need to be heard. Leo also natally rules the fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity. So something about that is playing out in the background. And as far as your third house and short distance travel or the neighborhood, excuse me. Um, Now, with Leo, we have to mention Mars. Mars first entered Leo back in November, then it retrograded in Leo in December, and come January, it retrograded all the way back into Cancer. So, whatever you were doing in your third house matters sort of fell off the radar between January and April. Uh, Mars just entered back into Leo on April 18th, and you probably picked up where you left off in December or January about your third house matters. But with this quarter moon in Leo, there's an opportunity that's going to come up that you'll be sort of like revving your engine, like raring to go on this. But if you experience any kind of like hurry up and wait type of deal, heed it. Do not push, because it's still the first quarter moon, so there's still the full story is not complete yet. So try to be patient, even though it'll be very, very difficult, as it is a fire sign. And fire and air. So try to be more strategic, and you can do that. You're mercurial. Take the long view of it. All right, so that's what's going on there. Now, on May 5th, we do have Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in your sign. Aries is your 11th house of groups, friends, associations, memberships of any kind, or it could be just a friend. Um, it is also your hopes and visions of the way you want to be seen amongst these people. And Aries natally rules the image. So there's something about your friends and image. Um, and Jupiter has been in your sign since last summer. So you've appeared magnanimous, or a guru type, or the go-to person um, uh, within the last year. Some people don't like Jupiter in their sign because like everybody's tugging at them. It can also weight gain. can be associated with a Jupiter in someone's sign. Now, a sextile is a supportive aspect. So there's maybe talk, conversation um, about your friends or groups, or within that, that is giving a supporting aspect to this image that you've been creating in the past year. It's a good aspect, but a sextile is a supportive aspect. Um, Also, it can extend to social media. I don't know if I mentioned social media. All right, on the 6th, we do have Venus in Aries, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius, and we have Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries. So, Venus, this aspect is about determination. As Venus retrograding in both Pisces and Aries the last few months, um, well, Venus attracts love, money, fortune, fame, and diplomacy, the niceties of life. And when it was retrograde, those aspects may have reversed. And you may have seen your fortunes reversed in regards with friends and groups. Um, of course, that can be discouraging, and many do give up. Uh, but this aspect is determination, and it is better understood in the context of fire and air signs who don't really take no for an answer. So you will be determined to push through or have enthusiasm about or talk your way into something here um, in regards to, again, excuse me, groups and friends and this ninth house matter that you have been working on. Um, Mercury conjunct Chiron. Um, so there might be a discussion, a collaboration. Um, it's not really, it might be a conflict, uh, a heated argument, maybe, but with friends, and it's bringing up some type of past hurt that you've had with friends, or with a friend, or with friends about a friend. Um, that it's bringing up um, here. So pay attention to what the conversation is and how that makes you feel, because it is playing out somehow with your ninth house endeavors, or or with this determination that you have. So yeah, pay attention to that. All right, let's see. Now on the 10th, Mercury will enter Taurus. Again, Mercury is your ruler, so this is important. Taurus is your 12th house of behind the scenes, of the past, of secrets, of taking care of someone, of religion and faith, confining spaces, and all that. So something is on your mind here, and you've been dealing with this for the past 7 years, with Uranus and Taurus. You've had some upsets or surprises regarding your 12th house matter or something from the past. And now with Mercury entering Taurus, you're trying to put that all in perspective. So yeah, your secrets, the past, your psyche, and how that affects your value system, or a value, or someone's value, is up for discussion here. Um, so that's that. May 11th, we do have Mercury in Taurus will semi-sextile Neptune in Aries, and then the Moon in Scorpio squares Mars in Leo. Uh, the semi-sextile between Taurus and Aries is not really that significant. It's a semi-sextile, but it basically is this same thing. It's talk again, um, about the past or something in secret, uh, that is giving a supporting aspect to your ideal of friendships or groups or a friend. Um, the Moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo. This just has to do with hard work, going back and forth, um, scheduling routine, and short distance travel. Something here is mismatched. You're either overwhelmed, or your schedule, you're wanting a different kind of schedule or routine, um, because it's squaring your third house matters, or short distance travel, or communication, or commuting. Maybe you need a new car. Maybe something is happening with that. So just pay attention to what's going on. It's also building up to the next day, one of the most important aspects of this month, which will be a full moon in Scorpio. Um, And this full moon is not an easy moon. It's somewhat of a hard moon because we also have Mercury in Taurus squaring Pluto in Aquarius. And you're actually not one of the signs that will be affected the most, but I just wanted to mention because a full moon is pretty significant. So I just wanted to mention this. And Scorpio is your sixth house of health, habits, routines, and scheduling. Like I mentioned, there's something here that may not be working for you. And with a full moon, it's either the ending or the culmination of what you've uh, been trying to achieve here. Maybe you get a new routine, a new schedule, or maybe taking care of someone and it's just been uh, interfering with other things that are on in your life. And here, you either change it or you get some help, or again, like I said, a new routine or something like that. And this square from Mercury in Taurus to Pluto in Aquarius, again, it's your 12th secret house and your ninth house of higher education and foreigners or travel. And this is a tense aspect uh, where you may feel that you're not being heard a certain way, um, uh, or you're not being heard at all. And what you need to pay attention to here, Gemini, is to listen more than talk. Uh, they might be expressing that maybe you talk over them or you don't listen enough. It's about communication and listening and taking it in. So there might be some heated debate about that comes up. And it is your, like, again, your 12th house of secrets and your ninth house. All right, on the 18th, we will have Mercury in Taurus square now Mars in Leo. Um, Leo is your third house of communication, and Taurus again is your 12th house of behind the scenes. So this will be a war of words, and double that for you. So be careful, because in the heat of the moment, there there may be secrets revealed, confidentialities um revealed. Uh, yeah, try not to, because it's Mars, and Mars is all about heat and action. There's just no stopping Mars. And Leo is a fixed sign. So, yeah, them fighting words. So, but try not to rise to that occasion. Again, like I told you with the first quarter moon in Leo, um, when I said, try to play the long game, I'm going to double that here because of your secret house and your ruler and your third house all panties in a bunch. It just yeah, just be careful. Someone will uh, prod you or whatever, and there's just words are just flying, and it might be just like it might seem like it's of with malice, and it may be, but it's just things escalating. But if it does happen, I mean, it's the planets. We have no control over the planets. Uh, Things might be said that you'll have to respond to. But after the dust storm, you know, if these are important people, whoever these are, and whoever really reconciles first, the other will immediately as well. And there will be a trust that builds after this, a strong trust when both acknowledge their wrongs. So that's how it ends up. And that's how the universe is setting the situation up. It's like order out of chaos. All right. So on the 22nd, let's see if you are one of the signs. Sorry. Um, you are, as far as the sun. Yes, of course. The sun in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries. And we do also have Venus in Aries trining Mars in Leo. So, Venus and Mars is the famous old love story, kind of a heated love story, a love story. And this is again between friends and your short distance travel and neighbors or neighborhood. This might be about your past, um, or it may resemble something from the past. But in any case, if it is a current thing, it's a very lovely aspect because it's a trine, uh, but it's something very, very emotional and deep. But the sun in your sign sextiling Neptune in Aries, a sextile is a supportive aspect, and is a very nice opportunistic avenue to win people over and have them like within not your control, but yeah, like putty in your hands. Mercury will have, excuse me, a way with words, um, and you will, if it is something that you need to get out of, you will definitely have the words to do it. But again, it's a sextile, it's supportive, and it has to do with groups or friends or their image. Maybe somebody, maybe your partner or family or uh, somebody is accusing your friends or groups of something, um, but since again you are magnanimous with Jupiter in your sign, now the sun in your sign, you might be vouching for these groups or friends or finding some kind of a solution regarding their image or what have you. Okay, the next up is the 24th. Saturn will enter Aries. Dum da da dum. So, for the last month, Neptune has been in Aries, and Aries again is your groups and friends. And there has been something idealistic about groups and friends. It's been like beautiful, or maybe even an escape or a vacation of some sort. But yeah, your friends tend to be firebrands, and something idealistic about them. But here, Saturn is going to be introducing rules, regulations, and restrictions, because Neptune is the god of the ocean, the seas, the mist, fog, illusion, oil, and slippery things. And the vacation that you take with friends might get you lost at sea. And Saturn coming in here. So, any red flags that Saturn is going to throw up, pay attention to them. It'll give you an anchor to not go too far away in idealizing a friendship or friends, or boundaries. Like boundaries may get stepped over. And Saturn does get a bad rap, but he actually is very beneficial. He builds really strong foundations. And Saturn will only be in Aries for 2.5 years, where Neptune will be 14 years in Aries. So it's giving you some basics to follow so that you're in good company. All right, the next important thing will be Mercury entering your sign. Whoa! You can outtalk anyone, but here, whoa boy, you are going to have honey coming out, dripping out of your mouth. Everybody will be, when you talk, everybody will be listening here. Mercury is quite powerful in Gemini. If you're in a school setting, do express your thoughts, your feelings, because you are going to get a lot of brownie points. Uh, and again, if there's anything that um, has been a stumbling block of any with communication, with partners, with friends, with groups, with anybody, here you do have the gift of gab, and nobody does that like a Gemini does. So starting on May 25th, go ahead, talk all you want. It's going to be beautiful. Also, Mercury in Gemini is mercurial. It's about small business. It's about learning basics, explaining the basics. It's about being pragmatic, or the day-to-day operations of making a big idea work. So a lot of ideas are going to come from you guys. You're going to be on the cutting edge, as also Uranus is going to come into your sign by the end of June, and we will be seeing a lot of innovations with commuting, with communication devices, with social media. So you're going to be at the forefront of this. And with Mercury entering your sign, you're going to be getting a lot of ideas about this. Also, newspapers, journalism. If you're into that, this is an excellent time to publish. Uh, and that'll certainly help transform your ninth house of publishing if you are into publishing. Um, and the Mercury in Gemini sextiling Saturn in Aries, this sextile has its roots in the earlier sextile to Neptune on the 22nd. So on the 22nd, whatever supportive aspect um, there was, here it's extend here Saturn is approving of it. So that's your key to how maneuver groups and friends. Uh, let's see. Okay, I'm just looking at my notes. And any creative projects, Gemini. I think if I didn't mention that, any creative projects that come up, go for it. Or if you're like stuck about something, creative projects is going to be very beneficial for you. All right. All right. The next aspect will be on the 26th. Mercury in your sign will sextile now Neptune in Aries. So it's the same theme. Oh, before it might have been, sorry, Gemini. Let's see what the 22nd was about. Oh, it was the sun. Sorry. It was the sun first that in your sign, sextiling Neptune. And then we have Mercury sextiling Saturn. And now we have Mercury in your sign sextiling Neptune in Aries. So again, whatever talk that you're having regarding groups and friends, the 22nd, the 24th, the 26th, this is the winning combination about groups and friends or associations. Also, on this day, we do have a new moon in your sign, Gemini. This is very exciting, and this is kind of special. It's not like every other um, new moon in your sign that we've had, because this is a prelude again to Uranus entering your sign. So there's going to be a new opportunity, or you'll be seeding the hopes of something new in regards to your image, the way you are seen, your profile. Um, it might be, as mundane as changing wardrobe, hairstyle, trinkets, and what have you, but I would think it's a little more. And for many of you, um, well, the girl ones, you might be getting pregnant or knowing that you're pregnant here, or maybe that's what you'll be intending on wanting to do. Um, but it is a new moon, and this new moon is very powerful. So if it is a new opportunity, great. If you are seeding it, wish on that new moon. It's going to be very nice for you. Excuse me. Uh, Also on the 27th, we have Mercury in your sign trining Pluto in Aquarius. Here we go. Trine is a very nice aspect. Now Pluto is retrograde, but it's as far as I'm concerned, it's still stationary because it doesn't even move a degree the whole month. It's a very slow moving planet. So again, when if there was a problem or a situation, a difficult situation, especially with the opposition that we had between Pluto and Mars, Mars being in Leo, and Pluto in Aquarius. And again, Leo is your third house, and Aquarius is your ninth house. Um, something quite powerful was opposed, and I did do a separate video. I just uploaded it just a few days ago on the Mars Pluto opposition. You can listen to that. So here with Mercury in your sign, and Mercury being very powerful in your sign, and with this trine, you're getting your way with this ninth house matter, with this higher education, or a foreigner, or traveling. Maybe it's the student visas, because I know we're in the U.S. we're having a lot of problems with that. It might be about immigration, but yeah, there's something that you are communicating. You're able to talk your way out of, or talk your way into something here. Um, so that's very nice, and a trine is a very, very nice aspect. And then the last thing we have for this month is Mercury is Kazimi in your sign, Gemini, which simply means that Mercury will conjunct the Sun, and both are in your sign. So this is a 1 day deal. Pay attention to this day. And again, this is about talking, thinking, discussing agreements, selling, buying, but it's in regards to your image and the way you appear, your physical self, or any changes thereof. So if anything comes up then, any opportunities, grab it, because it's just good for that day, and you can make out like a bandit. All right, Gemini, so that is it. And the next video I'll be uploading will be the full moon in Scorpio. That'll be a standalone. That's why I didn't go into too much detail with it. Take care of yourselves. If you have any questions, throw them in the comments. I answer all questions. Hi, Cancer. Cancer, this is your May 2025 horoscope. And I did put up a chart with aspects and degrees if you want to take a snapshot of that and then compare it to your natal chart and see if any of those degrees match. And you can always get a natal chart from just doing Googling free birth charts. And a lot of websites are free to for you to get that. And it's really easy instructions to get it. It's just your time of birth, day of birth, and when you were born and where you were born. All right. So yeah, I'm no intro. I'm just getting straight into the aspects, and each sign will be different because some aspects are not as significant to some signs. Sorry, because I'm doing the major aspects here. All right. So we start off on May 4th with the first quarter moon in Leo, Cancer, and also Pluto stationing retrograde. Let's do Pluto stationing retrograde first. Pluto is in Aquarius. Excuse me. Pluto is in Aquarius, and Aquarius is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, inheritance, government benefits, taxes, loans, credits, the taboo, about jealousies, secrets, the past, and transformation, as in death and rebirth. Uh, uh, and Aquarius also rules natally the house of friends, groups, and associations. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Um, so that is playing somehow in the background. Um, and you have been busy with something in regards to the eighth house matters since last November. Uh, for some of you, it might have been very intense, and for some, it might have been uplifting and fast paced. In any case, what's happening is now Pluto will go to sleep, sort of. He is going to go underground. So if you have been feeling any intensity, you do get a reprieve here. It will station direct in October at the later in the year. But for now, you'll be reviewing how far along you've come since November. For some signs, yes, it'll get even more intense at times because when planets go retrograde, especially a powerhouse like Pluto, it's going deep down and under, um, and figuring out what is there that is an obstacle and to transform it. but but for the most part, it is going retrograde, and you will be reviewing what you have accomplished here, or finding solutions to any problems you've had here. Uh, this is actually great for those of you who want to publish things about eighth house matters. So it's pretty because it's intense, and it can be very, very creative. The other thing is okay. So now the first quarter moon in Leo. Leo is your second house of job, income, and your value system. And Leo also rules your, I'm sorry, natally the fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity. So that somehow is playing out in the background. Uh, so it is, and many of you have either switched jobs or are wanting to switch jobs, or you're between jobs. There's many of you that have been maybe disenchanted or jaded with what your career has been or what your job has been about, and you're wanting this change or something. um I'm sorry, I'm just okay. So in any case, what's happening with Leo in your second house? So think back to it has to do with Mars. So I have to mention that it first entered Leo in November. So there was some kind of heat, urgency, and action that in regards to your job, income, and your value system starting in November. And then in December, not that your eyes went off the ball, but you started reviewing any conflicts, maybe, or any obstacles, or how far you had come along with your second house in December. And then in January, it retrograded all the way back out of Leo and into your sign. So something about your job and income just went off the radar between January and for the most part of April, because it left your sign. Mars left your sign and then entered Leo back on April 18th, so just a couple of weeks ago. And you have picked up where you left off in regards to your job or income. Also, when Mars was in your sign, you might have, and when maybe more so when it was leaving your sign, you might have come across a health issue, God forbid. Uh, but Mars sort of does that. Uh, it's a lot of heat and action, and you're a water sign. I mean, the fire signs are more used to it, but yeah, you might have encountered, God forbid, a health issue or more maybe a mini accident. But now that Mars is out of your sign, you should be okay. Anyway, getting back to Leo. Uh, uh, and your second house, and now that you've picked up where you left off regarding your job and income, uh, this first quarter moon in Leo is an opportunity regarding that is going to come up, and that you'll want to like jump at it, um, uh, because it feels like now or never. Uh, it feels like that, but it's not. Uh, and since it is a first quarter moon, there's still three parts to the story that have not revealed themselves yet, and um, you might not encounter an obstacle, but there might be uh, like you have to wait on something, and that might be really difficult to do, where you'll keep pushing. And my advice is don't push, because well, there's no answer to be given because it's still the first quarter moon, and try to be more strategic so that you don't come off as being pushy. And then because it's your second house of job, and if it is about a job or an interview process, or you're waiting, you don't want to be upsetting the people who are going to hire you, basically. Or if it's about a business, an entrepreneurship, um, maybe zoning or things like that, just play the long game. Be more strategic with this first quarter moon. But it is an opportunity that'll come up that'll seem like, oh my God, I need an answer now. And there will be no answer coming, so don't push. Okay, why did we skip all the way from there? Oh, yes, okay. So the next most important thing, Cancer, for you will be the full moon in Scorpio on May 12th. Let me just see. There are other things happening, but you won't be affected. Uh, yeah, yeah. The next most important thing is that full moon, so you won't be really affected with the other things. They're minor for you. Um, and this full moon in Scorpio, um, well, Scorpio for you is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, pets, and gambling. And it can be gambling, like casino gambling, but like gambling on life. It's the house of fun. Um, and there is an ending here, or a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts. Scorpio is a very, very intense sign, and it rules the eighth house of intimacy, joint finances, uh, government benefits, taxes, the past, jealousy, and all that. So that is somehow playing out in the background too of this full moon. Uh, but if it is an ending, um, it might be a romance that's ending. You will have known. It is not something that is going to come out of the blue. This is not a marriage. This house is not about marriage. It's about romance. Uh, and you will have known because Scorpio also stays very still for a long time, but when they act fast. So this might come fast, but there has been signs that things may have been going south. Um, Otherwise, it can be ending the status of a lover and it becoming like steady or engagement or marriage. It can be that. Um, or it may have to do with your child. Maybe they're going away to school, maybe they're moving out, or something like that. Or you could have been working on a creative project, and it's the culmination of it, it's the ending of it, it's the fruition of your past efforts here. Now, the only other point I'm going to make um, is that this will be, if it's intense or there's some kind of a problem, this will be potent, emotional, and it's an important aspect for you as you are ruled by the moon. And Scorpio is your fellow water sign. And I've already mentioned, what it rules. If for some reason um, this does not affect you, but let's say it affects someone very close to you. You'll what Scorpio tends to do, the energies that our spidey senses go up, and we like to not interfere, but get to know the facts. Like, why did this happen, or what's going on? And the only thing with Scorpio is it does not like somebody being intrusive. It's very private. What I'm saying is, if this does not affect you, but you are very close to this situation, um, try not to be as nosy until it is welcomed, until they ask that of you, because it is a hard full moon. Uh, we do have some aspects that are contributing that will be a difficult, that it will be difficult with this full moon. And I will be putting out uh, dedicated video, a standalone video for the full moon in Scorpio. It's Chicago. Sorry, sirens are always coming and going. One of the hard aspects is Mercury in Taurus will be squaring Pluto in Aquarius. I mean, like I said, I'll be having a standalone video, but just to give you a clue, Taurus is your 11th house of friends, groups, and associations. And again, Aquarius is your 8th house of intimacy. So there's a battle between those two houses for you. But it can be as mundane as I said, um, of taking it to the next level. Um, but just try to resist. If it's not your personal thing, try to resist the urge to get involved, because scorpions can sting, and nobody likes being stung by a scorpion. Uh, so yeah, and then if you are subscribed and you have the bell, you will be notified of the standalone video that I will be downloading for the full moon later on. Uh, the other major aspect that will be affecting you will be on the 20th, the last quarter moon in Aquarius, and the sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn in Pisces. So first, this sextile, I'll begin with the last first, is a very rewarding factor, as as you have put in maybe hard work. You've maybe had deadlines, excuse me, deadlines, or you've had to redo something over and over, perfecting it for some reason, for some reason. And um, let's see, Pisces for you. Let me see where Pisces falls. I should know this already. It's your ninth house of higher education, foreigners, travel, and publishing. So you've been working very hard here, or you're a master at this right now. But you've had some obstacles in the last couple of years. Those obstacles will actually come undone. It will be released at the end of this month. But something about your friends, groups, and associations are giving you kudos, or a supporting aspect. They're giving you a hand, or a supporting aspect in regards to your ninth house matters of higher education or publishing. Um, let's see. And this will be actually, yeah, this will be very beneficial, as oh yeah, it's hitting that 29th, that very critical 29th degree. This is very nice. And pay attention to this supporting aspect, because Neptune will retrograde back into Pisces at the end of the year. And when and if you have any obstacles, then you can look to these friends and groups that'll be helping out. Now let's discuss the last quarter moon in Aquarius, which is kind of unusual, because we had a last quarter moon in Aquarius in at the end of January at 1 degree. Now it's last quarter moon in Aquarius at the very critical 29th degree of Aquarius. So May 20th, pay attention. There's something going on with endings and finales. But back to the last quarter moon in Aquarius. And again, this is your 8th house. Um, what this signifies is you might have gone back to something between January and this day. And you might have gone back maybe out of necessity, maybe out of compassion or fear, or another chance or something like that, or helping somebody out. And you are realizing that you just can't go back to what it was, because you've outlived it. It's been The welcome has been outworn. It's done. Your world has expanded so much, even with just these few several months, that you don't fit in that picture anymore. That's what it's implying, and it can be in many different scenarios that I wouldn't even think. I mean, it can be in many different scenarios, but that's what it is. It's something about your eighth house and you going back to something, or it could be playing out with somebody very, very close to you that you'd be feeling this, which you are one of the signs that'll be feeling this the most. So I highly doubt it's somebody. I think it's about you as well. Okay, let's move on. On the 24th, Saturn enters Aries. Dum da da dum. Uh, the party pooper, the old fogey. Oh God, no! Don't get mad at me, Saturn. Um, so Neptune has been in Aries for the past month, and again, Aries is your house of groups, friends, and associations, or your hopes and visions of how you want to see yourself amongst these people. And you've, for the most part, you've had an exciting ride here. You may have, hit a snag or two when Venus was retrograde, but it's been lovely. Um, uh, Sorry, I'm thinking. It's been about, well, yeah, it is about your career, your status, your reputation, and authority figures. And for the most part, it's been very nice, very fiery, very exciting. Um, but boundaries, there might have been no boundaries because it's Neptune. And Saturn now will be throwing up the red flags. He will be introducing restrictions, rules, constriction in this area of your life. And that is because he just doesn't want you to get lost at sea, lost in Neptune's sea, because Neptune is the god of the ocean, of mists. He rules the music industry, entertainment industry, magic, oil, anything slippery that you just can't hang on to. Um, so, you know, Neptune is about idealism, idealizing something, and all that. And and if and what Saturn is trying to do is trying to build you a very strong anchor foundation so that you don't get lost at sea with this. And Saturn will only be in Aries for 2.5 years, whereas Neptune will be in Aries for 14 years. So Saturn is right off the bat, giving us a support system so that we don't float away. So what I'm trying to say is start paying attention to the red flags and to the rules. It is to your benefit, even though you may not like it. And and it leaves Pisces. So the restrictions you've had regarding foreigners, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, that is going to poof disappear. You're going to be able to enjoy those without any restrictions. All right. The next most important It sounds like you're looking forward to something without limitations. Oh my God! You know what that is? That's the Gemini thing on my Samsung. Sometimes it recognizes my voice and it just tries. That's so freaky that it listens to me. Ooh, I got goosebumps. That is so weird. I don't know if I put my phone face down, it won't hear me or something. Sorry about that. Um, what was I saying? I was trying to discuss your next most important aspect, and that will be on the 26th. Cancer, it will be Mercury in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries, but that's at 1 degree, and that's a supportive aspect. It will be talk, discussion regarding the past, regarding secrets, regarding something you're working on behind the scenes or taking care of someone. And you've been busy with this area of your life since last summer. This area has expanded for you somehow. And whatever you've been doing there, it's giving a supportive aspect to this area of your life that you just got busy with as far as career status, reputation, and authority figures. Uh, the next thing is the new moon in Gemini. Now, the new moon in Gemini is very much related um, to like the prelude of Uranus leaving Taurus and entering Gemini at the end of June, early July. That's going to be a rush for you because Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, and electricity. So if there are any secrets that you don't want others to know, or what have you, you just want to clear those out now because Uranus. Well, ask a Gemini what they've gone through. But if you've been working on something behind the scenes and wanting to make something really great out of it, Uranus entering Gemini is going to give it a great big boost. So that's and it may have to do with also communication or commuting or siblings or maybe social media, because Gemini does rule that. And Gemini, this always comes in pairs. So something about twin or two things here. Now that's the last major aspect for you. I just want to see if I missed anything. Uh, I did not. And that is the ending of that of May's scope for you, Cancer. And if you're subscribed and you have the bell icon on, you will be notified about the full moon in Scorpio video. That will be a dedicated one and a standalone video that I'll be uploading next. If you have any questions, you can throw them in the comments below. I'll talk to you soon. Hi, Leo. Hey, Leo. This is your May 2025 horoscope, and I did put up a planetary aspects and degrees of the aspects in the very beginning of the video. So if you want to uh, rewind and take a snapshot of that and compare it to your natal chart to see if any of those degrees hit anything in your natal chart, and you'll probably be able to narrow it down to um, exactly what's going on. But no intro, I'm getting straight into the signs, and not all signs are going to read the same, because I'm just going to touch on the major aspects for each sign, and some aspects, some signs will not feel it. Uh, but for you, it's probably going to be a long video, because we do have Mars in your sign, we have Pluto aspects, which is your partnership house, and some good stuff like that. So we start, and also the only thing that I want to say is, when I say dates, please don't fixate on the day, the time, the minute. These are major aspects. You could have even felt them way before this date, during, and they will vibrate after. Okay, these are like major things that are milestones, or something like that, setting the pace and all that. All right, so we did have uh, Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries. And it's still at 1 degree. So if you have anything at 1 degree, you might feel this. But this is the third conjunction between Venus and Neptune. But before it was in Pisces. Now Venus is in Aries. And Venus, attracts love, money, fame, fortune, the niceties of life, diplomacy, sensuality, and pleasure, and all that. Um, and it's still true in whatever sign she's traveling in. However, she's not very comfortable in Aries, because Aries is ruled by the god of war, Mars. And yes, Mars and Venus are the classic lovers, but they are contentious lovers. Venus rules the diplomatic Libra and artsy Taurus, so she works well with those energies, with the more calm, cool, and collected energies. In any case, still, a conjunction between Venus and Neptune is absolutely dreamy. It's beautiful, and Aries is your ninth house uh, of higher education, uh, foreigners, long distance traveling, um, publishing, the World Wide Web, and philosophy. And here you may be attracting foreigners, professors, maybe classmates, or you may even be publishing something that is related to maybe like the compassionate hero or something, because Aries is ruled by the god of war, Mars, and it's the compassionate warrior. Or maybe even publishing things about war chronicles, legal or philosophical ideologies, and you may be just swept up in that whole travel in the mind of producing something on that level. But in any case, it's a very, very lovely aspect, very creative aspect, because it is Neptune. And that's one suggestion, if you wanted to get into publishing, that could really, really work well for you. All right. The next most important aspect for you comes on the 4th, which is probably today, because I'm uploading it today. But again, don't get fixated on that day. But it is the first quarter moon in your sign, Leo. And also, Pluto will station retrograde in Aquarius. Uh, let's see, which one do I want to tackle first? um, let's do the first quarter moon in your sign. Uh, well, the first quarter moon is about um, it's it's a quarter of an idea. Uh, so this is about your image, your profile, your physical self. Um, um, yeah, it's about that. And you're a fire sign, so this has to do with you asserting yourself. Let me get that. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry about that. All right. Yeah. So this has to do with you asserting yourself, your profile, or changes to your physical appearance. And as it is a new quarter moon, this may be the first opportunity that you've had since back in November to launch forward, because Mars first entered your sign in November, and there was some kind of a heat urgency action in regards to who you are. Maybe someone was in need of your help, or maybe you started a regime or something in regards to. It can be as mundane as changing a hairstyle or something like that, or wardrobe. But then it retrograded back in your sign in December, and then in January it retrograded all the way out of your sign back into Mars, into Cancer rather. Mars did, and whatever that was going on with your profile or your image was sort of put on a back burner, just fell off the radar. And just until April 18th, when Mars entered back into your sign, and you have picked up where you left off in December, January. And this first quarter moon in your sign is an opportunity that you may want to lunge forward with. But just proceed with caution, because it is still a developing moon. Feelings are still in development. And because of the powerful Mars Pluto opposition that we recently had at the end of April, um, uh, and that was, some kind of opposition between you and a partner of something of value. And I have just uploaded a few days ago the dedicated video for the Mars Pluto opposition. You can listen to that. But since Pluto is today stationing retrograde, try to wait for Pluto to budge a little uh, more into sleep, because when it retrogrades, we get a reprieve. In your case, you're going to get like a reprieve um, from any obstacles you've had with partners. Uh, so with this first quarter moon, you might want to just jump the gun, or assert yourself, and somehow just try to play the long game a little bit. If, however, you feel that this is your chance to break away from maybe an intolerable situation, then it is what it is. Then that is why the planets and stars are doing what they are doing, giving you the fearless power to move ahead. Now, the other thing with Mars being in your physical first house, it it may it may cause, like, God forbid, accidents, or maybe a health issue. So just be careful and cautious. And like I said, God forbid, but I mean, it might be just stubbing your toe, or or something like that, or a health issue might arise that may be scary. Uh, and here again, don't panic, because it's still the first quarter moon. Um, so yeah, try to be a little strategic. And then Pluto stationing retrograde, pay attention to whenever any planet stations retrograde or direct, and especially a powerhouse like Pluto. And he is in your partnership house. So the vibration is quite powerful. And you may get epiphanies, or revelations of what is going on, or about a partner, about a partnership. And this can be personal, platonic, or business partnerships. But yeah, you have quite powerful partners, Leo, and you're powerful as well. Besides Mars being in your sign, you are the the king of the forest, the lion, quite confident in yourself. But you've come against Pluto here, and he is going to be transforming your partnerships. He's going to be empowering you through partnerships, and you have been. feeling that your partners have been helping you because they have power somehow, but because you're a fire sign and because you're extremely confident, there may be power plays or controlling factors in this equation. Again, listen to that Mars Pluto opposition. That'll give you a lot of information about partners and that opposition, and it will give you a little bit more of a clue of this retrograde. Now, this retrograde with Pluto, your partners are going to simmer down. You'll be getting some kind of relief or reprieve from partners because Pluto will be um, going to sleep and going underground. In some instances, or in some cases, at some dates, it might be intense because when a planet goes retrograde, it goes deep down and under. Okay, like I said, Pluto's mission is to transform how you interact with partnerships. So, but the general rule is basically that you'll have this 5 month reprieve. It will station direct in October again. So the rock and roll will start again then. All right, the next thing that is important to you, or you'll feel, is on the 5th, Mercury in Aries will sextile Jupiter in Gemini at 22 degrees 19 minutes. So this aspect points to most probably maybe a school or higher education um, aspect. You can throw in foreigners traveling, long distance traveling, or even traveling in the mind sort of setting, and how you are seen in relations to communicating amongst your friends, groups, and associations, and or maybe even siblings or close community, uh, uh, extended family, or maybe something with social media. It can be your job is in maybe in the education field, maybe import export or logistics, or you may be thinking of tapping friends or associations for a creative project, or they could be tapping you regarding an endeavor. Um, both Aries and Gemini energies sit really well with you, Leo, because they're, one is a fire sign, your fellow fire sign, and Gemini is air. Air and fire are lovely together. So you could, so this aspect could be beneficial. The only thing is to be aware of is, since you are an extremely confident sign and Jupiter rules optimistic and philosophical Sagittarius, you just need to hone in or bring it down a notch to more basic thinking rather than philosophical or philosophy or intellectual conversations, because this aspect is Gemini, and Gemini is more basic learning, more elementary learning and discussing. Uh, the next important aspect is on the 11th, Mercury in Taurus will semi-sextile Neptune in Aries. Again, it's still at 1 degrees. And then the moon in Scorpio squares Mars in your sign. And I usually don't mention moons, but because they're fleeting aspects. But in this case, I'm mentioning it because it's happening before a full moon the next day, and it's squaring your sign. Okay, sorry, just the video editor just cut off. So this full moon, well, Scorpio is your 4th house of home, family, your parents, your country, your clan, your patriotism. It is your physical living space. So it might be an apartment or maybe a roommate share kind of thing. Um, and we have a full moon here. Uh, and Mercury in Taurus squaring Pluto in Aquarius. And Taurus for you is your 10th house of reputation, authority figures, career, status. Um, and Aquarius is, of course, your 7th house of partnerships. So this is not a clean full moon. There is this hard aspect and some other things going on, but this is all in the mix. And there is something about money going on in the background. Um, or property or value, um, or joint finances. That's that's somehow playing out in the background. Now, surprisingly, you're not really going to be feeling this. You're not one of the signs that'll be feeling this the most because of the way it angles. However, I'm going to say, because it's your 4th house, and fourth house is a very emotionally rooted house, and we have this square to Aquarius, to your partnership house, and there's money involved. So, in any case, a full moon is an ending or a culmination, or a finale or a fruition of your past efforts here. Um, Now, it can be as mundane as selling a house and buying, upgrading or downgrading. Maybe the children went away to school or something like that, or maybe there was, a separation, and you're wanting a smaller space. Um, or it could be about your parents. Um, they may be downsizing or something going on with that. Now, the Scorpio is a very intense sign. So Scorpio is, rules the eighth house of joint finances and intimacy, and death and rebirth, and also um, the past secrets, possessiveness or jealousy. Uh, and Scorpios are intense people, very, very loyal people, but they like test things. And now, if this is your home and family, um, you may want to, because it's Scorpio, you may want to like root out what it is. You might, be trying to uncover something here. If it is not your home and family, uh, and if you are not invited to root out something here, um, uh, try not to be intrusive, because you have Mars in your sign. So there's this, and you are confident. So, you might want to interject into it. But Scorpios, energy with Scorpios is, um, if it's not your personal thing, is try to, not to be nosy, in other words, because they can sting. But if you're invited to root out what's going on, investigate, or what have you, yeah, go for it. Now, the other thing about the full moon is, I always say, do not make life altering, permanent decisions on a full moon. Uh, One, it's because it's the moon, and emotions are ruled by the moon, and you don't want to be making permanent decisions on emotional. You don't want to be making emotional decisions, especially if they're, volatile emotions. And the second is there's something hidden here. Yes, it is a full moon and it's very bright, but there's still something hidden. The moon is still at night. Our our emotions are hidden. Okay, so you may not have the full story. Give it a few days. The moons change signs every 2.5 days before making any permanent decisions here. Uh, and I will be doing a dedicated standalone full moon in Scorpio video for all the signs. I do them for every full moon. So if you're subscribed and you have the bell icon, you will be notified when that drops. But that's what's playing out with this full moon. Okay, the next most important aspect, my good Leo, is, yay, 16th series enters Aries. And Aries is your ninth house of, again, higher education, foreigners, long distance traveling, publishing, and the World Wide Web. And Ceres is a very, very potent and powerful asteroid. Well, I think they demoted Pluto and made Ceres a planet, which I feel sorry for whoever made that, because Pluto probably got him back. But yeah, in any case, so if you have been having any problems with higher education, foreigners, long distance traveling, the law, also philosophy, or what have you. Series entering here for, I believe it's going to be a year or 2 years or some, or maybe I'm not sure. But in any case, series entering Aries will start the negotiations and force a compromise. So if you have been having anything stuck, or tense aspect in regards to your ninth house matters, you will start seeing compromising and negotiations. All right, the next important aspect is 17th, the Sun conjuncts Uranus in Taurus. This is pretty big as well, because the Sun is your ruler, and it is the most important, one of the most important planet, gas giants in our solar system. It gives life to everything. and grows things. And Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, electricity, and the unusual. Um, it rules a futuristic Aquarius. Aquarius is your partnership house. But Uranus usually does things in surprising ways, in shocking ways. It's like a roller coaster with Uranus. And it has been in Taurus for the past 7 years. That is your 10th house of career status, reputation, and authority figures. And you have seen abrupt shifts with your status or career or reputation or with authority figures in the last 7 years. And this one will be one of those times. Uh, the sun conjuncting Uranus. There's something that might come out of the blue. It's very powerful, but the sun is your ruler, so the sun will always be looking out for you, and it might be a very very nice opportunity that the sun is um, making sure you get because it's a conjunction. But again, we don't know what Uranus will really do. Ah, Uranus. Uh, but you're one of the signs that will be affected by this. Okay, and the next aspect will be on the 18th. Mercury in Taurus will square Mars in your sign, Leo, and this will be a humdinger. uh, it will be a war of words. Taurus is again your 10th house of career, status, your reputation, and authority figures, and of course Mars is in your sign, giving you uh, the power to push through and assert yourself. Uh, so something about your career or status, talk, discussion, negotiation, contracts, agreements, debates are going to escalate in regards to your image and how you appear. Um, and Taurus natally rules the second house of job, income, and value system. So that's going to be playing out also in the background. But you know, you have the power of Mars in your sign. Mercury is also mercurial. It can be diplomatic or talk itself out of something. But because it's Taurus, it's a fixed sign, and it is the ruler of your 10th house. So authority figures might have something to say that will not sit well with you. But again, you have confidence, so just play on that confidence rather than this dramatic assertion of yourself. Um, because again, it's authority figures, so just be careful. On the 20th, we do have the last quarter moon in Aquarius. And at 29 degrees, at the critical 29 degrees. And we also have the sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn and Pisces at 29 degrees, the critical 29 degrees. So, first, let's tackle the last first. The sun, your ruler, is again shining a spotlight on your 10th house of career, status, and authority figures. And that is actually supporting something in regards to your Pisces related house, which is your joint finances, intimacy, the mortgage, inheritances, government benefits, taxes, loans, credit, uh, death and rebirth, like a transformation. So, something about your career status or an authority figure is boosting something in regards to joint finances. Again, this might be a partner who's powerful or who knows how to navigate authority figures and is contributing to joint finances, but uh, it's somehow in regards to your status. So that can be a myriad of things, but it's at that critical 29 degree as Saturn is ready to leave a Pisces, and the restrictions you've been having in regards to joint finances or house matters will be soon lifted in a few days because Saturn will be leaving Pisces. That's why it's the 29th degree. Now, the last quarter moon in Aquarius at 29 degrees, very unusual for two reasons. One is we had a last quarter moon in Aquarius at the end of January. I think it was at 1 degree or 2 degrees. And now, uh, just a few weeks later, we have another last quarter moon in Aquarius. Highly unusual. But what this is saying is the sandwich period is you might have gone back to maybe something, someone, or a situation. Uh, One either out of necessity, uh, compassion, um, uh, or for some reason that you felt you had to go back to something. And within this period of time, and here you are realizing that the world has changed, your world has changed, their world has changed, and you are no longer able to fit into that old scenario, or they may be not able to fit in that scenario. And I'm not saying that there's an ending between you and a partner here. No, I'm just saying the situation, the interaction that was going on uh, in the past, well, is just, you try to go back to it, and it's just not going to work. So that's what this last quarter moon is detailing. Uh, and it sits well with Pluto retrograding, and you getting that relief, that release, in regards to power plays with partnerships. The next most important aspects will be on the 22nd, when Venus in Aries will trine Mars in your sign. Beautiful. This is lovely, Leo. And then we have the Sun in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries. Not really concerned too much about that, but about the Venus and Mars trine. Like I mentioned earlier, Venus and Mars are the classic lovers, um, and, and this can be a romance story. Um, and because you have Pluto in your partnership house, and Venus and Mars are sort of like, you know, the hot mess of lovers. It might be playing out like that. You might have a partner that's a firebrand, and it's. I'm trying to think of like a movie. It's not a love hate relationship, but it's like opposites attract, and there's just sparks that fly, and then afterwards you can laugh about it till like your stomach hurts. It might be that, or if you've been having any situations, because Aries is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, long distance traveling, and all that. So that is playing out somehow in the background. Um, you might be attracting a foreigner, and they're very attracted to your confidence, and especially because Mars is in your sign here. Yeah, you might meet a foreigner here that is a firebrand, and something gets sparked. Otherwise, a passion of yours in regards to your ninth house may be ignited, and you are one of the signs that will be affected. One of the signs that will be affected the most. I didn't. The Sun in Gemini, sextile Neptune in Aries. The aspect of the Sun, of course, the Sun rules you, Leo. But the Sun is in Gemini, sextiling Neptune in Aries, and this is a very nice opportunity to have people on your side. Gemini is, why do I always forget? Your friends, groups, associations, memberships of any kind. Uh, and Gemini also rules siblings, cousins, neighborhood, and neighbors. So that's playing out in the background. And like I mentioned, Aries is your ninth house. Sorry. So this might be like well, in a school setting, it might be a club or an association. Sorry. And yeah, there's some kind of camaraderie here, where you're able, again, with Mars being in your sign, you're able to win people over to yourself. It's The thing about this aspect is to listen more than to talk, because Leos like to be the center of attention, or the conversation to be about them. With this aspect, try to have the attention, share the attention with whoever this person is of interest, because that will really get this person on your side, or this group on your side, and they'll be beneficial in the long run for you. All right. Um, and on the 24th, we will have Saturn leaving Pisces after 14 long years. I'm sorry, 2.5 years. Sorry. So the obstacles and restrictions that you've had regarding joint finances, um, and any government or tax issues, that's going to lift here. Um, and then it'll enter Aries. And again, Aries is your ninth house matters. So Saturn will now start throwing up red flags or introducing rules or boundary issues. And, Saturn can be a party pooper, but he's beneficial. He's building a solid foundation because Neptune has been in Aries for the past month. So there might have been boundary issues in regards to your ninth house matters. And Saturn will be reining that in, will be giving you a heavy anchor to drop in case you start getting lost in the sea of Neptune and Aries, and your ninth house matters. You just don't want to get too far, too far away. And also, the ninth house is traveling in the mind, so it'll feel like an escape, like a vacation, and what have you. And that's very healthy. That's very good. You have to think of what you want in the mind, but Neptune has a tendency to just take us off and away, and we get lost in those waves. So Saturn will be introducing these rules and restrictions because he wants to help you crystallize whatever you're daydreaming about here, whatever you're yearning for, because there'll be a yearning about ninth house matters for you. Then the next important aspect will be for you is on the 30th, Mercury Kazimi in Gemini. Kazimi simply means the sun will be conjuncting Mercury in Gemini. Both Mercury and the sun will be in Gemini uh, at 9 degrees. So check your natal chart for that. But what that is a one time, one day type of a deal. It is, and the sun rules you. So this is going to be a very illuminating and beneficial day in regards to your friends, your groups, your associations, any camaraderie, uh, or the visions and hopes of how you want to be seen amongst these people. And Gemini also rules siblings and neighbors, social media, and all that. So that'll be playing out in the background. So whatever opportunity that pops up here, grab it with both hands, Leo. But yeah, the most of the month it is really about you picking up where you left off in November, December, and asserting yourself. And the universe is giving you an outlet as Pluto is giving you a relief or reprieve as Pluto is going retrograde in your partnership house. So you'll get an ease um, of any controlling matters here, and friends and your ninth house is all in the mix. So that is the end of your May scope. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the comment sections. And the next video will be the full moon in Scorpio for each sign. All right, Leo, take care. I'll be talking to you soon. Hi, Virgo. Virgo, this is your May 2025 horoscope, and I have put up a planetary aspect and alignment with the degrees in the very beginning of the video. So if you want to take a snapshot of that and compare it to your natal chart and see if any of those degrees match. And no intro, just getting straight into the signs. And each sign will be different because I'll be explaining the major aspects, and some horoscope signs will not be feeling some aspects where they will be feeling others. But yeah, what we start off with in May is with Pluto stationing retrograde. Pluto has been in Aquarius, and Aquarius is your sixth house of health, habits, routine, scheduling, taking care of someone, small pets. It is the house of chaos and gossip as well, as they call it, and it's related to job as well because there's the schedule and routine in there. And you may you may have been struggling maybe with a routine or a schedule or keeping on schedule, um, and taking care of someone or taking care of someone, or you might have been had your own job and taking care of someone, or you might have been doing two three jobs at the same time. In any case, this area of your life had picked up steam since November. um, and it has something to do also with groups, memberships, associations, um, some kind of camaraderie that is playing out in the background. In any case, um, now that Pluto is stationing retrograde, if there was any intensity or heat, um, in regards to being at two different places at the same time, or what have you, or not getting enough sleep, or something about your health, this will now be muted. It will slow down. The intensity will not be as high. um, you'll get some kind of a relief here. um, uh, but for some people, when a planet goes retrograde, it's going retrograde, so it's going even deeper down under. So there may be some times, some dates that may be intense, but for the most part, you will be getting a relief here, as you will be um, reviewing how far along you've come with this, and perfecting something before Pluto stations direct in October, and then brings new things to you. And I'll say challenges, but for the most part, Aquarius is a very uplifting sign. It brings results faster, or things that we thought we could never have. It like boom, it's there. In any case, I've said a lot about Aquarius in the past, but just wanted to make you aware of this stationing retrograde, and pay attention to these few days, this week or so, or next week, for the whole month, for that matter, as Pluto does hardly, it moves really slow, so it hardly moves a degree. And whenever a planet stations, we get some type of a revelation, um, an epiphany of something, and that could, again, it's related to your sixth house. Um, Now, the next important aspect, and you're not really going to probably feel any of these two next aspects that I'll mention. Uh, doesn't really pick up for you until May 10th, but I'm mentioning them because it's about Mercury, and Mercury is your ruler, co-ruler. Mercury in Aries will sextile Jupiter in Gemini. Sorry, Virgo, I forgot to do one thing. Please excuse me as I do it. Okay, so yeah, Mercury in Aries sextiles Jupiter in Gemini. Sextile is a very nice aspect. It is a supportive aspect. So Aries for you is your eighth house, um, of joint finances, of intimacy, um, taxes, government benefits, credits, loans, inheritance, the past, um, death and rebirth, as in transformation, um, taboo subjects, and things like that. So, and Gemini is your 10th house of career, status, reputation, and authority figures. Um, Also, Gemini natally rules the third house of communication, commuting, siblings, and social media. So that somehow is playing out in the background. Something about your career and your reputation or status has been expanding since last summer, since Jupiter has been in Gemini. And there's one more month, well, this month and next month, before Jupiter changes signs to Cancer. So take full advantage of these last 2 months for any opportunities in regards to your career and status expansion. And okay, so Mercury sextiling Jupiter, it's communication, ideas, conversations, agreements, negotiations, um, regarding intimacy, joint finances, a mortgage maybe, or government benefits, taxes. That is supporting very much so your career and status and reputation. You have built, or you have built something here, or you're in the process of building something, um, in regards to joint finances that's supporting your career and status. Okay, uh, the sixth, uh, more so, is about, well, we have Venus in Aries sextiling Pluto in Aquarius, which again, it's your eighth house, Aries, joint finances, and it's also supporting some kind of endeavor in as far as your sixth house of routine, health, or taking care of someone. You might be you might be in the nursing field, maybe, or home care, maybe, um, or it might be your own parent you're taking care of. But there's something about joint finances that's supporting you uh, in both your career and your routine and scheduling. Mercury will also conjunct Chiron in Aries. So talk about joint finances, intimacy, inheritances, government benefits will be triggering some kind of a past um, incident, hurt, or wound that you've had in regards to joint finances. You're a very sensitive creature, Virgo. Of course, you analyze things to no end and you worry a lot, but you are also very, very sensitive. Um, and since Mercury is your ruler, but Mercury also is your ruler, so he looks out for you. So whatever these conversations are coming up, you might be taking them to heart too much, and that's why this might be triggering a past wound or hurt, um, past event. But yeah, that's what's happening on the 6th. Now, the 10th is when Mercury will enter Taurus. And Taurus is your ninth house of long distance travel, higher education, foreigners, publishing, the World Wide Web, ouch, and philosophy or travel in the mind. Uh, so, ideas, debates, texts, phone calls, thinking around these matters will take front of mind for you. Um, And then we have on the 11th, oh, let me go back to this, sorry. I just want to make sure I didn't, because I was switching notes back and forth, and I want to make sure. Okay, so I didn't. All right, so on the 12th, we do have a full moon in Scorpio, and also Mercury in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. So Scorpio for you is your third house of communication, commuting, communication devices, modes of commuting. It is about social media, the neighborhood, neighbors, short distance travel, like running errands, siblings, cousins, extended family, vision, and language. And you are a master at this. Um, and since it is Scorpio, your words are quite intense um, when you use them. Uh, so there is an ending here. A full moon is an ending or a culmination or a fruition of your past efforts here. Um and the only thing is that Scorpio, like I said, is an intense sign, and you have a mastery in any kind of language that you know, uh, and your words are really uh, you know how to use your words. You know how to um, describe something, relay something. Um, and Scorpio is an intense sign as well. So, and Scorpio rules the eighth house of joint finances and secrets in the past too. So that's somehow playing out in the background. Just it's a full moon, and it's your third house, so it can't be that harmful. But and as far as like sending the wrong text um, or because it's a full moon, emotions are going to be very high. Is what I'm trying to say, and um, you just want to be careful with the words that you use. Can it because it can really cut a person, discourage or hurt, and it's a full moon. So if there are any decisions, like final decisions, uh, like ultimatums, you don't want to be making any ultimatums or hardline decisions on a full moon because emotions are high, and you have the upper hand here, Virgo, with your words. It can really make a person or it can really break someone. So just give yourself and others some time before making any hardline decisions, before giving any ultimatums, um, because yeah, because it's an intense. It's not a clean full moon. It's a there's some hard aspects. We have Mercury in Taurus that is squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So Taurus is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, publishing, and of course, Aquarius is your sixth house of routine, health, and habits. So, and with the full moon in Scorpio, um, This might translate to you giving an ultimatum to a foreigner. Maybe it's a foreigner, um, and it's about values. Maybe you're judging someone, or someone is judging you, uh, and um, and it has to do with short distance travel, the neighborhood. Maybe it's with a neighbor. Just yeah, again, just try to avoid any ultimatum, giving out any ultimatums, or any spiteful words or conversations, or making any decisions on this full moon. It's a hard full moon, and I will be uploading a dedicated standalone video for the full moon. I do it for all the full moons, so if you're subscribed, you'll be notified of when that video drops. Uh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Next, we do have Mercury in Taurus will square Mars in Leo, and that'll be on the 18th. And again, Virgo, this is this is a war of words. Um, Leo is your 12th house of secrets behind the scenes, of your faith, spirituality, confining spaces, taking care of someone, um, the past and hidden enemies. And in Taurus, we established is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, um, publishing, and the World Wide Web. Um, and Mercury is your ruler here, stuck in this war of words. So again, it's a war of words. It's a square. It's a very tense aspect because it's Mars as well. So you are either working on something behind the scenes, um, or holding something close to the chest, or maybe you're taking care of someone behind the scenes. Um, but there's this foreign aspect, or philosophy or ideology. In any case, what is happening here is words are being thrown around like daggers, and in the heat of the moment, there will be confidentialities revealed or secrets revealed, and it will seem like malice. Um, uh, and Taurus is a fixed sign, and so is Leo. So both these sides are fixed in their ways, and if one is going to spit out a dagger, the other one is going to do that as well. And you are a pro at talking, like I said. So but what is happening here, I mean, everything happens for a reason, and the universe is setting this up for a reason, for something to come out into the open, so it gets cleared out. Because after the dust settles, whoever is stepping forward with an olive branch, the other will um, jump at that opportunity. And it's going to, after that reconcilement, this will form an unbreakable bond, which is fantastic. It's just getting through this day. And I'd say, hide under the covers, but but it's one of those deals where it's order out of chaos. This has to happen in order for that to happen. And we have Uranus and Taurus, so it's meant to be. Just take it easy with your words. Oh, lordy, lordy. Or, I don't know. I don't know how Monday, I mean, it is Mercury, but and anyway, let's move on, and you guys can note in the comments uh, what it is. On May 20th, we do have a last quarter moon in Aquarius, and we have the sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn in Pisces at the very critical 29 degrees. And that last quarter moon is at 29 degrees. So this last quarter moon, I'm mentioning it, it caught my eye because we had a last quarter moon in January, um, which was at 1 degree. And now we have a last quarter moon at 29 degree. Very unusual. But what this is saying is this sandwich moment is you might have gone back to something or someone. And in your case, it's Aquarius. So scheduling, routine, health, taking care of someone, small pets, um, gossip or anything like that. But I highly doubt that. But yeah, you went back to, and Aquarius natally is the house of groups, friends, and associations. Uh, so that may be in the background playing out somehow, or background noise. But you probably went back to a health routine, uh, or a schedule, or taking care of someone out of necessity, maybe out of compassion, maybe temporarily, but whatever it is. Between that time, between January and now, you have realized that it's not sustainable, um, or something new has to happen, or that you're too big for that old method, old thing, because the world has changed around you and you have changed. So that's what the realization is with this, with this last quarter moon. Now, um, the Sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn in Pisces at the critical 29 degree. You're not really going to be one of the signs that will feel it the most, only to the event that I'm mentioning it because it's at the critical 29 degree. And Pisces is your seventh house of partnerships, and business, personal, platonic. And Taurus is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, and what have you. So there might be a partner that may have been. Hmm. So the sun is revealing something about publishing, higher education, a foreigner, or a long distance travel, or traveling in the mind, which is supporting some kind of a restriction that you have in regards to a partner. And it's at that culminating degrees of 29 degrees. So this is a good aspect, actually. It's not a bad aspect. Um, and this could be that a foreigner or somebody from school or something like that has maybe an eye on you, or is going to be revealed to you, and Saturn is approving of this. It may play out like that, or it may play out in many other scenarios. But it is a sextile. It is a supportive aspect. So look to the 20th for that. And then on the 25th, we have Mercury will be entering Gemini, Mercurial Gemini. Um, and Gemini is your 10th house of career, status, reputation, and authority figures. So you will be very busy from May 25th and on in regards to talking, negotiating, agreeing, contracting, things about your 10th house of career and status, or with authority figures. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but this area of your life has been expanding since last summer. Um, we also have Mercury in Gemini right after sextiling Saturn in Aries. So I didn't mention that. I should have mentioned that on let me just go back. Oh, I hate this computer. On the 24th, I believe it was. Yes, on the 24th. So before these aspects that I just mentioned, Saturn will leave Aries. I don't know how. I did not put this on your specific notes. Oh my God. I wanted to do balloons and and break out in song and dance. Virgo, 24th, put it on your calendar. Saturn will leave Pisces and enter Aries. The restrictions, the obstacles, the constriction, the old fogey that has been patrolling the policeman of your partnership house will finally leave it alone. Oh my God, I'm breathing for you. um, yeah, yeah, this is a very, very happy event. I'm more happy for you. So any constrictions or restrictions or obstacles you will see will magically disappear, because those obstacles and restrictions are now ingrained in you. So you will be the one who will be policing this yourself. But as far as powers outside of your control, um, giving you a hard time about partners, that will be relieved and released. I don't know how I did not. And when I was typing it out, I was like, oh my God, you see how you are? I got so excited over that I forgot I ran out of my 30-minute limit time. Yeah, I don't know how I missed not putting it on your specific Virgo notes. I have it on others, but I didn't. But yeah, that ends. So yay, we should have a party sometime. So on the 25th, Because when I saw Saturn in Aries, I was like, oh, I forgot to say. Anyway, on the 25th, Mercury will enter Gemini. I explained that to you. It is about your 10th house of career and status. Also, Mercury in Gemini will sextile Saturn in Aries. And Aries is your eighth house of joint finances, um, intimacy, um, government benefits, taxes, and credits, loans, and how other people will value you. So, for the past month, Neptune has been here, and Neptune has been smoothing something out or idealizing, or you've been yearning for something in this area. Maybe one specific thing, or maybe a combination of it. Again, it's intimacy, joint finances, inheritance, um, government benefits, and all that. And for the most part, whatever you've set your mind on here, you have found an avenue, or you've been able to maybe start something here or secure something. And naturally, Virgo, Saturn coming in here will start throwing up red flags. Um, and please, before you slam your phone down, just hear me out. Is Yes, there'll be obstacles, there'll be rules, there'll be boundary issues that the red flags will come up. And again, remember, it's at 0 0 degrees. It's and it's going to Saturn is going to be moving a little slow here. But what Saturn here in the beginning will be doing will be throwing up these red flags, or it might be an event that happens that is a wake up call. And this is much better than the situation you had with Neptune in Pisces, where Neptune was left alone to his own devices for 12 years, playing you like a fiddle until Saturn came in and said, enough of that. At least here, Saturn comes in the beginning and gives you that anchor, and it gives you the tools to solidify something here, um, because Saturn will only be in Aries in this part of your chart in your eighth house for only like 2.5 years. And you might be like, 2.5 years? Are you woman? Are you crazy? But but it's 2.5 years compared to Neptune being here for 14 years. So it's not like you're going to have the obstruction that you've been having with partners for 14 years. Well, for the first 12, being disillusioned, and then the last two having obstacles. Here, you get those tools in the beginning, and then Saturn will leave you alone to your devices and to Neptune. Um, and it'll be vacation all the time after that. But you don't want to get burnt here. And that's what Saturn is doing. So, in any case, the red flags that Saturn will be sending out, uh, pay heed to them so that you don't get surprised, and so that you nip it in the bud. It's better to know the full farce, if there is a farce going on, in the beginning, rather than being disillusioned, and then getting that wake up call later on. So please try to think of it that way. And Mercury in Gemini sextiling Saturn in Aries. There you go. It's a sextile is very good. It's a supportive aspect. So here there's discussion, talking agreement, in regards to your career, your status, your reputation, from or by authority figures, that is actually supporting any rules or obstacles that Saturn may be throwing up in regards to eighth house matters. So you'll have support here. It's not like you don't have support. And if it is government benefits or taxes or credits or loans, or um, you do want to have red flags. You do want to know upfront. So that's what this is, and that's where I'm going to make my case. I will die on this hill. Virgo. I'm laughing with you, Virgo. But in any case, that's what's happening starting in the 25th. But and this support has its roots earlier on the 22nd, when oh, you were not the signs that would feel it the most. So I didn't really put it in. But the 22nd, we have the Sun in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries. So even with Neptune, your career and your status, your reputation is not only sextiling Saturn, it's not only supporting Saturn's red flags, it's also supporting Neptune, the yearning, Neptune in Aries. So this is good stuff. You might be, some of you might be tying the knot here, because all this like contractual and agreements and things with Aries. Yeah, you might be taking it because it's passing the Pisces and going to Aries, so it might be the next step for some of you. All right, let's see. Where am I? Mercury, Gemini. I already explained that. Okay, on the 26th, we have. Oh, see, now we have now. First, we had the Sun in Gemini, sextiling Neptune in Aries. Then we had um, Mercury in Gemini, sextiling Saturn in Aries. Now we have Mercury in Gemini, sextiling Neptune in Aries. This is beautiful. Um, so again, talk in regards to your career status and reputation is giving a very supportive aspect to your eighth house of joint finances, government benefits, and what have you. There's this rumbling going on with something about joint finances and intimacy. Virgo, that's panning out really, really well for you because right after that, on the same day, we do have a new moon in Gemini. So either a new opportunity regarding your career and status, or you're seeding the hopes of something new here that will blossom in 6 months' time. Yes, for a lot of you, you're sealing the deal with a partner and taking it to the next level um, here. For some of you, for a lot of you, because then we have a new opportunity. Um, or it will manifest in 6 years, in 6 months' time, 6 years, Jesus. And this new moon in Gemini also is heralding or preluding uh, what Uranus will be doing in Gemini. So pay attention to the new moon, new opportunity, or the hopes of seeding a new opportunity, as Uranus will leave Taurus at the end of June and enter Gemini. So your 10th house of career and status is going to rock and roll. Start end of July, beginning of end of June, beginning of July. Something major is going to turn on its head regarding your career and status. And that has been expanding since last summer for you. I already mentioned that, I believe, in the very beginning. So this is exciting stuff too. All right. And then we have on, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I didn't. And then we come to the 27th, Mercury in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. Nice. The trine is a very positive aspect. So again, there's talk about your career and status, and that is somehow really uplifting something about your health, your routine, your scheduling, or taking care of someone. On May 30th, we will have Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. So the Sun will conjunct Mercury in Gemini. And this is important for you because Mercury is your ruler and it's a Kazemi, which means a Kazemi is like a 1 day type of a deal. So any opportunity, discussion, idea about your career or status on this day, have your ears peeled and be aware. Just put it on your calendar. Um, Grab it because it's a 1 day type of a deal, and it's Kazemi. It's very nice. It's the sun. It's powerful, and it will illuminate something. And Mercury is your ruler, so he looks out for you definitely. I think May is going to be really nice for you, and you have been like working really hard behind the scenes, and you're still working really hard behind the scenes on something, which is fantastic. But there's something going on. There's rumblings going on with foreigners and in your career and intimacy and joint finances. So good stuff. If you have any questions, you can throw them in the comments. And if you're subscribed, when I upload the full moon in Scorpio, you will be notified of that. So I will be talking to you in that video. Take care, Virgo. Hi, Libra. Libra, this is your May 2025 horoscope. I have put up a planetary alignment aspect with the degrees in the very beginning of the video. You can take a snapshot of that and compare it to your natal chart and see if any of those degrees match anything in your natal chart. And no intro, I'm going straight into each sign. And um, some signs will read different from others because the aspects that I'm going to be discussing throughout the month will pertain to that particular sign. So I might not mention some aspects because you won't really feel them as much. But yeah, here we go. And also, please don't get fixated on the day, the time, excuse me, or the minute of these aspects. These are huge aspects. You may have felt them way before, during, and they will definitely reverberate out through time. So yeah, try not to fixate on the date. More. These are more like milestones and important things like that. So we do have a Venus that will conjunct Neptune in Aries. This is absolutely beautiful. This is the third conjunction between Venus and Neptune. But before it was in Pisces. Now Venus is in Aries. And Venus is your ruler. So this is important. This is a double whammy for you, as Aries is your partnership house and Venus rules you, like I mentioned. So you may end up being, excuse me, sorry, you may end up being in some kind of a triangle situation or drama. Um, and a triangle situation, yeah, I mean, it can be that, but like um, between partners. Now, partners can be, intimate, personal, business, platonic. Your daughter can be a partner. Your brother can be a partner, and so on. So you might be in the middle of maybe your daughter and your husband, or an aunt and an uncle, something like that. But there's some kind of seriousness here. Um, but Venus is direct, and she's your ruler, so she looks out for you. And this is smoothing out the edges, or it's something creative or artsy or romantic in relations to a partner. Um, you may be yearning about something about a partner or idealizing a partner. Um, and Venus here is adding to that yearning, but it's a conjunction. So, and Venus is a serious planet, so there is some kind of seriousness to this. Um, Maybe the seriousness can be boundary lines with a partner that you know that Venus will make you aware of, or how to make a partner um, be more aware of boundary lines. Neptune is the planet of magic and mesmerizing things, and in this case, it's doing that to your partners. But many of you will be definitely head over heels with this aspect with a past, present, or potential partner. Um, and again, partners can be any type of a partner. So, oops, I would like way too. I skipped something. Sorry. Um, so yeah, so pay attention to what you are feeling towards partners, or what you like about these partners, and especially what seems elusive about them, because you are stepping into what Virgos have gone through the past 14 years of partnerships, being elusive and sometimes, well, most of the time, non-committal. I mean, it will not be exactly the same for you because it's not Pisces, it's Aries. So the issues that you may encounter, and I think I've mentioned this before, but the issues that you may encounter may be a partner struggling with um, maybe their image, um, or how they're seen, but it will be something serious uh, where you'll feel hmm, you'll feel compelled to like help, or take it upon your own shoulders, whatever it is. Um, the thing about what Saturn has been trying to teach Virgos, and what Saturn will be teaching you, and I'll be explaining that because we have an aspect with Saturn later on, is that yes, I mean, partnerships are very important, but you don't want to, not like give it your all. Of course, you want to give it your all to a partner, but you don't want to lose yourself to a partner. You want to have something left for yourself. Um, and you don't want to, have partners that bring you down either. Like I mentioned, you might be encountering partners that have some kind of a problem, where it will be like, maybe it'll be serious for them, but you might not see it as such, and that's why you're attracting these partners, because they need that energy of hope and optimism. But it might drain you. So But in any case, I'll explain what Saturn will be doing early on, not like for Virgos, where they came in after 12 years of going through Neptune uh, with their partnerships, and then Saturn coming in and bailing them out. With you, it's different. Saturn will come in early on and give you tools to avoid any disillusionment. But in any case, that's I'll be mentioning that a little later on. Um, but if you are solidly partnered, this is just a reaffirmation of your vows and or dedication to each other. Because this is a nice aspect, Venus conjunct Neptune in Aries, but it's a serious aspect because it is a conjunction. Um, um, excuse me. And Venus is your ruling planet, so she will be looking out for you. Okay, the other a couple of aspects that really you're not going to feel as much, but I'm going to mention them anyway. Is on May 4th, which is today actually, because I'll be uploading it today. We have a first quarter moon in Leo. Now, remember, Leo, Mars had gone into Leo back in November. Well, first, I should say what Leo rules for you, so you know what I'm talking about. Leo is your, oh, shoot, sorry. Leo is your 11th house of groups, friends, associations, any kind of memberships, and also your hopes, visions, and dreams of how you want to be seen amongst these people or these groups. Um, and Mars first went into Leo back in November of last year. So there was some type of heat, urgency, action in regards to friends or groups. And then in December, you started maybe reviewing, or you could have maybe lost a friend then, um, or you were just maybe busy with something else, and whatever you started in November with friends sort of got put on the back burner. And especially in January, Mars then retrograded from Leo all the way back into Cancer. So it just fell off your radar, this group and friendship type of a deal. Until last month, April 18th, when Mars re-entered Leo. And you've picked up where you left off back in November, December with this friends or groups. And you've been um, working on that. Now, how this relates to this first quarter moon in Leo is there is an opportunity, excuse me, regarding friends, groups, or associations that you'll want to lunge at, because it's like it'll feel like a now or never kind of a deal, because it's Leo, it's a fire sign, and Mars is in Leo currently. But it's the first quarter moon, so it's the first quarter of a new idea. There's still yet like 3 quarters left for this to perfect or for you to have more information. Excuse me. So what you want to do is, if there is an obstacle, you don't want to push. You want to play like the long game. You want to be more strategic in regards to friends and groups, because there's still yet a lot of time left for this, where this will perfect. Mars will be in Leo for another 2 months. Sorry, I apologize. And then we have Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius. Dun, 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 yay! Like, those balloons that confetti you throw up in the air. Yay! Um, Aquarius is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, pets, and gambling. And it can mean casino gambling, but it is also the gamble you take on life. It is the house of fun, light romance, true romance, but light romance. It's not a contractual house, it's not a marriage house. Um, so, since November till now, something regarding this house has been picking up speed, whether it has been empowering, or or if there was power struggles or control issues. With this retrograde now starting, this will like die down. This will be muted, because again, if has been empowering, you have made giant strides here. It's Aquarius. It's your fellow air sign, and now it's retrograding. You are going to be given an opportunity to review how far along you've come here and to perfect any kinks as when it stations direct in October 13th, I think. Then again, new opportunities will arise with your fifth house of love and romance and children. If you have been having stressful aspects here, obstacles or power struggles or control issues, this also will relax and calm down, and there'll be some kind of relief or reprieve. And that's why I said, "Yay!" um, uh, and in this time, you'll be understanding or perfecting on how to move forward with this. Um, Sorry, I don't know what's caught in my throat, but I don't want to stop and clear my throat. um, the other thing is I wanted to mention about this is that pay attention to whatever planet that stations, either direct or retrograde, and especially a powerhouse like Pluto. Pay attention to these few weeks, these couple of days, but definitely week or so, because Pluto hardly moves really slow, and this whole month I would consider it still stationing, because it's not even going to move a degree uh, through the whole month of May. And whenever a planet is stationed like that, the vibration, the hum of it is quite powerful. And you may get revelations, epiphanies about what has happened thus far. Conversations or actions will be revelatory here. All right, so that's the whole scoop on Pluto stationing retrograde. And I also mentioned the first quarter moon, excuse me, in Leo. Okay, so the next important aspect will be on, I apologize, will be Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. And that's happening on May 5th. Uh, and for you, Libra, this may have to do with learning the basics. Maybe about, because Gemini, well, first, Aries is, of course, your seventh house of partnerships. And Gemini is your ninth house. Yeah, your ninth house of higher education, foreigners, long distance travel, um, publishing, the World Wide Web, and philosophy. Gemini also rules the third house of communication, commuting, siblings, extended family, social media. So that may be also playing out in the background somehow. Yeah, and sextile is a supportive aspect. So there's communication talk about your partners or from your partners or between you and partner that is a supportive aspect to higher education, long distance traveling, um, foreigners, or social media. And this area of your life, your ninth house of foreigners and higher education, this has been expanding since last summer for you. Uh, and you've got 2 more months to take advantage of any opportunities that may come up with the ninth house, because Jupiter is kind of use it or lose it, and Jupiter will be changing signs from Gemini to Cancer in July. But yeah, in regards to this aspect, the sextile, it is a supportive aspect. Um, the only thing is, um, in regards to the ninth house and partners, is keeping it simple, because Gemini, Mercury rules Gemini, so there's some reception here. But Gemini is the elementary level or basic learning, basic explanation, the mundane, the day to day, interpreting, like relaying or explaining philosophical, intellectual ideas will not work here. So keep it simple or on a basic level for those who are not savvy, or it may be you that is trying to understand something about these things to advance maybe your career or status, uh, or or that of a partner's. It may be authority figures are tapping you to do this, or you are tasked with explaining it to authority figures. This may be at your job, business, or your career, or it may be in a legal sense, a contractual situation with your status. You are, you represent also the scales of justice, so the law or courts or things like that. And remember, status is Also married, not married, single, not single, but it is also like a status, like a symbol kind of thing. Doctor or what have you. Uh, I'm just checking something out. Yeah, it's about communication, but keeping it at a basic level. So keeping it simple and learning the basics and approaching your communication that way. That will have you recognized uh, with whatever's going on here. Then we do have Venus in Aries will sextile Pluto in Aquarius, and Mercury will conjunct Chiron in Aries. Uh, so the Venus in Aries sextiling Pluto in Aquarius, this aspect is about determination, pushing forward. Um, and now Pluto is stationed retrograde. Um, so and Venus was retrograde previously. So you might have been having issues or obstacles with partners and maybe your children, or maybe you were in a romantic situation and you were trying to take it to the next level of making them into a partner, or them you, and there you might have been discouraged here because of Venus being retrograde, uh, and throwing up that obstacles. And with Pluto in Aquarius, with that power play control thing going on, you may have been discouraged, uh, and you might have just given up. But with this aspect, the universe is giving you another chance to push forward, and it does it, and it does work really well with fire and air signs, where you can have that power of not taking no for an answer, or approaching it a different way. And especially with you, Libra, you are the diplomat. Ambassadors are named after you. No, but that's how I see you. And this is why the universe is forming this aspect, um, for especially fire and air energies to think of past obstacles as a bump in the road, and to give it one more try, one more push, as Venus is direct and powerful. Pluto is now reversing and allowing an appeal to come back around. And depending on the circumstances, your chart, and your determination, you may get what you want here. Okay, so the next important aspect will be on the 10th. Mercury will be entering Taurus, and Taurus is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, inheritance, taxes, government benefits, credits, loans, how other people value you, the past, secrets, transformation, as in death and rebirth. Um, so May 10th and forward, you will be coming up with ideas, talking, engaging, texting, emailing, uh, contracts, agreements regarding uh, these eighth house matters, and they will be at the front of your mind. Um, and Mercury is a thinker here, talker, and the mercurial agent of buying and selling aspects. So there, that might be playing out in the background, as well as Taurus is uh, natally the second house of job, income, and value system. So yeah, this is probably going to have to do with joint finances and something about your own income, but value systems definitely. And I'm going to be mentioning the three aspects of the moon on this day. I don't usually mention moon. I mean, like I said in the beginning, I'm talking about major aspects, but um, here I'm mentioning them because they're revving up for a full moon the next day, and because the moon is in your sign. So the combination of that I thought was important. So we have the moon in your sign opposing Chiron and Aries, and that's just your feelings. That is um, that are against a partner because of a past wound or hurt. We also have the moon in your sign opposing Mercury in Taurus. So again, your feelings are opposed to whatever communication there is about joint finances. Um, the moon then goes on to Scorpio and will square Pluto in Aquarius. So, Scorpio for you is your own income, your job, and how you value yourself, who you will and will not sell out for. Uh, and Scorpio also again rules the eighth house natally of joint finances. So, this is all about money. Um, and joint finances. And the moon in Scorpio is squaring Pluto in Aquarius. Um, so there is a aspect, tense feelings in regards to your own value system, your job, your income, and a lover, a romance, or a child, or a creative project. I mean, it can be uh, less um, tense in that aspect, as in maybe a creative project is uh, costing you something. Maybe it's expensive, uh, or maybe your child is costing you some money, or they're borrowing money, or they're needing money, or maybe your child is away at school, or school expenses. Because, like I mentioned, we also have Taurus in play in joint finances. Or if it's a lover or a romance, and it's about your value system, uh, they might not be valuing your contribution or something like that. But if it's something much more serious, um, you can find yourself you can find yourself maybe in the middle of something. Maybe you are caught in the middle of a partner and a child, um, and um, you might be feeling that a partner is setting up the child against you, or it could be your child, adult child, who is, let's say, married, and you're having to sit in judgment uh, between them as they are going through something. It can be many different scenarios, or if it is like a happy occasion, and there's no problems, no serious problems. It can be just maybe someone is between jobs or lost a job, or um, a partner, and the other partner is having to pick up slack, and there's just some tense situation here of how to make things work. This is like, if there's nothing wrong, or if you are getting engaged or married or moving in together. Again, the talk about joint finances and your income and all that will naturally come into play regarding bills or what have you. But there are some tense or exciting aspects here that will be happening, and what this is leading up to, or triggering, maybe not triggering, but leading up to this full moon in Scorpio the next day. Again, Scorpio is your second house of job, income, and your value system. And like I mentioned, Scorpio natally rules the eighth house of joint finances and how others value you, or taxes, or government benefits, inheritance, and so forth. So um, a full moon is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts here. You might be ending up a job and starting a new job. You might be ending a position and starting a new position, a lateral move, a promotion, and your old position is ending. Or uh, again, it might be a pay raise, um, or a lot of companies are downsizing. You might uh, maybe getting less hours. Otherwise, it can be a fruition, a culmination of your past efforts in regards to your job and your income. So if you've been working on something, you see, you are reaping the rewards or harvesting what you have accomplished thus far. Now, there is, or it can be about your value system, how, who or what you value. And if it is an ending, obviously, you're ending your value of someone, because like I said, you have been in this judgment kind of a scenario. uh, I think I mentioned it in your April scope, but you've been, yeah, reviewing things here. uh, so if it's just about your value system, your value system is changing. You are not going to be valuing something as you had before if it's an ending. Now, this full moon is not an easy, clean full moon. Tell me when it isn't. Uh, it is. It is a hard full moon because we do have Mercury in Taurus squaring Pluto in Aquarius. Again, Taurus is your eighth house of joint finances and intimacy, taxes, and so forth, and Aquarius is your fifth house of love, romance, and children. Um, It can be as simple as if you are ending a job and your income is stopped here. Uh, Discussions about joint finances um, is becoming combative in regards to maybe a romance or a child. Or if it's about values, again, uh, you may be feeling that you're being disrespected and somehow by a romance or a child. Um, uh, like I said, Pluto is it's about power plays and controlling behaviors, uh, and and this is all about money and values. Libra, Taurus is a fixed sign, so is Aquarius, and this square is coming about because both these areas are fixed in their ways. But the squares can also be good. They can also jumpstart things, okay, um, and and things like that. The only thing that I'll say about this full moon is Scorpio is a very very intense sign, and there and it's an investigative sign. It searches for answers when their spidey senses are up. You might because it's a water sign, so it's very intuitive, and you're going to be intuitive about values or your money, and you might research. If this is about you personally, that's fine. You know, you definitely have the right to go deeper and be intrusive and research. If this is not about you, if this is about someone very close to you and you're feeling it through them, sorry, and you might be wanting to help them by researching or investigating something, be careful. At invitation only. If you're going to do it on your own, you're going to get stung. It's Scorpio. I'm laughing with you, Libra. I'm laughing with you. It's just Scorpio loves its privacy. And if you've seen a scorpion, they're very, very, very still. You think like they're completely out of it or they're asleep, and all of a sudden they move. And when they move fast. Uh, and the same can happen here. If you like go on this research scheme, you know, you might be, intruding on something unless you're invited to help to research something. Uh, but any case, I will be putting out a dedicated standalone video for the full moon in Scorpio. I do that with all the full moons. So if you're subscribed, you will be notified when that video drops. But just as a reminder, a full moon is always very, very emotional. And, and also, a full moon actually conceals more than it reveals. There's always something hidden from you. The moon is at night; it's hidden at night. Our emotions are ruled by the moon. Our emotions are hidden. So you don't want to be making like permanent, life altering decisions during a full moon. You want to give yourself and others space, as again there is still something hidden from you. So if it is about your job, don't make a decision. If somebody rubs you the wrong way, don't be quitting. Just relax. Or if it's somebody challenging your your values, disrespecting you, maybe that's that power play with your fifth house is playing out like that again. Try not to make decisions. And Venus is direct here. She's your benefactor. She's your ruler. She's going to be protecting you here. And you are diplomatic in your way. You do attract honey's bees with honey rather with vinegar. So you have a very diplomatic approach. So I'm not too worried. And then also look out for my video. But just give yourself some time and others time when it comes to this full moon and decisions. All right, on the 16th, Ceres, the very powerful asteroid. Well, recently planet, as they demoted Pluto. Whoever did that, God knows what Pluto did to them. But yeah, supposedly Ceres is now a planet. Um, she started out as an asteroid. That's why I said that. So, in any case, a very important, uh, I'm doing air quotes, planet that brought Pluto to his knees over her daughter Persephone when he abducted her. So she is entering Aries, and Aries is your partnership house, all kinds of partnerships. So she is going to, beginning mid-month, mid-May, force negotiations and compromises in any area that you've been having problems with, in, as far as partners. And again, Venus is direct and in Aries, so you're you're sitting pretty. You're in a uh, good position, as well as you'll be not avenged, but like you'll be coming out smelling like roses. All right, and then we have on May 22nd, Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo. Oh la la. Venus and Mars, the classic lovers, uh, but contentious lovers. They have a history and a scandal. But in any case, Venus is your ruler. She is in your partnership house, so she's smoothing out many things in regards to your partners or any kind of partners, and is trining Mars in Leo. Leo is your 11th house of friends, groups, associations, memberships of any kind, and your hopes and visions of how you want to be seen amongst these groups. So this is a very lovely aspect in regards to your partner or a partner that is trining whatever efforts there are your friends and groups are taking. Uh, or it can be like a friend or a group is becoming some type of a partner or an ally of yours. Um, let me just see. I'm just looking at some notes. Mm-mm. Mm. The only thing for the ones that are in new relationships, well, this Venus in Aries trining Mars and Leo is, attraction between opposites. And if it's a fire and air signs get along really well. An air sign is freedom loving and really is can be compatible with fire signs. Uh, Not so compatible with water signs, but depending, on the moon signs and what have you. Uh, but fire signs love, 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 love their freedom a lot, and and adventures. And you're up for the ride for that. Like I said, fire and air get along really well, but you get tired of the adventures. You're pragmatic as well. So just keep that in mind. But and air signs, it can be more liberating, and there's just mutual understanding here, uh, because this is an attraction, a very magnetic attraction. So just look out for other signs in order, if this is going to be serious in the longer run. And I should do a video on like compatibility. I've just haven't had the chance to do that. Anyway, the Sun in Gemini will also sextile Neptune in Aries. So for the last month, since Neptune has been in Aries, there has been something of a compassion, uh, or a yearning or an idealism about a partner that has maybe overtaken you, or you've been thinking about. Uh, and again, this can mean different things for different Librans. Okay, uh, and um, this aspect with the Sun and Gemini sextiling. A sextile is a very supportive aspect, and Gemini is your ninth house of foreigners and higher education. So some of you might have met a foreigner or somebody in a school setting, and maybe they're turning into a partner, uh, and things are getting serious. And uh, it's Gemini, and Jupiter is in Gemini. So for the next 2 months, this will expand, and there will be opportunities here. But definitely, you're getting the opportunities that you're getting in regards to your ninth house of foreigners and higher education is supporting some kind of idealism that you're yearning for in a partner. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, you can put the question in the comment. I'll answer it. But basically, it's the aspect of the Sun in Gemini, um, supporting the idealism or the yearning in a partner that you have in a partnership, or wanting a partner like that. It's a very nice opportunist avenue to also have people on your side. The thing here is it's Gemini. So the communication between you want to again keep it on a basic level, more than ethereal or intellectual. Or you might be dealing with someone from your ninth house, like again, maybe a classmate, maybe a school setting, maybe a foreigner, that has a simplistic um, type of communication. Uh, and it can be maybe a language thing, uh, but it's a sextile, so you're understanding each other. Um, I'm just trying to think of different scenarios, Libra, and I don't want to just keep saying I'm just trying to think of different scenarios, but what it is basically is a supportive aspect between your ninth house of foreigners and this yearning you have for a partner or about a partner. All right, the next aspect is on the 24th. Yay and hallelujah. Saturn will leave Pisces and enter Aries. So, for you, Pisces is your sixth house of health, habits, routines, scheduling, taking care of someone. Um, and small pets is all up in here. So, the journey that you have been on for 14 years, here has already ended last month, but the obstacles and restrictions that you have encountered in the last 2.5 years in regards to your sixth house here ends. It magically disappears. The boundaries come down, the restrictions come down, the rules are have will go away because it is now ingrained in you. The rules are ingrained in you. You have the tools to manage this area. If it is a health issue, like I said, you will not have um, any restrictions. If it's a scheduling conflict, a routine thing, you'll just see it magically like works out to your favor. You get the routine and schedule you desire. If it's about taking care of someone, somehow it becomes easier, where you don't have to be in two places at the same time. This is a very nice aspect. Um, and then Saturn enters Aries. It enters your relationship house, Libra. So like I mentioned, the last month, Neptune has, or maybe I haven't mentioned, Neptune has been in Aries and your seventh house of partners. And there has been a yearning, a desire that has been lit under you in regards to partners. And yeah, I did mention it actually. And like I said, your partners may be in, some of you, your partners may be in some type of a quandary where you've stepped in to help. Um, again, it may be out of compassion because it's Neptune, or they've just been a really, really dreamy, tall, dark, and handsome and person who swept you away. Or if it's a guy, it's Miss Universe or something like that. Um, but yeah, there's this desire, this yearning about partners. Now, Saturn entering Aries here, the red flags um, will start coming up. Um, the restrictions, the boundaries, the constriction will come up. It might be slowly, or it might be an event that's a wake up call. But Saturn, it will be here for 2.5 years, giving you a heavy duty anchor so that Neptune does not sweep you away um, in the fog and in the depths of the ocean here. And like I mentioned earlier, um, poor Virgos, uh, Saturn didn't come in until 12 years of Neptune being left alone to his very powerful devices, as he was in his home sign of Pisces. Um, you know, putting on those rose-colored glasses about partners and being swept away like that. And for you, it was your sixth house of health, habits, and routine with Pisces. But getting back to your partnership house, with Saturn entering here, you're very lucky to have Saturn come in early on and give you those tools to not give up too much of yourself, to not um, allow. You don't want to be a handicap for partners. Like I mentioned, you might encounter partners that are going through something very emotional, serious, or what have you. I mean, it can be some of you. I'm not saying all of you will go through this. And you know, you don't want to drain your energy way too much. Uh, and Saturn will be teaching you that. So pay attention, starting the 24th and on, to what any obstacles or restrictions or red flags about boundary lines that'll come up in regards to partners and you. Okay, that's my last message. I'll move on with that. All right, and then also here we have the Sun in Gemini that is trining Pluto in Aquarius, and Gemini again is your ninth house of higher education, foreigners, and long distance travel. And again, as a reminder, Gemini natally rules um, social media, siblings, extended family, um, neighbors, and communication and all that. So that's somehow playing out in the background, and it's a very lovely aspect uh, as far as a trine is concerned to Pluto and Aquarius. So something that is being shined a light on in regards to the ninth house uh, is a very nice aspect to uh, something in your fifth house of love, romance, children, or creativity. Maybe you're going on a trip with a romance, or you've struck up a romance with a foreigner, or children and creative, or maybe your child is um, is maybe graduating and then going on to maybe out of state or out of abroad for a course or school or creative project. It could be maybe you're into publishing, um, and that's working really well. And as far as a creative project that you've been working on as well, so it can be in those scenarios or any other scenario. But it is a trine, and Pluto is retrograde, so you are reviewing something here that you've already started. You are perfecting something, and your ninth house is giving a boost to that. All right. All right. The next aspect is that on the 25th, Mercury does enter Gemini. And also, Mercury in Gemini will sextile Saturn in Aries. So now, we've been talking about the Sun in Gemini. Now it's Mercury. And again, Gemini is your ninth house. Excuse me. So now the talks, the discussion, the texting, the email, the phone calls, the agreements, the contracts will start in regards to your ninth house of higher education, long distance travel, foreigners, and publication, or traveling in the mind, as they say, philosophy. And I don't know if I mentioned this before, but since last summer, this area of your life has been expanding. And you have 2 more months to take advantage of that before Jupiter leaves Gemini and enters Cancer. But here, there's a lot of talking going on in regards to your ninth house. Uh, and this will, it is your fellow air sign, so this will really get your juices flowing. Um, Events or um, mingling like a butterfly, like Gemini does. But it is also a prelude to when Uranus will enter Gemini at the end of June and leave Taurus. And that's a 7 year um, run. So pay attention to these conversations. Also, as I mentioned before, in case you forgot, Gemini rules like siblings and extended family. So that might be, or communication devices, social media. So that may be playing out in the background. And you are one of the signs that will be affected by this. Now, Mercury in Gemini sextiling Saturn in Aries. Ooh, early on. Nice. Uh, so, well, this sextile has its roots on the 22nd when I mentioned the Sun in Gemini sextiling Saturn and Uranus. So something, sorry, something that was shined a light upon on your ninth house that is supporting um, something about a partnership, maybe an obstacle or a restriction about a partnership. And now you're getting information about that. Um, you're getting some clues. Mm-mm-mm. Again, it's about listening here. It's about keeping it simple. That's going to reveal uh, what you're signing up for here. So again, this has to do with your ninth house and your partnership house. And we're going to have another sextile. I'll mention that. It's a little later on. On the 26th, oh, okay, here it is. On the 26th, Mercury in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries. And Mercury is very strong here. It is in its home sign of Gemini. And again, Mercury and Gemini are about basic learning, elemental education, basic concepts, basic communication, keeping it real, as the youngins say. Also, Gemini are the sign of the twins, so there might be two opportunities um, here, or double speak. Just look, watch out for double speak. That's why I'm saying keeping it simple. And Gemini likes to take, the larger ideas, and it organizes it into pragmatic daily functions or doable functions. Neptune is not really concerned with breaking ideals and nuances down to their mundane and pragmatic uses. Neptune actually doesn't like that, because the magic is like sort of wiped out of the ideal. So this sextile is important. This supportive aspect is important when it's coming at a mundane, at a basic level understanding, because, well, that's going to be a little hard to explain because it's really astrological and it's mathematical. Neptune and Saturn are coming closer and closer to each other, um, and you know, polar opposites, Neptune and Saturn. One is about magic, the other one is about realism. One is about idealism, the other one is about um, getting real. So what the universe is setting up here is, with Mercury in Gemini, Mercury being the ruler of Gemini, uh, and basic understanding, uh, sextiling Neptune in Aries, and a yearning that you may be having about a partner. Um, there's some kind of a basic uh, understanding here that is revealed to you. So pay attention to that. That could be foreshadowing of also what will take place when Uranus enters Gemini in late June, early July. All right. And we also have a new moon in Gemini. Yay! I always wanted to do, the confetti whenever it's like a new moon. So again, this is a new opportunity, or you're seeding the hopes of something new here, and it's in regards to your ninth house matters. And this will be an important new moon. Again, it's a prelude to what's going to come with Uranus and Jupiter, Uranus and Gemini. um, it will get sparked really become sparked by then with Uranus, because Uranus is the planet of shock and surprise and electricity, and Gemini is an air sign. So yeah, kaboom! But in a good way, and also because Gemini is your air sign. So ninth house matters are something to bank on, Libra. They're good. And then we have on the 27th, Mercury in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. There you go. We had the earlier trine with Pluto. Let's see where it was. Oh, it was way up. It was the Sun in Gemini, trining Pluto in Aquarius, and on the 24th. And now here on the 27th, Mercury now is in Gemini, trining Pluto in Aquarius. So whatever was, well, it was the Sun first. So it was shining a light on an opportunity, um, and a nice aspect in regards to a romance or a child or a creative project. Now the talking begins on how to make it real, and how to make that nice, big, shiny idea. Again, Gemini is about the day to day, the pragmatism, being pragmatic uh, on on the mundane, basic understanding of how it will work. So very nice. So pay attention to the discussions on the 27th or thereabouts in regards to, again, your ninth house of higher education, traveling or foreigners, publishing, and your fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity, or pets. We love our pets, and you will be one of the signs that will be affected the most here. And then on the 30th, we do have Mercury Kazemi in Gemini. Lovely. This is Kazemi simply means the Sun will conjunct Mercury in Gemini, and that's pretty powerful. So it will be an idea, a discussion, a conversation, an agreement, a contract of of that sort in regards to your ninth house. And set your calendar for May 30th because this is a one-time deal kind of scenario. So if you are affected, it will be like, a lottery thing. Um, if you do get presented with something new or exciting here, um, grab it and with both hands, or return that phone call or that email and follow up the same day because, like I said, it's a 1 day deal kind of thing. All right, Libra. So that is it for May. If you have any questions or you're confused about something, throw them in the comments. I answer all questions. And the next time I will be talking to you will be the full moon in Scorpio that I will be uploading. Talk to you then. Take care. Hi, Scorpio. Okay, Scorpio, this is your May 2025 horoscope. And I have put up planetary alignment aspect and degrees in the very first, in the beginning of the video. Timestamps are in the comments. You can take a snapshot of that and compare it to your natal chart and see if any of those degrees hit anything in your natal chart. And no intro, we're getting straight into it. And each sign will read different because some aspects, I'm talking about major aspects here. So some aspects, some signs will not really feel, it will not affect them the most. In any case, we are starting off with Pluto stationing retrograde. Uh, for many, it could be a yay. For others, it could be like, oh no, not yet. Yeah, something like that. Because Aquarius is a very uplifting sign. Even with Pluto being there, it's still a very uplifting sign. Now, I should tell you. So for you, Aquarius, is your silly me. I should have known that. Is your fourth house of home, family, your parents, your country, your pride, um, your clan. Okay, it holds all that, and and you have been since November, maybe even a little before that. You have been empowered um, through home and family in some way. Uh, And yes, for some of you, there could have been power plays or struggles here, but for the most part, it's been pretty good. Okay, um, but now Pluto is stationing a retrograde at 3 degrees and 49 minutes, and what this will do is you will be reviewing things that you've achieved thus far for the first quarter of this year, and perfecting things and maybe making changes until Pluto completes its retrograde in October. I think October 13th, and then you pick up after that. For those of you that have been having problems, tense problems, or power plays, or control issues in regards to your home and family and parents, this will now um, you will have a reprieve of that, a relief, because Pluto now will be going underground, uh, or like I said, uh, retrograde. For some, and at sometimes it might be even more intense than it was going retrograde because Pluto is a very powerful planet, and as well when it's retrograding, it's going even deeper and under. Remember, What Pluto wants to do is find your power from within. And if that is not matching what is on the outside, it will destroy what's on the outside, so that that within can come up. Okay. Remember, Pluto rules the riches of the earth, and seeds are planted in the earth. So the essence, the truism of it is underground. So it's within you, is what Pluto will be searching out to bring up. So in any case, yeah, that's what it will be doing. And a lot of astrologers are saying this is going to be kind of an easy going month. And for technically yes, but for you it will be not intense as in bad, but it will be um, important. It'll be an important month. And also, the last thing I'll say about Pluto and Aquarius, it did first pop up in early 2024, and but then it retrograded, and like I said, permanently, you know, went into Aquarius in November. But also, if you wanted to get another clue, Saturn was in Aquarius back during the pandemic. So, in regards to your home and family, think about what was going on back then, um, as that was um, that was the change, on a very minute level, that uh, now Pluto will be helping you with on a much higher level, on a bigger level. Uh, so yeah, all right. I'm beating a dead horse. So we're going to be moving on. And I've written out your Pluto and Aquarius for 5 years in advance, since back in October. And do you think I have the time to record it? No. And that's why I get stuck on explaining a little bit more and a little bit more. In any case, so yeah, this is important for you because it's your fourth house of home and family, Scorpio, and that's a very deeply rooted emotional house for you. So, uh, but we'll move on. And on the 11th, well, let me check if I'm missing a couple of things. Oh, that might. No, I'm good. Yeah. So on, no, not on the 11th. What am I talking about? Did I miss that for you? See how I am? I missed that for you. So good thing I double checked. Okay, on the 10th, Mercury will enter Taurus. And that's important for you because Taurus is your partnership house. So any kind of partners, business, personal, platonic, intimate, your sister can be a partner. Your adult child can be a partner. Anyone who knows you really well. But yeah, inclusive of platonic, business, and intimate partners. So a lot of talking is going to be starting in regards to partners or with partners starting on May 10th. Um, and this is important because there's been a lot of instability in as far as partnerships for you since, for 7 years now, because Uranus has been there. So Uranus is leaving Taurus at the end of June. So hallelujah. Stability is going to come to your life, and as far as partnerships are concerned. So these talks that are happening will be in relations to, yeah, what you want your ideal partner to be. And it might be with those, crazy ups and downs, or you might be relishing more stability. Uh, okay, and then I will mention this because it's building up to an important aspect the next day, which is a full moon in your sign. So we have the moon in Libra opposing Chiron in Aries, the moon in Libra opposing Mercury in Taurus. And do I have that? Yes. So Libra for you is your 12th house of behind the scenes, secrets, the past, taking care of someone, your psyche, faith, and religion. And we already have established Taurus as being your seventh house of partners. And it's the moon. I really don't discuss the moon because, like I said, I'm discussing major aspects that reverberate or are milestones. But I'm mentioning them here because, like I said, it's building up to this full moon in your sign. So, moon is feelings, feelings that you have and you may express. And Aries for you is your sixth house of health, habits, and routine. So, there's feelings. In regards to hidden feelings, like your secretive feelings or behind the scenes or about the past, um, that is triggering some kind of a wound, or maybe a hurt that you've had, maybe in taking care of someone, maybe in routining, or a health matter. Also, it's triggering um, some kind of an opposition with a partner. So maybe you're being secretive or quiet or keeping to yourself, and that's just making a partner or partners uh, worried, where they might be like being intrusive, and that can really bug a Scorpio. I can just see you guys. Yeah, they might be like, "Are you okay? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And prodding you that way, and that can really get you upset because Scorpios like to be left alone uh, when they're being thinking something out. And then we have the moon in Scorpio squaring Pluto in Aquarius. Um, Again, Aquarius is your fourth house of home and family. Uh, yeah, so what I'm thinking is for most of you, this is family related somehow. It might be your own parents or your own family, um, and also your parents or your partner's parents are somehow involved in something, and you are thinking about uh, maybe a relocation, maybe um, a changing your home and family in some fashion, but you're wanting to be alone to maybe solve these kinks or work these things out. And yeah, somebody is trying to be helpful, but uh, because they might be worried because you're quiet, so they might be just asking you what's wrong or what's wrong, and and that's why these feelings, this square is some kind of a tense uh, aspect. That might be an outburst of feelings because Scorpio, for you, you can be really quiet and really still for the longest time, and everybody will think that there's nothing wrong, and then all of a sudden, boom, you move really fast. If you've ever seen a scorpion, they stand very, very still, but when they move really fast. So that's sometimes you take your partners off guard like that, um, like, oh, this came out of nowhere, but actually it's been brewing and brewing for you in a long time, and that's just your nature. You like to be sort of to yourself or secretive, uh, or it can be you and a partner um, being that way, and the in-laws are being surprised, because you are a very, very loyal sign as well. So if you are with a steady partner, definitely they would know you. But we do have a full moon, and this is leading up or triggering this full moon in your sign the next day. Let me see one thing. Okay, so this full moon is at 22 degrees 12 minutes. So check your natal chart for that. And this is about your image, the way you appear, your persona, your profile, your physical self, uh, and or your wardrobe and style. I mean, this can be as mundane as just you get a new job and you have a uniform. So you're ditching, or you might have had a uniform in your old job and now you don't have to, so this is just ending that one physicality of you. Or if you're a woman, you might be pregnant and showing now, or if you are getting engaged or married, you're going to appear different. um, or I mean, it can play out in many scenarios, but this is a full moon is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts. So it can be also losing weight. You might have been working on that, or gaining weight if you needed to do that. But what um, uh, 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 I was reading something, but what the only reason I'm hesitating and trying to think of different scenarios for you guys to think about is because this is not an easy full moon. It is a hard moon because we do have a square between Mercury in Taurus and Pluto in Aquarius on this full moon. Uh, so there's talking about partners or from partners, and it is conflicting with your home and family and your parents. And this can be as a classic mother-in-law daughter-in-law kind of a battle, and you're caught in the middle, uh, or vice versa. um, but there's also something about money or values playing out in the background, and some sort of us versus them scenario. also playing out in the background. Because Taurus rules the second house of job, income, and value system, and Aquarius rules the house of groups and associations. So, and with this square uh, and the way they are in relation, where they are in your life, um, this might be that. Now, if it is a happy event, the excitement might be just the meeting of two, you know, separate families getting together and learning the yeses and nos of things. But just you are a water sign, and full moons are quite emotional because the moon rules our emotions. So, and you're an intense sign. So, um, and full moons really conceal more than they reveal. So, what I'm trying to say is, if you are to make any hard line, life altering decisions, try not to make it on a full moon. Give yourself and others time and space, as you just don't want to make decisions based on emotions, one, and because, like I mentioned, there is something hidden from you. There is something that you don't know. uh, if there's a tense aspect to this. Otherwise, if it is an exciting, thing where, again, like I said, you're shedding your old self because of an exciting engagement, or new endeavor, uh, that would account for the intensity. The other thing is, like I said, you don't like people being intrusive, but and you, yes, you're a Scorpio, but when other people are feeling this energy too, they start picking up that energy, that vibe, and you like to research and investigate, and if there's something fishy, so people might be acting that way, and that really bothers you too. So, yeah, again, give people time and space. And I will be having uploading a dedicated standalone full moon in Scorpio in your sign. So if you're subscribed, you will get a notification. I do standalone videos on all full moons. I think they're important. Um, but yeah, okay. So the next thing that is important is on the 17th, the Sun will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. This is quite a big deal, and it can be explosive. It can be illuminating. It can be surprising and electrifying. The sun is a very, very powerful element in our solar system. It's the king of kings. It is the life force. Uh, Nothing more powerful than that, well, except for Pluto. And then Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, electricity, and unique. It rules the genius of the zodiac, quirky Aquarius. And your partners, like I mentioned earlier, have been surprising you for the past 7 years. Like every year, it's something new that pops up that's unexpected. It's been something of a roller coaster ride with Uranus. The highest can be the highest of highs, and the low can be the lowest of lows, and it is just very, very exhilarating. Yes, but uh, especially for you to Scorpio, you like steady and predictable. You don't like surprises. So what I'm saying is, there might be another surprise, one of those surprises here on May 17th. Remember, Uranus will be exiting Taurus at the end of June and going on to Gemini. So Uranus has a tendency to come in with a bang and leave with a bang. And this combination, the Sun and Uranus, and the aspect is a conjunction. Uh, so these two, fire and air energies, yeah, it can be some kind of a combustion, something exciting. It can be something exciting. Uh, it can be something like a pregnancy, or a proposal or something like that. But that's happening on the 17th, and you will be one of the signs that will feel this the most. On the 18th, we have Mercury again in Taurus that is now squaring Mars in Leo. So uh, this is another little war. So discussions, agreements, talks, um, insinuations, accusations, uh, tense words that will be flying with your partners or about your partners. And Leo is your 10th house of career, a reputation, your status, and authority figures. Now, just to jog your memory, um, back in November, Mars entered Leo. And something about your career, your reputation, your status, or with authority figures, started in heat and urgency. Um, and and you were taking action here, or what have you. And then in December, it sort of started, maybe not stalling, but you started reviewing what's going on. But then early January, it just fell off the radar because it was Mars then retrograding in Leo and retrograding all the way back into Cancer. So whatever that was going on in as far as your career and your status, it just fell off the radar uh, until April 18th, when Mars then ingressed back into Leo in forward motion. And you picked up, or tried to pick up, where you left off in November, December in regards to your career and status. But things uh, may have been hitting roadblocks because things have changed now. And it's not the same situation in November, December. So there's some work here to be done, or to bring it up to speed. And this might be one of that aspects, is trying to bring this up to speed, and it's causing this ruckus with partners. But a square is a tense aspect, and it's Mercury involved, and Mercury is talking, and it's Mars, the god of war, and Leo is a fixed sign and is a fire sign ruled by the sun. So this can be very volatile. This can be a very uh, explosive conversation or heated conflict, and it can just spiral out of control. So be your no nonsense Scorpio self, and don't rise to the occasion, to this heat. Uh, um, but if it is what it is where you need to be. That's why the universe is setting this up, maybe to bring something out in the open, um, order out of chaos. Um, yeah, sorry, the timer went out. So yeah, uh, just because it's such a potential for volatile kind of words. It might be taken as malice because there's confidentiality, secrets being revealed here. But after this dust storm has settled, whoever reaches out with an open hand, an olive branch, the other will immediately grab it. And this will build like a very strong bond thereafter. So there's a lesson here that will be learned, and it will be a very cathartic. It'll be a cathartic lesson to be learned, but a mutually beneficial for each parties concerned. All right. And then the next major aspect, um, well, one thing that caught my eye that I'm explaining to everyone is we do have a last quarter moon in Aquarius at the very critical 29 degrees and 43 minutes on May 20th. And why it caught my eye is because there was another last quarter moon at the end of January at 1 degree. So at the very beginning, at the very end. So it's sandwiching this period of time. And what that can say is that you may have gone back uh, to something that you had maybe before. And in this case, it's about your home and family, or this association of group and family deal. You might have a very large family, and now here on this day, you're just realizing that this is you've outgrown this, and you know um, you can't, like, you're in a new frame set, and so are they. But this is why you're trying to find, like, some kind of a change. You want to make some kind of a change to your home and family. Um, and I've mentioned that to you before in other horoscopes. Uh, yeah. Uh, and you might not even feel this the most because you're not one of the signs that will feel this the most, but I felt it important to mention it. And then on the 24th, Scorpio, we do have, what you call it, Saturn. Saturn will be leaving Pisces and entering Aries. So for you, Pisces, I forgot what Pisces for you is. Pisces is your fifth house. Oh my God, how can I forget? It's such an important house. So yeah, Saturn has been in Pisces for the last 2.5 years. Neptune was in Pisces for 14 years, but for the past 2.5 years, you've had a lot of obstacles and restrictions here, as far as your love, your romance, children, or creative projects. Even it also rules the house of fun and pets. So on the 24th, when Saturn leaves Pisces, these restrictions, these obstacles, these constrictions will magically disappear. Yay! Your lovers or your children will not be um, acting up anymore. They'll not be the policeman of your fun house. Your fun house will go back to being fun again. Hallelujah! And it enters Aries, and Aries is your sixth house of health, habits, routine, and scheduling. Uh, and for the past month, Neptune has been here, and you may have had some type of a yearning or a desire for a certain kind of a schedule or routine, or maybe health. Maybe health is at the forefront. Maybe there's an issue, God forbid, and you're just not finding the answers. Maybe so. Here with Saturn entering Aries, the red flags are going to go up. The boundaries, the rules, the restrictions. But in your case, this is good because the sixth house can be the house of chaos and gossip as well. And like I mentioned, you like stability. So Saturn is going to be giving you tools to police this area, because boundaries will be crossed. And like I mentioned, God forbid, if there's a health issue, people will be saying, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with you," and Saturn here will help you find those answers, or a workable regime and what have you. And for many of you, I have mentioned in the past that um, some of you are in a landlocked sort of geography, and you really that can really dry you up. No pun intended. You need to be by water, and if you can't, you have to incorporate some kind of a water theme in your living space. It'll really, really calm you down. Uh, yeah. Anyway, that is that. I wanted to mention that Saturn. All right, and then on the 26th, we do have a new moon in Gemini. I mean, we have a sextile, but that's not going to really affect you that much with Gemini and Aries. But this new moon in Gemini is important for everyone. Uh, and Gemini for you is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, inheritance, taxes, government loans, credits, um, government benefits, rather, credits and loans. Um, it is the house of taboo and secrets. Um, and you actually rule this house, so you're very familiar with this energy. Um, but Gemini also rules natally the third house of siblings, extended family, neighbors, commuting, communication devices, social media, um, and all that. So that is somehow playing out in the background in as far as your eighth house of money, other people's money, or this transformation, death or rebirth, or of some kind. So this is a new opportunity. A new moon is usually a new opportunity, or you're seeding the hopes of something new here that you want to happen. And this new moon is important because it is also a prelude of the new things that you might experience starting when Uranus leaves Taurus and enters Gemini at the end of June, beginning of July. So make a wish upon a star on the 26th. And then we have on the 27th, Mercury in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. And um, Gemini is your eighth house again of intimacy and joint finances, taxes and government benefits. Um, and Aquarius again is your fourth house of home and family. And this is a trine is a very, very lovely aspect. It's a very it's a mellow aspect, but and I would probably say you won't feel it, but you will feel this one because it's with these heavy duty planets. So, um, sorry, I'm just reading some notes. Uh, um, because it's Pluto, and Pluto is your modern ruler. Mars was actually your traditional ruler. Um, and Pluto is the god of the underworld, small g. Uh, this might be, and with Mercury and Gemini, Gemini is very inquisitive and the messenger of the gods. So this might like be this might pique an inquisitive interest in maybe something that's mysterious or a secret or a puzzle. And Gemini's, usually like to explore and examine. Uh, and having a trine to mysterious Pluto, this makes the mystery or this enigma that much more interesting to find the truth or secret of it. Uh, and that may rock some boats or relationships. You may even see high profile investigations revealing things that, might throw people in a panic in society. So think of like, the recent declassification of JFK and the MLK and 9/11 files, um, and maybe revealing things that have a paradigm shift. Or it could be like, oh my God, I can never unsee or unhear that. I mean, it can be surprising like that, or it can be about aliens, because Gemini and Aquarius especially is about aliens in the future. Uh, but it can be unsettling, or it can shatter some dreams. Uh, in any case, you can take that to a personal level of of where Gemini is for you, and where Aquarius affects your life. And like I mentioned, Aquarius is your fourth fourth house of home and family, and Gemini is your eighth house of secrets, joint finances, intimacy, the past, and things like that. And again, Gemini does rule siblings, extended family, social media. So maybe some revelations coming through that, or about that, and that might be exciting in a good way, not in a bad way. Um, so that's about it. The end of the month is just Mercury Cazimi in Gemini, and that's the Sun conjuncting Mercury in Gemini, and it's like an epiphany, or an opportunity, or a revelation, because it's the Sun. It's powerful, and Mercury Gemini is news oriented, but it is your eighth house. So there might be an opportunity that's exciting and that will be revealed. So set your calendar for May 30th, because Kazimis are usually a 1 day type of a deal. So if you do get like an exciting opportunity in regards to your eighth house, grab it with both hands. And that's where May's horoscope ends, Scorpio. If you have any questions, throw them in the comments. I answer all the questions. Otherwise, like I mentioned, I will, and if you're subscribed, you will be notified about the full moon in your sign video that I will be uploading. Talk to you soon. Hello, Sagittarius. Can you believe it? I'm like at the 4 hour mark. Oh my goodness gracious. Crazy kind of um horoscope. But I'm going through the major aspects, and my style. I like explaining them. So, explaining them, mansplaining. No, so that's why it's taking a little longer. Um, okay, so I do have the planetary alignment aspects and the degrees in the very beginning of the video, so you can take a picture, a snapshot of that, and compare it to your natal chart to see if any of those degrees match, and that's where you'll be affected the most. And no intro, I'm going straight into them. And some signs, not all signs are going to read the same, because some aspects really are not going to affect some signs. With that being said, um, and also the other thing I wanted to mention is, try not to get, when I say a date, please don't get fixated on the day, the time, the minute. These energies are like big energies. So you might have even already felt them before they even happened. You'll feel them during, and definitely they'll reverberate through time. because these are like milestone kind of things, those kind of energies, those powerful kind of energies. All right. God, so cold. All right, May. In May, we start off with with Venus conjuncting Neptune in Aries, and this is the third conjunction between Venus and Neptune. But before it was in Pisces. Now Venus is in Aries, and Aries is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, pets, and gambling. And Neptune is the god of the ocean, small g, of the ocean, of illusion, of idealism, and the ethereal. So this can be a very lovely aspect. Okay, um, Venus, the planet of love, uh, being conjuncted by Neptune, the planet of magic. So this will be almost similar to Libra for you Sagittarius, where again you will have a passionate intensity and maybe an imaginary or idealistic desire for a lover or a romance or a child or a creative project, um, and maybe even pets. Um, Sagittarius love their pets, or how you have fun. This is the house of fun. Aries is that for you. It's the house of true romance, but it's not a contractual house. It's not like the marriage house. It's um, light, fun romance. Just a note or a reminder that for those Sagittarius that may be having some issues or problems with a romance or a child or maybe a pet, God forbid, that you don't let this dreamy, fiery, intense attraction excuse away any boundary issues. Because remember, it is Neptune, and Neptune is the god of the ocean. You know, you can get lost in the ocean when there's a fog. For the Sagittarius that are solid with partners, this could be the one. But just remember, Neptune is the planet of illusion, again, blurring the lines and softening hard edges. Um, I mean, I don't want you to constantly think that uh, uh, they mean it one day and will change their minds the other day. You can never, ever have any guarantees in love. Or romance. So that you're dealing with dynamics with human beings. This is about being comfortable in your skin, Sagittarius, and the situation, and being okay with this working out. But if it doesn't, that is okay too. And Saturn will be coming in at the end of the month uh, to give you those tools, to give you that confidence. Uh, but I'll explain that later on. All right. Now, we do have also Pluto stationing retrograde. For some, it's going to be yay and hallelujah. For others, it's going to be ah, not so soon. Um, um, because Aquarius is, I mean, yes, it's Pluto. It's the god of the underworld, and what we went through with Pluto and Capricorn. Oh my God! And Sagittarius know this the most. Aquarius is different. It's uplifting. It does things faster. And Aquarius for you is your third house of communication, communication devices, commuting, modes of commuting. Um, it covers siblings, cousins, extended family, neighbors, the neighborhood, social media, um, vision, eyesight, and language here. So for you, I mean, this is not like a make it or break it kind of a deal. I mean, it can be. I'm not downplaying playing it, but it's an air sign. It's not like Pisces, a water sign, where it like dampened your spirit. Air sign uplifts you, and you're a fire sign. So oxygen for air is very good. Um, and for many of you, it could be like, "Ah, not yet. Don't go away, Pluto." But for some of you, if there were maybe power struggles or control issues, because that's what Pluto rules and brings transformation about through power plays and control issues. For some of you, it'll be like, ah, hallelujah, and that's what will happen. Pluto going retrograde will be muted. Um, um, it will be giving us a reprieve or a relief for the few months. It goes direct again in October. But for some, and maybe at sometimes, you might feel it even more intensely than it was going direct, because when a planet goes retrograde, it is going deep down and under, revealing things. And Pluto's mission is to bring out your true power. That is actually hidden within, that has um, that has been buried in your subconscious. Maybe at the time it was necessary, but now is the time for that real you to come out to the surface, and that's what Pluto will be doing. In any case, I'm going on, and I've written out a 5-year Pluto and Aquarius for each sign. But God, when am I going to ever have the time to record it? I don't know. I don't know, Sagittarius. I don't know. It's just going crazy. Maybe during this Pluto and retrograde, I will have the chance. All right, the next aspect will be uh, on the same day we do have a first quarter moon in Leo, and this is a little important because Leo for you is your ninth house of higher education, long distance traveling, or traveling in the mind. It is about foreigners or foreign lands, about publishing, philosophy, and the World Wide Web. And you did start something here back in November. There was some kind of a heat or urgency to it. Um, and then in December, it sort of started uh, um, like muting maybe, and maybe you were just reviewing how far along you had come, and then come January, it was Mars in Leo. Come January, Mars was retrograding in Leo in December, and then January it retrograded all the way back in Cancer, which what happened for us, it just fell off the radar. So that area of your life fell off the radar until about a couple of weeks ago on April 18th, when Mars left Cancer, and entered Leo again in direct motion this time, and you've picked up where you left off, or you're trying to do that, and there's things that have changed here, because people have changed, circumstances have changed, and uh, it might be like, well, things have changed, and that might be one intensity. But with the first quarter moon in Leo, here you're getting uh, an opportunity uh, to bring this back up again, and it feels like a now or never, like you're lunging at it, because it is, Leo, it's a fire sign. um, and you may feel like it's like now or never, but the thing is it's a first quarter moon, so it's um, there's still 3 quarters more to go. Excuse me. So if there's any obstacles, or like somebody is telling you to, like, hold on, or take it easy, it's not time yet, or something, and it might be really extremely hard to do that, because again, Leo is a fire sign and you're a fire sign. So fire signs only know, like, let's do it now, let's not wait. So it would behoove you to yes, take it easy, to be more strategic, to take the long approach, rather than let's get this done, because again, like I said, it's the first quarter moon. There's some more information that that you need for this to come together. So that's all I wanted to say about the first quarter moon and Pluto stationing retrograde. Uh, the next thing will be Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. And again, Aries is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, pets, and gambling. And Gemini is your partnership house. And sextile is a very supportive aspect. As I've mentioned, most of you are trying to get from one point to the next. And when I say as I have mentioned, is because we had a powerful uh, opposition between um, Pluto and Mars late last week. And I have put up a dedicated video for that. If you have not listened to it yet, maybe you want to listen to it. Um, but I've mentioned it. It feels for you guys like you want to advance your position somehow. Uh, you want to get from one point to the next, from here to there, uh, or to advance your status. And it looks like either from, with this aspect, being like girlfriend, boyfriend, steady, or steady to engaged, or engaged to married, or something like that. Um, um, or if it's about a child, whatever disagreement is, it might be an adult child, you're trying to get to the next, something about a next level. Or it can be getting, mundane as getting a creative project to a contractual agreement. It doesn't necessarily have to be about romance or love. Like maybe marketing your idea or project to business investors, platonic partners, or maybe even in a school setting, getting professors to sign on or something like that. Or this could simply be about your, beloved companions, your wonderful, beautiful pets, and again, your children, and you are somehow trying to either get it to the next level or help with a complicated process or breakdown of one, maybe maybe one of your child's relationships is on the edge and you are trying to help out. uh, Keep it simple, pointing out that maybe a mercurial advantage to each party, or suggesting basic self-help philosophies may do it, because it's Gemini, and Gemini is like basic elementary learning and conveying ideas. Uh, um, and since you do rule the ninth house of higher education, foreigners, philosophy, and all that, you are a lifelong learner and teacher. So Sagittarius make the best teachers, as their enthusiasm also and optimism is quite infectious. But just remember to keep it simple and advantageous. Um, you know, think strategically. Advantageous to others is the trick of how to get one thing to the other, or two parties to agree to something. Uh, One thing I've noticed in Sagittarius and may relate here is whenever they talk to foreigners, they actually use like their accent to explain things. Like they'll change their accent, and it helps a lot, you know. Uh, so yeah, so that's what's going on with that aspect. All right, moving on. Uh, on May 6th, I hesitated because I want to be thorough. The other thing with I'm sorry, the other thing with the Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini is also Gemini natally rules the house of communication also. So it's something of a double whammy. And it rules the house of siblings, cousins, extended family, neighbors, neighborhood. So that might be also playing out in the background. All right, now I feel better to move on. Uh, all right, the next important aspect is, well, I haven't put your sign as affected the most, but I will mention one of the aspects on May 6th. Mercury will conjunct Chiron in Aries. And again, Aries is your fifth house. Um, and whatever discussion talk here, it's triggering some kind of a wound, some kind of a past hurt. And pay attention to this and try to verbalize it. If you've been keeping it hidden, it'll really help um, in you understanding your own feelings and others understanding you. Um, we do have a full moon coming up on the 12th, and it is in Scorpio at 22 degrees, 12 minutes. So check your natal chart for that. But this full moon um, is has a hard aspect. It's not an easy full moon because we have a square from Mercury in Taurus to Pluto in Aquarius. And Taurus is your sixth house of health habits, routine, scheduling, taking care of someone. Um, and Aquarius is your third house of communication and commuting, um, social media, and so forth. Um, Taurus also rules the second house. Natally also rules the second house of um, money, values, job, and income. Um, so it might be about money. In any case, Scorpio is your 12th hidden house. Um, Secrets. It's about the past. It's about your psyche, your faith, your religion, taking care of someone again, confining spaces. Um, yeah, it's a deep, deep house, and and Scorpio is an intense sign. Scorpio also natally rules the eighth house of joint finances and how other people value us. So that's playing out in the background here. Uh, there is something that is hidden or in secret or about the past that you want to end, and here you get a chance. to like clean your psyche of that, to shed that, or to bring it out into the light and get rid of it. Um, and that will help you a lot. The only thing is, like I mentioned, this is a heavy duty full moon. It is a water sign, which really does not sit that well with you. Um, and with this hard aspect here, there's just, uh, I just advise always on a full moon, try not to make life altering, permanent decisions because emotions are high on a full moon. Um, Emotions are ruled by the moon. Uh, and there is still something hidden from you here because a full moon really conceals more than it reveals because the moon is at night. Our emotions are ruled by the moon. Our emotions are hidden. Yeah. And I will be doing a standalone dedicated video for this full moon in Scorpio. I do videos for all the full moons. If you look into the playlist, I do that. So if you're subscribed, you will get notified when that video drops. All right, moving on. On the 16th, Ceres, the very, very powerful asteroid. Well, it's been Pluto has been demoted, and now Ceres has been promoted to a planet. I'm going to keep on calling it an asteroid because I don't want to piss Pluto off. Um, so the very powerful asteroid slash planet of compromise and negotiations. The very famous Ceres who brought Pluto down to his knees over her daughter enters Aries. Dum da da dum. uh, your fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity. So starting here, if there has been any issues, any contention, any obstacles, um, um, series will force some kind of a negotiation or a compromise. It will not go on any longer. And you are one of the signs that will be affected the most here because you're the fire sign. So that's a good thing. It's a good thing because this will help you getting you from here to there of what you've been hoping for. Okay. The next aspect is Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo. This is absolutely dreamy and wonderful, but can be a hot mess and fiery. Venus is, Venus and Mars are the classic lovers, but they are contentious lovers. They are the scandalous lovers. So something is playing out in the background regarding that. But Venus is blessing your fifth house of love and romance, children, and creativity. And it's trining Mars in Leo, and Leo is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, um, publishing matters, long distance travel, and all that. And this is a very lovely aspect. Excuse me. If you are already paired, this is just reaffirming um, your desires for each other. If you are not, then a meeting here can be like uh, love at first sight. It's very not dreamy. It's passion. It's intensity. Okay, so it's very nice, and it's a trine. I'm not going to say anything negative about that. If it is about a child, uh, again, it is very complimentary, congratulatory. I hope I'm saying it right. Sorry. Uh, but yeah, it is very nice. And if it's about pets, oh God, nobody loves their pets more than a Leo and a Sagittarius. It's all about their pets. So do not come between a Sag and her her trusted companion. All right. The other thing that's happening here is the Sun in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries. So you've had Neptune in Aries for the past month. So something about your love, your romance, a child, or a creative project has been, um, again, you're yearning for something here. There's some kind of idealism, um, and it feels lovely and nice. Um, but with the sun in Gemini, shining a light on your partnerships here, uh, it's a very supportive aspect. So some kind of a partnership or a partner or partners are are supporting this yearning you have in regards to love, romance, or a child. It can be your intimate partner, or it can be anyone can be a partner. Someone who knows you really well can be a partner. So It can be a friend, it can be a brother, it can be a mother or father. But there's this supporting. Yep, sorry, my 30-minute limit was up. Yeah, so anybody who knows you really well can be a partner. Um, mm, I'm just looking over some notes. Sorry, Sagittarius. Yeah, that's all there is to that. Now, the Sun in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries. Yeah, yeah, I already mentioned that. The only thing is uh, with that aspect is whatever is maybe in communication here, try to listen more than of interjecting or talking over someone or speaking, because this can win people over very much so. Uh, but it's about listening um, more than speaking. So yeah, try to on the 22nd or thereabouts, if there's a conversation between partners and um, a romance or a child or something like that, be attentive and listen. All right, on the 24th, Sagittarius, Saturn will leave Pisces. Can I get a hallelujah? Hallelujah. The restrictions, the obstacles, um, the heartaches, all that in regards to your home, your family, and your parents will magically poof, fly away. Saturn will be leaving Pisces and entering Aries. So much needed reprieve. Has been the heaviest cycle that Sagittarius have gone through. I really feel for you, and but this is the ending. You have only 20 as of today, 20 more days to go. But and it's not like Neptune leaving Saturn, where we hardly felt it, or Neptune leaving Pisces. This is Saturn. You will feel it right away, and then it enters Aries, and don't boohoo, don't boohoo, because Saturn is very beneficial, and it's not like it was when it was in Pisces. Remember, Pisces is a water sign, and it does not at all mesh with your sign. It really dampens your spirit, and with having obstacles and restrictions here, it's a very deeply emotionally rooted house, and you are a very optimistic, naive, and innocent sign, where if you had restrictions here and it was dampening your spirit, it could have really did a number on you. But here it's different with Saturn entering Aries. Yes, you will have red flags coming up. You will have rules, restrictions. You will have boundary issues, and that is a good thing. Believe me, it's a good thing. I hope you didn't throw your phone against the wall or something, or kick the TV. It's not like, again, it's not like Pisces with because Neptune is a very powerful god, small g. He rules the oceans and the waves and fog, the entertainment industry, the music industry, magic, illusion. You know where I'm going with this. And you don't want him alone to his devices, especially in your fifth house of love, romance, and children and creativity. Absolutely not. That can be very devastating. It can be always non-committals and things like that. So you are being saved by Saturn coming early on and saying, "Hold up, wait up." um, Before you send these poor sages on this goose chase, I'm going to empower them with tools about boundaries, rules, and restrictions. Ask a Scorpio what they've gone through with their fifth house of love, romance, and Neptune for 12 long years before Saturn stepped in and threw them an anchor. Uh, so it's a good thing. Embrace Saturn. Love Saturn. He is your friend. Believe me, trust me. I'm going to keep harping on this because it is really good for you, Saji. Um, so pay attention to the red flags that'll come up, to maybe an event. It might be in a startling event, a wake up call. But pay to these rules, restrictions, and boundaries. They are to your benefit because it will help you crystallize whatever you're wanting here to happen. Um, and anyway, Saturn is only here for 2.5 years. You're probably gonna be like, what, 2.5 years? Well, I mean, in comparison to Neptune, who'll be here for 14 years, so that's nothing. That's just like wake up, you sleep and you wake up, and poof, Saturn will be gone. But yeah, you want him here in the beginning. All right, I went on way too long. So then we have the Sun in Gemini, trine Pluto in Aquarius. Very, very beautiful. Just as soon as, see, this is why I'm saying Saturn is going to be really beneficial for you. It's not going to be like Saturn in Pisces. Right after that, the same on the same day rather, you have a lovely aspect between partners, and your communication house, or community, or extended family, or uh, anything to do with siblings, social media. So a very, very lovely aspect. Something, uh, and it can be as mundane as getting a new phone, a communication device, or a new car, or something like that. But uh, it is very beneficial in the long run because it is Pluto. So there you go. And then on the 25th, Mercury now enters Gemini. So the Sun has been here. Now it's Mercury. So now the gift of gab is given to your partners. Your partners are going to be very talkative, and all that. Um, or you are going to be the one who's going to be conversing a lot with partners. But pay attention to these um, talks and agreements. And also, Jupiter has been in Gemini since last summer, so your partnership house has been expanding. And usually, Gemini does things in twos, so you do have multiple partners supporting you somehow. Um, and on the same day, Mercury in Gemini now sextile Saturn in Aries. So there you go, right off the bat. Even with the old fogey of Saturn being in Aries, again, talk about partnerships, or securing a partnership, or crystallizing something, um, maybe um, in regards to a romance, becoming a partner, becoming more contractual. Or it could be between your partner and your child, and there's a supportive aspect here. But very lovely, very nice. Sextile is a supportive aspect. Then on the 26th, we have Mercury in Gemini now sextile Neptune in Aries. You see, it's not all hard work. It's nice. So whatever strict Saturn is agreeing to, um, in regards to partners and a romance, Neptune is also agreeing to this. And Neptune and Saturn are coming closer and closer together. And that's very important because they're total polar opposites. So there's going to be agreements here. I think Saturn is putting Neptune in his place to what he did with Pisces. Ah, I'm laughing with you, Sagittarius, because remember, I'm going through some of these aspects too. Um, All right. On the 26th, yeah. And then we have a new moon in Gemini. Yay, confetti balloons. I wish I could do this video editor where, these kind of aspects, I'll have like confetti sparking out. In time. All right. So a new moon in Gemini, so a new opportunity, or you're seeding the hopes of something new in regards to partnerships. Things are coming up roses, which is fantastic. Um, and then there is, well, I explained the sextile between Mercury and Gemini and Neptune and Aries. The only thing is I'm going to say about Gemini throughout this whole thing, because I mentioned a lot of Gemini, is Gemini is ruled by the lower octave of Mercury, because Mercury rules both Gemini and Virgo, and Mercury rules the higher octave of Virgo. uh, that's why Virgos are um, masters, absolute masters at communication and the written word. But Gemini is more elementary, more basic, more understandable kind of learning and explaining things, because Mercury is mercurial, it's transactional, but it is also very pragmatic. It takes big ideas and makes them doable day to day, or repetitive kind of tasks. So just keep in mind, with communication with Gemini's and what have you, you want to keep it on a mundane, on a not a mundane, on a like a very element, easy to understand, easy to explain, which will be difficult for you because you do rule the ninth house of intellectualism and philosophy and big ideas. But yeah, that'll help get your point across more if you keep it simple like that. And then on the 27th, we have Mercury uh, in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. So again, and another very nice aspect, a conversation with or in regards to a partner is is empowering you somehow, through other communications or commuting, social media, or through siblings, extended family, or the neighborhood or neighbors. So, a very supportive aspect. And don't forget, um, Jupiter will be in Gemini until July when it changes signs to uh, uh, Cancer, which will be nice for you also. But Jupiter is kind of a use it or lose it. So, and you have 2 months for any opportunities in regards to partners to take full advantage of them. And then the last aspect of the month is Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. And that simply means the Sun will conjunct Mercury in Gemini. A very, very important aspect. The Sun is a powerful planet, and with a conjunction is a serious aspect. So, and set your calendars for this day, May 30th, because Cazimis are usually a 1 day type of a deal. So if you are presented with any opportunities in regards to partnerships, grab it with both hands. It'll be very beneficial. And that is the extent of May. I hope I did it justice for you guys, Sages. And if you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments. I answer all questions. Uh, Otherwise, like I said, I will be uploading. The next time I will be talking to you will be the video about the full moon in Scorpio. And if you're subscribed, you'll be notified of that video dropping. Take care of yourself, Sages. I'm rooting for you. Hello, Capricorn. Okay, Capricorn, this is your May 2025 horoscope. I have put up the planetary alignment aspects and degrees in the very beginning of the video. You are welcome to take a snapshot of that and compare it to your natal chart and see if any of those degrees hit anything in your natal chart, and that's where you will feel it the most, if at all. And no intro, I'm just getting straight into this, and not all signs will read the same because these are the aspects I'm discussing are important important aspects, and some signs will not be affected by other aspects. So yeah, each sign will be different. So this is for you personally. All right, and also do not get fixated on the day, the time, the minute, the hour of a certain aspect. These are huge aspects, so they're like milestone kind of things. You may even feel them way before I say they are on that date, and you'll feel them during, and definitely they'll reverberate out throughout time. All right. So or rather, Pluto will be stationing retrograde very early on. Well, on the 4th, but it Pluto is a powerhouse of a planet. It moves really, really super slow. Um, so I consider that it's going to actually be almost stationary for the whole month. Uh, but yeah, it is stationing um, retrograde, and it will be retrograde until October of this year, October 13th, I believe. And Pluto is in Aquarius, and Aquarius for you is your second house of job, income, and your value system. Also, Aquarius natally rules groups, friends, associations, camaraderies between people, a very, very close camaraderie and association. And it is also your hopes, visions of the future, of how you want to be seen amongst these people. So that is playing out in the background in regards to your job, your income, and your value system. And it's been very empowering for you because and very uplifting because Aquarius, we've had Pluto in your sign, and it was one hell of a ride, Capricorn. Oh my God, you can ask anyone. They've had a really rough time, tough time. I mean, you are ruled by Saturn, so you understand structure and and slow, but other signs that, oh my God. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is Aquarius is much more different than your sign. It's an uplifting. It's something where you thought you'd never be able to achieve, or it's not within your reach. Boom, you actually get it, and you get it fast. And I believe most of you have gotten that between November and now, in regards to your job, income, and your value system. Uh, so for most of you, it's been uplifting. So for most of you, it's going to be like, oh no, regarding this retrograde. But it's also intense. It is a job, and job can be um, either boring or it can be intense. So, uh, and that's why for other cappies, it's going to be, oh, hallelujah, relief. Because when a planet, and especially a powerhouse like Pluto, goes retrograde, it becomes a little bit more muted. We get relief or reprieve for a while. Uh, and for some, at some times, it's going to be even more intense. Uh, and that's because, like I mentioned, it's going underground, it's going down and deep, under. But for the most part, you will be getting a sense of reprieve here. Um, the next important aspect will be, well, for you, it's going to. I'm going to be mentioning Aries for you, because Aries does rule your fourth house of home, family, your parents, your country, your clan, your pride, your patriotism. Uh, and Aries is a firebrand, so there's something about that is fiery for you. And you're a Capricorn. You don't like hot messes. You like really slow and easy going. So uh, any aspect with Aries, I'm going to mention for you. So we have on the 5th, Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. Oh, I should have done. I apologize. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Gemini. Or Capricorn. Let me do one thing. That's why I found a mistake. Yeah, I thought that was kind of screwy. In any case, all right, going back to, yeah, Mercury in Aries sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. So there's going to be conversations uh, with parents or about your home and family. And it is giving a very supportive aspect in regards to your sixth house of health, habits, routine, um, scheduling, uh, pets, small pets, or taking care of someone. There is something here that has been expanding for you since last summer, uh, and maybe has been overwhelming. And in any case, this talk that you're having is actually being supportive for whatever is overwhelming you here or is a problem. On the 6th, we have Venus in Aries sextiling Pluto in Aquarius. Very nice, very lovely. Again, it is, you might have had a couple of struggles with home and family in the recent past. I mean, we always have struggles with home and family and parents, but in the recent past, since Venus was retrograde, so you might have had a couple of snags, or maybe there was money, something about money being short or something like that. But now Venus is direct in Aries, so things are coming up roses in regards to home and family and parents. And this is actually sextiling, supporting something in regards to your job, your income, and your value system. So very lovely. Also on the same day, Mercury will conjunct Chiron in Aries. Uh, and this can be melancholy because this is a talk, debate, discussion. Sorry, that's my pug snoring. Uh, that is bringing up some kind of a wound or a hurt or a past experience that might have been melancholy in regards to home and family for you. And pay attention to these hurts that you get, because it'll reveal things that you can bring up for discussion and heal from. Because Chiron is also called the wounded healer. There's some kind of healing that is being required here, and letting go, releasing of the past. Um, the next most important aspect, well, let me see where. Okay, so Taurus. We have a Mercury now entering Taurus on the 10th of May. So Taurus is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, and pets. Um, so there's going to be starting talking, texting, conversing, agreements, disagreements, what have you, uh, in regards to your fifth house, either about them or you're going to be engaging with them. And it can be any number of scenarios. Now, what is happening is, um, well, let me explain it this way. We have a full moon in Scorpio um, on the 11th, 12th. Well, 12th, it perfects on the 12th at 22 degrees. And Scorpio is your 11th house of friends, groups, associations, memberships. It is also your hopes, visions, and dreams of your future self, of how you want to be seen amongst these groups and friends. Um, and something is ending on the 12th. And this full moon is not a clean full moon, um, because we have a square from Mercury in Taurus that's also squaring Pluto in Aquarius on the same day. Um, and there's something that's triggering this. Also, we have the moon in Scorpio that's squaring Mars in Leo a day before. So this is like building up uh, to this full moon. And Leo is your eighth house of intimacy, joint finances, inheritance, taxes, government benefits, credits, and loans. So the moon in Scorpio is squaring Mars in Leo. I don't know if I mentioned page up. Anyway, with Leo, what's been happening? Just a quick recap is that in November, Mars entered Leo, and you started something in regards to eighth house activities. Um, there was heat and urgency here, or ultimatums or demands, and you started working on something here. But then in December, it started retrograding. Mars started retrograding in Leo. So you started reviewing or rethinking things. And then January, Mars retrograded so far back in Leo that it backed up all the way in Cancer. And whatever you were thinking about then, there, it just fell off the radar uh, until just recently, April 18th, when Mars re entered, sorry, Leo direct. It's going direct now. So you picked up where you left off in November, December, or are trying to at least. And you may be coming up against some obstacles because the world has changed, and those opportunities uh, that you were working on now have changed. The priorities have changed a little bit, and that's what you're trying to work on is bringing up to speed your eighth house matters in this new changing world. And feelings in regards to friends and alliances, um, squaring the actions you're taking in as far as intimacy, joint finances, and all that. It's causing tension. It's causing a square. It's causing some kind of a rift or a quarrel. Capricorn, you don't do quarrels. You just want to be left alone to make money, basically. Uh, you don't like hot messes. Oh my gosh, I feel you. Uh, but you're very, very compassionate, but very pragmatic. And you're just going to have to deal with these emotions, Capricorn. What can I tell you? Um, anyway, I'm just going to explain it, and then you can relate it to your scenario. So with this square to Leo and this square to then you have the moon in Scorpio squaring Pluto and Aquarius, and I don't know if I mentioned that already, but again, another tense aspect, conflict between friends and your value system. Um, and then we have a full moon in Scorpio with Mercury in Taurus, your fifth house of love and romance, now squaring um, Pluto in your value house. Uh, so a full moon is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts. And Scorpio, like I mentioned, is your house of groups, friends, and associations. You might be ending a friendship here, um, or an association, or you might have been working on uh, some kind of a group or friendship, building something, and here you are reaping the rewards of it. It's the culmination of it, or maybe not, but maybe your romance figure or your child uh, is not in agreement with either ending this group association or the hard work you've done here to build this, because they're just not in agreement with your value system. So that's going to be a humdinger, Capricorn, on the 12th, the full moon. Um, but again, like I said, you don't do hot messes, so you might just walk away and let it cool off. In any case, I it is what it is, and I will be uploading a dedicated full moon in Scorpio video. I always do videos for full moons. I think they're quite important. So if you're subscribed, you will be notified of that video dropping, and I will go into much more detail with other aspects, and we can figure it out together then. But just to summarize, it is some kind of ending culmination regarding a group or friend, and somehow your romance, your lover or your child, and your value system is caught up in the mess. Just remember something about full moons. Do not make decisions on full moons. One, it's a moon. It rules the emotions, and uh, you don't want to be making um, exacting decisions when emotions are high. And second, I'm from the camp that says uh, a full moon conceals more than it reveals, because it is at night. It's hidden. Uh, our emotions are ruled by the moon. Our emotions are hidden. So there's something still concealed from you here. All right. So moving on the 16th, dum da da dum, series, the very very powerful asteroid. I'm going to call it asteroid. I don't care who demoted Pluto and made the series a planet. I'll call it the very powerful asteroid slash planet of compromises, forcing compromises and negotiations. Uh, will enter Aries, and that is your fourth house of entrenched roots, home and family, and your parents, your country. Um, so, whatever tense situations or obstacles, not seeing eye to eye here that you've had with your home and family, and your parents maybe, um, uh, or just your home and family, starting May 16th and on, there will be forced negotiations so that you come up to some kind of compromise if there is a stickling issue. Uh, it starts here, getting resolved through compromise and negotiation. Uh, on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. This is kind of a heavy duty thing because the sun is very powerful and Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, and electricity. You will be shocked here regarding a lover, a romance, a child, or a creative project, um, or a pet. Something, it might be something explosive, or it might be something really exciting, but the sun is powerful, Uranus is electrifying, and a conjunction is a serious aspect. And you have been having surprises in your fifth house for the past 7 years. Um, and Uranus is getting ready to exit Taurus at the end of June and enter Gemini. So usually Uranus comes in with a bang and usually leaves in a bang. This might be one of those bangs. But yeah, so expect the unexpected here. And we usually don't know how Uranus will act. So let's hope for the best. I'm laughing with you, Capricorn. I'm going through the same things as everybody else. All right. On the 18th, Mercury in Taurus will square now Mars in Leo. Before it was the moon, now it's Mercury. Or was it? In any case, this is a serious aspect, another heavy duty aspect. And Leo is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, taxes, credits, government loans, government benefits, credits and loans, the taboo, inheritance. I mentioned that. the past. So, again, talking about a lover or a romance or a child or to them um, is creating some kind of a verbal battle in regards to intimacy, joint finances, mm, um, credits, loans, taxes, government benefits. This is going to be this is going to be a humdinger. This will be a war of words. This is very powerful. Um, Mars is not to be messed around with, and Leo is ruled by the sun, a powerful, powerful element in our solar system, and quite confident and very fixed. A square is no joking matter. Um, and Taurus is equally a fixed, stubborn sign. Um, yeah, it's between your love, romance, children, creativity, and your eighth house of intimacy and joint finances. It has to do with money, with value system. Um, I don't know what's going on with you, Capricorn. There's something going on with money, value system, romance, and intimacy and secrets. All right, so yeah, a square can also be good. It can jumpstart things or things that are stale because it's forcing some kind of, you know, solution, something coming out in the open so it can get resolved. Uh, on May 20th, we do have a last quarter moon in Aquarius at very critical degrees, 29 degrees. We also have the sun in Taurus sextiling Saturn in Pisces at that very critical 29 degrees. First of all, is last quarter moon in Aquarius. Um, we had a last quarter moon in Aquarius at the end of January at 1 degrees, and very unusual for us to have another quarter moon in Aquarius at 29 and now at the ending. So it's sandwiching that time frame between January and this date is sandwiching something that you went back to. And this is your second house of job, money, income, or your value system. So you went back to something in regards to that, um, and it has to do with camaraderie and groups and friends. And you might have gone back out of necessity or a temporary situation or what have you. And here you're realizing that it's a different world and you just cannot make yourself small again to fit in this nostalgic place. Saturn, the Sun in Taurus, sextiling Saturn in Pisces. This is a good aspect. It's at the critical 29th degree. So something regarding your love, romance, and children. The sun is shining the spotlight and on any hidden cracks here, uh, and you're getting and it's supporting your love and romance and child is giving you support uh, in whatever um, um, hard work. You're being recognized for the hard work, intensity, pressure that you've had in regards to communicating something. Saturn is your ruler, so you've had. Yep, sorry about that. My time limit came up. So yeah, you are ruled by Saturn, so you do not mind hard work as long as you see results. And your communication here is your saving grace. So this is very nice. All right, now on the 22nd, Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo. This is very lovely. Venus and Mars are the classic lovers or the harmonizers. Um, and this is about your home and family and your parents. And Leo is your eighth house of joint finances, intimacy, credits, loans, taxes, and secrets in the past. So your home and family or parents are approving of something here. and giving their support. Uh, Also, the Sun in Gemini sextiles Neptune in Aries. And this is a very supportive aspect as well. So, so your health habits, routine, scheduling, taking care of someone um, is giving, that is supporting something in regards to your home and family. And there's compassion about home and family. Something's happening with home and family and parents. Um, but you are stepping up to the bat with scheduling, routine, or health matter, taking care of someone. On the 24th, Saturn enters Aries. For the past month, when Neptune left um, Pisces and entered Aries, you began to have this yearning, this desire regarding home, maybe a new home that you want, family, uh, or about your parents. And now and you know, it's been idealistic. Saturn rules idealism, magic, and the ethereal and all that. uh, the ocean and mist and fog, rose colored glasses, illusion, oily things, slippery things, things that you cannot hold on to. And Saturn here is coming in and will throw up the red flags. He will introduce rules, restrictions, constriction, warning shots. Well, why? Because I already described intentions of Neptune, illusion and mystique and ethereal. You know, it has a purpose, but um, Saturn is your ruler and um, wants to give you the tools early on so that you don't get lost at sea here in whatever it is. Or it might be a wake up call, sort of type of an event. Uh, and it's about boundaries and all that, or about realization, realizing something that will maybe hit you like a ton of bricks. So, uh, and you know, you're used to this energy, you know it well. I'm not going to like cajole you and say, you know, give Saturn a chance. You already know what Saturn's intention is here. Yeah. Um, and also, with Saturn entering Aries, obviously it is leaving Pisces. Yay! Hooray! Um, so the rules, the restrictions, the obstacles that you've endured, the repetitive, uh, uh, trying to make things work in regards to your third house of communication, commuting, modes of commuting, mm, siblings, cousins, social media, language, or vision. Um, for the past 2.5 years, you've had restrictions here and tough ones. It will be, those will magically disappear. They'll be lifted, they'll be gone. It's not like Neptune, where you know, we might not have even felt Neptune leaving Pisces. With Saturn, we'll feel it. We'll feel those restrictions right away lift. So that's the other thing I wanted to mention. Now, on the 26th, we have now Mercury in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries. So we had first the Sun in Gemini, now we have Mercury. So whatever the Sun illuminated and supported your home and family, now the talk is put down. So ideas, talks, agreements, excuse me, in regards to your hard work, your scheduling, your routine, taking care of someone, maybe a health matter, is being very supportive of this yearning, this desire that you have for your home, your family, and your parents. And we also have a new moon in Gemini on the 26th, and that is lovely. So um, you might be getting a new routine or a new schedule. Maybe it's a new job. Maybe you get a new route. Maybe you get uh, you pass some kind of probation and you get the hours you want. It has to do, or you're getting a new health regime. You're getting, you're signing up for the gym, or maybe a new, because Gemini also natally rules commuting, modes of commuting, communication, siblings, social media. So that somehow is also playing out in the background of all of this. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And then, oh, why is this not moving? Oh, there we go. Uh, that is basically it for the month of May, Capricorn. Uh, that last aspect of Mercury in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. You had this Sun in Gemini trining Pluto in Aquarius. Now it's the talk. So it's this practically the same aspect, but it's talking ideas in regards to your health habits, routine, and scheduling, or taking care of someone that is uplifting you somehow in your job, income, or your value system. Again, you might be changing scheduling or getting a new route or something like that. But it is all good. Uh, and on the 30th, just set your calendar. This is a 1 day type of a deal. We have Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. And Cazimi simply means the sun will conjunct Mercury in Gemini. Gemini, again, is your sixth house, but this is a 1 day type of a deal. So if you are presented with an opportunity, grab it with both hands. It's a nice opportunity. The sun is powerful. Okay, Capricorn, that is it. I hope I did your May horoscope justice. If you are confused or you have any questions, peel, please feel free. Peel. I wanted to say peel because I wanted to say please feel free to throw them in the comments. I answer all questions. And the next time I'll be talking to you will be the full moon in Scorpio standalone video. Okay, talk to you soon. Hi, Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius, this is your May 2025 horoscope. And I have put up in the very beginning of the video planetary alignment aspects with the degrees. So you can take a screenshot of that. I wanted to say scrapshot. Screenshot of that and then compare it to your natal chart to see if any of those degrees hit anything in your natal chart. And that's where you will feel it the most. Okay, so no intro. We're getting straight into this. And just one reminder off the bat, just please do not fixate on the day, time, or minute of these aspects. I'm talking about these larger important aspects. So you might even be feeling them way before the date that I mentioned. during, and definitely they'll reverberate after, because these are milestone type of um, changes and aspects. So let's start with Pluto being in your sign, stationing retrograde. So for some of you, it might be uh, yay, ha, yay, hooray. And for others of you, it'll be like, huh, already? So soon? It's been that type of Pluto in Aquarius. Um, it's not like it was in Capricorn, very heavy duty. Uh, Aquarius has been very, very uplifting for many signs. So for you guys, it might have been heavy duty, and you just want a break, a reprieve, and you will start getting that starting this month. Or you have it has created a monster, and you're like, no, not yet, stay. In any case, um, yeah, we'll have the retrograde until October 13th, and you'll be reviewing how far you've come along with being empowered, excuse me, with Pluto since November. Excuse me. On the 6th, we will have Venus in Aries sextile Pluto in Aquarius. And sorry, I'm doing something while I'm talking to you, and I know that click click will come up in in the the video noise. So sorry about that. But yeah, so Aries for you, Aquarius is your third house of communication, commuting, communication devices, modes of commuting, um, neighborhood, the neighbors, siblings, cousins, extended family, social media, language, and vision. Eyesight can be um, in the third house. So, and then Gemini is your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity, pets, and gambling. So, and Mercury rules in Gemini, and Gemini actually natally rules the third house. So this is sort of a double whammy, and there's reception here because Jupiter is in Gemini, and with Jupiter in Gemini, your fifth house of love, romance, and creativity has been expanding since last summer when Jupiter first entered Gemini, and you've got 2 more months to take advantage of whatever opportunities that will come your way regarding your fifth house, as Jupiter is a use it or lose it kind of a deal. But here on this day, there's some kind of a supportive aspect between your third and your fifth house. So your third house is supporting something in regards to your fifth house. Uh, we also have Venus in Aries, sextiling a Pluto in your sign. So again, something about communication or commuting or social media or siblings and cousins, and I'm just going to refer to it as the fifth house for you, is again supporting this empowerment that you have, this aura of importance that you are carrying. Because remember, Aquarius is your first house of image. Um, so maybe it's siblings, maybe it's extended family, cousins, maybe it's the neighbors. But yeah, a lovely aspect, a beneficial aspect here. Give me 1 second. I want to check something. No, not down, up, up. Uh, uh, uh. Oh, that's going to take too long. Never mind. Sorry. All right. We are on to, um, we did the sextile in your sign. The next most important aspect for you, I'm going to mention, is on the 10th when Mercury enters Taurus. And why that's important for you is because Taurus is your house of emotional roots. It's your fourth house of home, family, and your parents, your country, your clan, your patriotism. So now, also, Taurus natally rules the second house of job, income, and value system. So that is playing out somehow in the background. So now the talking, the conversation, the texting, the phone calls, the emails, and all that will start regarding your home, family, and your parents on the 10th. All right, on the 11th. Why is that getting stuck? Sorry, that's my pug snoring. On the 11th, we have Mercury in Taurus semi-sextiling Neptune in Aries. That's not really a very important aspect. It's half a sextile. Um, but it's just regarding your home and family and your neighborhood, communication, commuting. It's a supportive aspect between these two houses. Um, the next most important thing is we do have a full moon in Scorpio Aquarius. Scorpio is your 10th house of career, status, reputation, and authority figures. Um, Also, Scorpio natally rules the 8th house of joint finances, intimacy, taxes, government benefits, loans, credits, taboo secrets, and the past, and inheritance. I don't know if I mentioned that. So we you do have the moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo, and God, my pug is so loud. Uh, so you're okay. Mars first entered Leo back in November. So there was some type of heat urgency in action in regards to a partner that you might have been taking or your partner might have been taking. And in December, um, it sort of started like that heat and intensity started slowing down as it started retrograding. But then come January, whatever you were doing here or your partner was doing, it just fell off the radar because Mars went all the way back into Cancer. And just until just last month, April 18th, is when Mars re entered Leo direct and something about partnerships picked up again. And your partners, since April 18th may be now being more assertive or more demanding of your time. Um, um, and your partners are quite compassionate people. I will throw that in. So now with this square to Leo, why I'm explaining this is because the next day on the 12th, we have a full moon in Scorpio. So this is leading up to this full moon. So feelings about your status, your reputation, or authority figures is having there's a conflict or a tense aspect or disagreement um, with a partner or about a partner. Um, and again, your partners nowadays are not going to back down here because Mars is in their sign in Leo. Uh, and then that is triggering or leading, building up to this full moon the next day in Scorpio. Uh, and a full moon is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts here. And if this is, well, oh my God, my pug. Um, this might be as mundane as, you are boyfriend, girlfriend, or engaged, and, you know, you're either going to go study or you're going to go study to getting engaged or getting engaged to getting married because the 10th house of status is married, not married, single, not single. It's about a status, reputation, authority figures. So it can be good in that sense. You're shedding your old status and getting a new status, or it can be about your career, ending some kind of a career and starting a new career, or moving on to a new career, or it can be an authority figure that exits um, your life or your career for some reason. This is not an easy full moon. Has there ever been an easy full moon? Is the question. But yeah, this is a hard full moon. We do have on the same day also Mercury and Taurus squaring Pluto in your sign. And Taurus, again, is your home and family. Um, and with the square to Pluto, this is kind of serious. This is a war of words. Um, um, so your home and family or your parents are either um, you know arguing with you about the way you appear, your image, your profile, or about they're arguing with someone else about your the way you appear, or defending you in that way. So, uh, well, like I said, I well, I don't know if I said it because I'm so enthralled now with your scope. I will be uploading a dedicated video. I think I mentioned that. And if you're subscribed, you will be notified when that video drops, because it's it's a long scope, and this full moon is as much more to do it. So I'd rather do a standalone video and explain it more in full. But for now, it is some kind of an ending or culmination, and it has to do with your career and status and reputation. And there's some kind of a fight with family or parents and about how you are seen. So, most likely about your reputation or something like that. All right, on the 16th, Ceres will enter Aries. And for you, again, Aries is your communication, neighbors, commuting, social media, siblings, and so forth. And Ceres is the very powerful asteroid slash planet. Um, it is the planet of compromise and negotiation. Uh, she is the very powerful Ceres that brought Pluto down to his knees in regards to abducting her daughter and forced some compromise. So, whatever issue that you may have had in regards to third house matters, mid month and forward, there will be forced negotiations to come to a compromise over something that might be at a stalemate. Uh, Again, on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So, sun is very powerful here. Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, and electricity, and it is your ruler. Taurus is your fourth house, and a conjunction is a very serious aspect. And this can be um, very, very surprising, um, or it can be volatile and explosive, and something turning upside down on its head. We really don't know what Uranus will do. But you've had uh, uh, a roller coaster ride in regards to your fourth house of home and family for the past 7 years. And also, there's something about money, job, or value system playing out in the background, as I've mentioned before. But yeah, Uranus has a tendency to come in with a bang and leave with a bang. And it is leaving at the end of June, early July, leaving Taurus in your fourth house of home and family. So that's going to stabilize and get much, much more calm, because it'll be leaving and entering Gemini. Um, but this might be, the ending, kaboom, in with a bang, out with a bang. Uh, but yeah, so let's hope for the best for that. Uh, all right, on the 18th, Mercury in Taurus will now square Mars in Leo. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so this is a war of words. These are words being thrown around like daggers, and quite explosive, quite confrontational, but very verbal. Um, it's Mercury. Again, Taurus is your fourth house. Taurus is a fixed sign. It's a square, so not a heavy, not a lightweight. It's a confrontation, and it's Mars, the god of war, and it is in Leo, ruled by the sun, a very confident sign, and now Mars. And so now there's a fight between your home and family and parents and a partner, and I guess you're smack dab in the middle, or somebody's in the middle. But and only I'm not even going to speculate on the scenarios. Um, each one of you guys has a different situation going on, but it is inclusive of this. So just hide under the covers on the 18th. I'm joking. I am joking. It is what it is, and everything happens for a reason. And squares are not end all of everything. Sometimes squares are really beneficial because squares jumpstart things, things that have been stale or hidden or what have you, and they have to be cleared out. And this can be order out of chaos. So um, look forward to it. Just um, it's just very, very important to you because it is your home and family, and it is a partner. So I'm rooting for you, Aquarius. You can get through this. Besides, you have Pluto in your sign. If you tell everyone to shut up, they'll shut up. No matter Mars, no matter who. All right, moving on. And you guys have to let me know what's going on because I'm like enthralled now. All right, on the 20th, we do have a last quarter moon in your sign, Aquarius, which is interesting. Why? Because we had another quarter moon in your sign just in January, and that was at 1 degrees. And now on the 20th. You have another one in your sign at the very critical 29 degrees. Very mysterious. But what this is signifying is this sandwiched period. Uh, and this is about your image, your profile, the way you appear, your physical self. This is saying that you might have gone back to to a previous style, um, a previous way of representing your profile, maybe out of necessity, maybe temporarily, or for whatever reason it was. But here, on this day, you realize that you just can't, you can't make yourself small again. Things have changed, people have changed, circumstances have changed, your circumstances have changed. You're just too big um, to go back to that. The world has changed. Uh, so that's what it is signifying here. Uh, all right, and then we have sorry, Venus in Aries trining Mars in Leo. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice for you. Finally, we have something nice between you and a partner. Uh, so Venus and Mars are the classic lovers. Um, oh, why did that happen? Okay. Um, yeah, and but they're not your normal lovers. They're like a hot mess lovers, contentious kind of lovers. But this is a very beautiful aspect. If you are single, you may meet um, that dazzling beauty or that tall, dark, and handsome kind of guy in and around your neighborhood, or when you're running errands, short distance travel, or neighbors. I said neighbors, yeah, or through siblings or cousins or a close community. Um, Maybe social media, and then you meet up later. But it's a very passionate, something passionate. We'll start here for those of you who are single. Um, there'll be somewhat of a partner material, or it can be you get a really fiery idea um, about a business partner or a business endeavor. Because remember, partnerships are not just intimate, they can be platonic, business, and anyone who really knows you really well can can be considered a partner. Um, the other aspect is on the same day, the Sun in Gemini sextiles Neptune in Aries. So something about your fifth house of love, romance, children, creativity is supportive of communication, commuting, the neighborhood, social media, whatever endeavors you have there. Then on the 24th, Aquarius, what is happening is Saturn is leaving Pisces. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Pisces is your second house of job, income, and your value system. And you've had quite an upset here for the last 2.5 years. So for a sliver of you, you've welcomed this lockdown, this shutdown, this restriction, these rules regarding your job and income or value system. But for many of you, it's been obstacle after obstacle, repetition, trying to resolve restriction. And this day, they magically disappear, Aquarius. Uh, if you've been interviewing and getting no results, you will see after this day, the calls come back and say, hey, we interviewed a few months ago. Are you interested? Um, or it just magic things happen whenever Saturn leaves. And if you've done the hard work, it rewards you in some capacity. But it is about your job, your income, and your creativity that those restrictions will be lifted. Then it enters Aries. So you're going to have uh, restrictions, rules, constrictions, boundary measures in regards to your third house. Short distance travel, running around with errands, communicating, texting. So be careful with that. Modes of commuting. So be careful driving. Social media. And so be careful with people not portraying who they really are. You can ask a Capricorn what they've gone through in regards to third house. Um, I know a person who was robbed at gunpoint because they met someone online and they decided to meet up with them. And yeah, they were ambushed. So just be careful. So with Saturn entering Aries here, you've had Neptune here for a month, but Saturn is coming in early on here, and will throw up red flags. Or it might be a one-time an event that'll, be a wake-up call. So pay attention to these red flags, to these boundary measures, because it'll be building you a solid foundation here. And then the Sun in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. Very nice aspect. It's your fifth house that is giving a very supportive and uplifting, um, congratulatory thing about what you have achieved in as far as your image, your profile, the changes that you've made in the past 3, 4 months. Okay. Um, okay. So, and then, well, the next important aspect is on the 25th. We have Mercury that will enter Gemini. Gemini is your fifth house. So, texting, calls, emails, agreements, contracts, negotiations will start in earnest regarding your fifth house. And Gemini likes to switch things up. Uh, so, it'll be exciting talk and what have you, either about or with a lover, romance, children, or maybe a creative project. Maybe you're working on a creative project, but that's going to get a lot of discussion going forward now. Moving with that. Uh, Also, on the 26th, Mercury in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries. So first we had the Sun sextiling Neptune in Aries. Now we have Mercury. So talks. Um, from or about a lover that is, or a child or creative project that is supporting something about your neighborhood or your communication or social media. And then on the 27th, we do have Mercury in Gemini trining Pluto in your sign. Very nice. Again, um, a lover, romance, or a child or a creative project is giving accolades to what you have achieved in as far as your image. First, it was the sun, it was shining the light. Now it's the accolades that come in. And then finally, on the 30th, we do have Mercury Kazimi in Gemini. And this is important, and mark this on your calendar uh, because this is a 1 day type of a deal. Uh, Kazimi simply means conjunction. So the sun is conjuncting Mercury in Gemini, and that is your fifth house. So the sun is very powerful. Mercury is very important in all aspects of daily life. So here there is an opportunity, um, a realization, an idea that you may encounter or get. And if you do, grab it with your both hands. Return that missed call. Try not to even miss the first call. Or it can be a brand new person, lover, romance that you meet, or a creative. Again, it might be about a creative project, or um, or about a child. It might be about a pregnancy in some regard. But that is your May scope. I hope I did it justice for you guys. Um, and if you have any questions or you're confused about something, you can throw it in the comments, and I do answer all questions. And the next time I will be talking to you will be with that standalone dedicated video of the full moon in Scorpio. Until then, take care of yourselves. Bye, Aquarius. Pisces, my new other favorite sign. Hi, how are you? This is your May 2025 horoscope. I have put up um, the planetary alignment aspects and the degrees in the beginning of the video. If you want to take a screenshot of that and compare it to your natal chart to see if any of those degrees match and where you will be affected the most. And can you see this video? I'm at 6 hours. Oh my God. You guys are probably like, what in the world is this woman doing? It's your monthly scope, and my style. I try to explain each sign in full so that you can understand it. And I just felt so bad about that last mid-month video that I failed to upload. But I did do your, if you haven't heard it yet, the Mars Pluto opposition standalone video. I uploaded it last week. Listen to that; it's really important. Anyway, let's get on, and it's the whole month. That's why it's taking so long. Is because there's a lot to cover. So we start off the month with Pluto stationing retrograde. and it's in Aquarius. And Aquarius is your 12th house of the past, of secrets, of religion, faith, of your genius psyche, um, of taking, taking care of someone, confining spaces, and just your alone time. So for many of you, it'll be like, hallelujah, if you've had any intensity here. But I suspect for most of you, it's going to be like, no, not yet, because I believe most of you have been enjoying your time alone, or working behind the scenes, or holding something close to your chest, or what have you. It's something of you're just discovering something of maybe a healing kind of way of life with this. Excuse me. But yeah, it will be retrograding until October, when October 13th is when it will station direct. And we will be covering new ground then. But in the meantime, in these 5 months, we will be reviewing what we have accomplished thus far between November of last year and today when it's going retrograde. So sorry. Um, so sorry. All right, we do have Mercury in Aries, sextiling Jupiter in Gemini. And Aries is your second house of job, income, and your value system. And Gemini is your fourth house of home, family, your parents, your country, your clan, your pride, your patriotism. And this, your fourth house has been expanding since last year, summer, when Jupiter first entered Gemini. And there has been something of a dual or twin theme, twin theme going on because it's Gemini. So maybe two homes, or I contemplated this on many videos, but yeah, there's something about dual theme or dual homes. Um, and this is a sextile. This is a very supportive aspect. So I know many of you want to move homes to a bigger space. For most of you, you want to upgrade. Maybe it's buying a home. Um, and and here, what's happening is, so something about your job, your income, or your value system is definitely being very supportive of this expansion about a home, or maybe a move, or something like that. Um, and I can't tell you, and I think I have told you before, uh, when Jupiter changes signs from Gemini to Cancer, uh, you will have help either from a lover, romance, or your children, or child, adult child, or maybe through a creative project. Something is going to get that show going. In any case, let's move on. Um, Again, Venus in Aries sextiles Pluto now in Aquarius on the 6th. And that is, your second house. I'm not going to keep repeating second house of job, income. I'm just going to say second house. Uh, uh, and then 12th house of secrets and behind the scenes. So yeah, something in regards to your second house is definitely supporting something that you're doing behind the scenes, or in regards to your 12th house. Um, Maybe you're getting reward. Maybe you do home care because it's taking care of someone, or you can be in the home care industry. Yeah, nurse, and even like I said, in the Pluto Mars opposition, I figured it out about you guys and flying back and forth to home. Uh, some of you are in the airline industry. Yeah, I was so like proud of myself when I figured that out. Anyway, so that is a very supportive aspect there. Then the next important aspect is, well, you won't feel that the most. That's not really. Sorry. Okay, on the 11th, we have uh, there's the moon in Scorpio, and Scorpio is your ninth house of foreigners, higher education, long distance travel, um, foreign countries, publishing, the World Wide Web, um, or traveling in the mind, philosophy and intellectual kind of deals. Um, So the moon in Scorpio is squaring Mars in Leo, and Leo is your sixth house of health, habits, routine, and scheduling. Mhm. So for my airline industry people, be careful on the 11th that you're not late for work. That might be one thing. But generally, and why I'm mentioning the moon, these are important aspects that I mentioned. I hardly mention the moon, but I'm mentioning it because we have a full moon the next day, and this is leading up to it. So there's feelings about something about your ninth house, and which is causing an irritation or an argument in regards to a health matter, taking care of someone, your routine, or a schedule. There may be a schedule conflict, and let's just back up a little bit and explain. Back in November, when Mars first entered Leo, you became very, very busy or started something in intensity with heat about a health routine, about scheduling, um, about maybe taking care of someone, um, or it could have been about small pets. And then in December, it sort of started like maybe getting put on the back burner, or you were reviewing it. And then come January, it just fell off the radar. And that was mostly because Mars direct in Leo in November, then retrograde in Leo in December, and it retrograded all the way and back into Cancer. So that's why your sixth house matters just fell off the radar between January and just last month, April 18th, when Mars re entered, progressed out of Cancer and ingressed into Leo. So uh, you try to pick up where you left off in regards to your sixth house matters. But you might have had some obstacles or challenges because things have changed. Life has changed. So whatever you were working on to secure regarding your sixth house matters, you might be getting some obstacles, and now you're trying to bring it up to speed or get that done. So with this moon in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo, that can be that one obstacle. Okay. And then the next day we have this full moon in Scorpio. So there is an ending, a culmination, or a fruition of your past efforts in regards to your ninth house matters. So you may be graduating. Um, you may be ending a long distance relationship. Um, and that can go both ways. You may be ending it because they're coming here, or you're going there, uh, or it may be just ending, um, or or you may be finally publishing something, um, or you may be scrapping it. Um, Again, it's something about the ninth house, and it's either an ending or a fruition here. But this full moon is not an easy full moon. We have a hard aspect also from um, Mercury in Taurus is squaring Pluto in Aquarius, and Taurus is your third house of communication and commuting, and you've had some upsets and surprises here, but it is there's a tense aspect to your 12th hidden house. Um, so there's something in secret or something behind the scenes in regards to communication, commuting, um, that's maybe being revealed during this full moon. Um, but yeah, well, it is what it is. Whatever it is, I mean, I can speculate, but there is some kind of an ending, a fruition, or a culmination in regards to your ninth house matters, and there is a hard aspect between your third house of communication and your 12th house of secrets. I will be uploading a dedicated standalone video for the full moon in Scorpio. I do it for all the full moons. I think they're very important. But just remember, Scorpio is a very intense sign, and it doesn't like if this is in regards to you, your ninth house matters personally. You might want there might something might come up where you want to investigate something or look deeper into it. If this is not you, if this is someone very close to you and you're feeling the effects of it, If you're not invited to help and to research, don't, because you'll get pushed back. But if you're invited to help uh, figure this out, that would be fine. That's my only warning. The other thing is that a full moon is emotional, and it's intense Scorpio. So I always say, do not make any hardline, life altering decisions during a full moon. It's not a good idea when tensions are so high. That's one. And second, I'm from the camp that says full moons actually conceal more than they reveal. Even though it's a bright full moon, it's still at night, it's still hidden. There is still something that you are unaware of. So give yourself and others some time before making any decisions, or at least till the moon goes on to the next sign. And usually the moon does 2.5 days in each sign. So that's why I'm saying give it a few days. All right, Pisces. All right. And then watch out for that full moon dedicated video that I'll upload. If you're subscribed, you'll get notified. On May 16th, we do have the very extraordinary, powerful um, asteroid slash planet series um, that will be entering Aries. Ceres is the very powerful goddess who brought powerful Pluto to his knees um, to compromise over her daughter Persephone that he abducted. A very, very enthralling story. But yes, Ceres now enters Aries, and Aries is your second house of job, income, and your value system. So whatever obstacles you've encountered here, or whatever opposition or at a standstill it is here, there will be forced negotiations to come to some type of compromise, starting mid May and forward. So that's good to know. Uh, and then the next thing is on the 17th. Even though you're not the one of the signs that'll be affected the most, but I'm going to mention this because it is such a powerful aspect. On the 17th, the Sun will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Taurus is your third house. Communication devices, commuting, modes of commuting, siblings, extended family, social media, language and vision, neighbors and neighborhood. All right. So the Sun is a very, very powerful planet, gives life to everything. Uh, and Uranus is the planet of shock, surprise, electricity, um, and it rules the genius of the zodiac, quirky Aquarius. And a conjunction is a very serious aspect. It's a very serious hug, and coming from the Sun and explosive Uranus. So this can be a jolting, surprising aspect. Um, Uranus, that's my pug snoring, sorry. It has been a wild ride for the past 7 years here for you, Pisces. It's been like a roller coaster ride. And usually Uranus comes in with a bang and leaves with a bang. So this might be the ending bang because Uranus will be leaving Taurus end of June, early July. But this is a powerful aspect here. So I'm just letting you know, just be really careful with driving. That's the only thing. But this, when it's an ending, towards the ending of it, because it's at 27 degrees, it can be an epiphany of some sort. It's not really one of those rock your, well, I mean, it can be rock your world, but usually it's something like an epiphany, a revelation, but it will be a shock. It will be some kind of a surprise. All right, moving on. Um, we do have, okay, and you probably you're not one of the signs that will be most affected, but it is a powerful aspect here, and you might feel it through someone else very personally. So we have Mercury in Taurus that will square Mars in Leo. Ouch. That's a pinch and a half. So this is a war of words. Conflict, verbal battle, yes. um, Daggers being words being thrown around like daggers, confidentialities revealed, secrets revealed. Uh, it can borderline betrayal, or and can seem like malice. Um, Taurus is your third house, and it also rules natally the second house of job, income, and value system. So money, might be playing out in the background. And Leo is your sixth house of health, habits, routine, and scheduling, taking care of someone. Leo also natally rules the fifth house of love, romance, children, and creativity. So that might be playing out in the background. And here, like I mentioned, it's that verbal fight. But um, it is what it is. I mean, this is something like whoever like reaches out with their hand um, in a conciliatory fashion after the dust has settled uh, uh, will whoever's willing to be vulnerable like that excuse me will right away be reciprocated. um, and what'll happen is there's this bond, this very bond, a strong bond that will be formed. It's like I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but like friends when they fight really bad, or even siblings. But once you get past that and apologize and accept each other's faults and what a bond, an unbreakable bond forms between you two. And this is something like that. It is something of uh, that has to happen for something to come out in the open. So it's like order out of chaos, um, and then it's beneficial thereafter. All right. So I wanted to mention that now. What's next that I want to? Okay, on the 20th, we do have a last quarter moon in Aquarius at the very critical 29 degrees. And what's I've been mentioning, what's unusual here is we had uh, a first quarter moon just only at the end of January at 1 degree. So this sandwich time, this in between time, it might be that you might have gone back to something in the past, uh, doing something in the past, or gone back to something in the past. And again, Aquarius is your 12th hidden house, or behind the scenes, or faith, spirituality, um, and all that. But now here on the state, and you've been realizing this, is you realize that it's just not going to fit like it did before, um, because everything is changing, everything is expanding and advancing. So I just wanted to mention that we also do have the sun in Taurus again. That is your third house, sextiling Saturn in your sign at the very critical 29 degrees. Very sad. Now Saturn is leaving your sign. So there is something here that is very supportive. Something regarding your third house that is supporting something about your image that you have perfected to a T through trials and tribulations, because Saturn is the taskmaster. He's the one who puts us to task. So it might be you have this beautiful new profile on your social media page, and you're getting accolades or recognition about something about uh, maybe serious people. Maybe it's your CV, and you're attracting authority figures. Sorry. All right. On. Sorry, I know I hate that noise when I hear it. Where are we? On the 22nd, Venus in Aries will trine Mars in Leo. Lovely, beautiful. Venus and Mars, the classic lovers, the fiery lovers, the hot mess lovers, contentious ones. So Aries is your second house of job, income, and Leo again is your sixth house of routine and scheduling and your health. And here, these two are marrying well. So you might have had a schedule that you did not like, or a position that you're not happy with, a route that you didn't like. And I think recently most of you have gotten what you've wanted. But here on the 22nd, there is some kind of like accolade uh, between these two houses. So whatever changes you've made, it's working with your schedule, with your routine. Or here you get exactly what you wanted. If it is about love or romance, um, you might be meeting someone at work, or um, not running errands. Sixth house is rituals, routines, maybe your daily ritual routine, you might be meeting someone that is just mesmerizing, um, like love at first sight type of a deal. Because we also have the sun in Gemini, that is your fourth house, sextiling Neptune in Aries. And Aries, again, is your second house of job, money, and income. Uh, so, very supportive aspect here. Yep. All right. And then on ouch, on the 24th, Saturn, Pisces, Saturn will be leaving your sign for the past 2.5 years. All the restrictions, the rules, the constriction, the boundary lines, um, the repetitive, tedious tasks in regards to how you appear, your image, your profile, your style, your physical self. Those restrictions, Pisces, are magically lifted on the 24th. Excuse me. Um, you you will be rewarded in some fashion or form in as far as your image and your profile, and whatever um, altercation or change you want to make here, you will see you will get no resistance. So that's great. And then Saturn, of course, enters Aries, and Aries is your second house of job, income, and your value system. Uh, so you will be, I mean, for the past month, Neptune, your ruler, has been in your second house of job and income, and you're some kind of a yearning or a desire has been ignited um, within you in regards to your second house. uh, and instead of Saturn leaving Neptune alone to his devices for the next 12 years and then coming in and trying to help you crystallize something here, Saturn is doing us all a favor this time and coming in early on and throwing up red flags, putting up rules, boundaries, and throwing us a very heavy anchor so that we don't just spin our wheels and get lost in just idealizing something, and yearning and wishing for it and not being able to materialize. So Saturn is going to be, again, throwing up red flags, or it might come in like a single event where it's a wake up call. So either case, from the 24th and on, pay attention to these red flags, to these rules, to these regulations and obstacles. It's going to be important for you because it is your second house of job, income, and your value system. and and Saturn will only be here 2.5 years. you, you, you might be like yelling, like, what, 2.5 years? What do you mean only? I mean, in contrast to Neptune being here for the next 14 years. Um, the first year of Saturn is always difficult, but then the 0.5 year after that becomes much easier. But like I said, it's still Aries. Aries is still a firebrand, and Saturn is going to have probably a hard time controlling Aries. But it is to our benefit, honestly, and it is to yours. This is a very important house for you, and you can be in the job of your dreams and making the money that you really want. Um, uh, but you'll just have to work with Saturn to get that. All right, moving on. The same day, the Sun in Gemini this time will trine Pluto in Aquarius. And again, Gemini is your fourth house, and Aquarius is your 12th house. So there is a lovely supportive aspect here. Um, so, whatever you're working, again, on in secret or behind the scenes or taking care of someone, you're getting accolades from family or parents. Maybe you're taking care of an aging parent somehow. Okay, on the 25th, Mercury now enters Gemini. So now the talk, the discussion, the agreement, the debate, emails, whatever, agreements and regarding home, family, or parents will start in earnest. Um, and this is a prelude to when Uranus will enter Sorry, I was thinking, trying to do something. This is when a prelude of when Uranus will enter Gemini after it leaves Taurus at the end of June, beginning of July. So something very, very exciting about your home family and your parents is coming up, and this could be a prelude to that. So pay attention to whatever is being discussed here. Also, Gemini, natally rules communication devices, commuting, modes of commuting, social media. So that is somehow playing out in the background. Like I mentioned, some of you are in the airline industry, or maybe even journalism or newspaper, because Gemini rules that too. Um, then we have a new moon in Gemini the next day. Woohoo! And Mercury in Gemini sextiling Neptune in Aries. Very nice. So, again, talk about or with home and family and parents is giving a very supportive aspect in regards to whatever you're envisioning in as far as your job, your income, or your value system, and what you're wishing to achieve here, yearning for here. And this new moon in Gemini is quite a powerful new moon and very important. So if it is a new opportunity um, about your home family or your parents, it will pop up here. Or after these discussions and the supportive aspect, you and your family or your parents will be seeding the hopes of something new about home and family. And like I mentioned, many of you will be moving, upgrading, purchasing home and family, but it's also going to come through, be greatly helped by a lover, romance, or child, or children, or adult children. Um, an expansion of family of some type, or like I've mentioned before, like two homes. You'll be like going back and forth, flying back and forth. Okay, that's a new moon in Gemini, and then we have Mercury in Gemini now trining Pluto in Aquarius. Very lovely. So first we had the sun. Now whatever was revealed then, now the discussion picks up, and maybe agreements come after. Again, about your home, your family, parents, and it is definitely boosting your job, your income, and your value system. And then on the 30th, we have Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. And set your calendars on this, um, timer on this, because this is a 1 day type of a deal. Yeah, you may get, it's Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. And Cazimi simply means a conjunction. So one of the most powerful planets, the sun, is hugging Mercury in Gemini, the messenger of the gods. So you may here get uh, this one-time day deal information regarding home and family or your parents. Grab it with both hands. Return that missed call right away, um, and so on, because it can prove to be beneficial. All right, Pisces, I hope I did your May horoscope justice. If you have any questions or you're confused about something, you're welcome to put it in the comments. I answer all questions. And the next time I'll be talking to you will be in the full moon in Scorpio horoscope that I'll be uploading soon. All right, take care, and I'll talk to you soon.